Central African Republic, a country in Central Africa. Central Africans, plural of Central African. Central Alaskan Yupik, synonym of Yupik. Central Alaskan Yupiks, plural of Central Alaskan Yupik. Central Albania, one of the three nuts two regions of Albania, comprising Tirana County. Albania, one of the three nuts two regions of Albania, comprising Tirana County and Elbasan County. Central America, a continental region in North America, consisting of the countries lying between Mexico and South America, South America. Central American, of or pertaining to Central America. Central American bushmaster, Lachesis stenophrys, a species of pit viper. Central American bushmasters, plural of Central American bushmaster. Central American whiptail, a brown-colored lizard, Holcossus festivus, native to Central America and northern South America. Central Americans, plural of Central American. Central Anatolia, a large geographical region in central Turkey. Central and Western, a district of Hong Kong. Central angle, an angle positioned with its vertex at the center of a circle. Central angles. Plural of central angle. Central Asia, a landlocked geographic area of continental Central Asia comprising Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Central Asian, of, from, or pertaining to Central Asia. Central Asian Ovcharka, a breed of large dog usually used as a livestock guardian. Central Asian Ovcharkas, plural of Central Asian Ovcharka. Central Asian Shepherd Dog. Synonym of Central Asian Ovcharka. Central Asian Shepherd Dog. Synonym of Central Asian Ovcharka. Central Asian Shepherd Dogs, plural of Central Asian Shepherd Dog. Central Asian Shepherd Dogs, plural of Central Asian Shepherd Dog. Central Asians, plural of Central Asian. Central Asiatic, synonym of Central Asian. Central Asiatic. Plural of Central Asiatic. Central Atlas Tamazight, a Berber language spoken by some 3 million people in central Morocco. Central Australia, a region in the Northern Territory of Australia, centered on Alice Springs. Central Bank, the principal monetary authority of a polity or monetary union. It normally regulates the supply of money, issues currency, and controls interest rates. It usually oversees banking activity within its country's borders. A unitary authority of Bedfordshire, England, created in 2009 on the merger of Mid-Bedfordshire and South Bedfordshire districts. Central Bohemian region, an administrative unit in the Czech Republic. Central Bridge, a hamlet and census-designated place in the towns of Schoharie and Esperance, Schoharie County, New York, United States, the birthplace of George Westinghouse. Central Business District, the central area of a city in which there is a concentration of retail and business activities. Central Business Districts, plural of Central Business District. Central Bayagan, a sitio in the barangay of Poblacion, La Trinidad, Banked, Philippines. Central Canada, a geographic region of Canada consisting of the provinces of Quebec and Ontario. Central Canal, a minute canal running through the gray matter of the whole length of the spinal cord and continuous anteriorly with the ventricles of the brain. Central canals, plural of central canal. Central casting, an unspecified source of stereotypical types for film or television. Central chimpanzee, Pantrobodites trobodites, a subspecies of the common chimpanzee, found mainly in Gabon, Cameroon, and the Republic of the Congo. Central chimpanzees, plural of central chimpanzee. Central cities, plural of central city. Central city, an urban village in Phoenix, Arizona, United States. Central city, the main city of a metropolitan area, particularly one containing multiple cities. Central Coast, Central Coast Regional District, a regional district in British Columbia, Canada. Central Coaster, a native or inhabitant of the Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. Central Committee, alternative letter case form of Central Committee. Central Committee, a standing administrative body of communist parties analogous to a board of directors of both ruling and non-ruling parties of former and existing socialist states. Central Committees, plural of Central Committee. Central cord syndrome, a common form of cervical spinal cord injury characterized by loss of power and sensation in arms and hands. Central Daylight Time, a form of daylight saving time observed in the Central Time Zone, UTC-5. Central Desert, a local government area in the Northern Territory, Australia. Central Determiner, a word that modifies a head noun in a middle position. Central Determiners, plural of Central Determiner. Central District, one of the 6 administrative districts of Israel. Central Dogma, the principle that genetic information flows from DNA to RNA to protein. Central Dogmas, plural of Central Dogma. Central Door Locking, synonym of Central Locking. Central Elgin, a municipality in Elgin County, Ontario, Canada. Central Equatoria, a state of Equatoria, South Sudan. Central Europe, a geographic region in the center of Europe, usually including Austria, Switzerland, the Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, and Germany. Central Europe Time, synonym of Central European Time. Central European, of from or pertaining to Central Europe, its people, or its culture. Central European Midsummer Time, a time zone, UTC+3, that was used as a double summer time in several European countries during the 1940s. Central European Time, the time of day in the time zone that encompasses many countries in Western Europe, Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Scandinavia, and North Africa. Central Europeans, plural of Central European. Central Excise, the department concerned with tax on goods manufactured or produced. Central Excises, plural of Central Excise. Central Falls, a city in Providence County, Rhode Island, United States. Central Federal District, a federal district of Russia containing 18 oblasts. Central Finland, a region of Finland. Central Fire, synonym of center fire. Central Fires, plural of Central Fire. Central Franconian, one of two main subgroups of the West Central German dialects, spoken in the northwestern half of Rhineland-Palatinate, southwestern North Rhine-Westphalia, easternmost Belgium, and southeasternmost Limburg, Netherlands, distinguished from Rhine-Franconian by the use of dat, that, and what, and the consistent pronunciation of Germanic beta as a fricative I, V, or F when now in coda position. Central Frontenac, a township in Frontenac County, Eastern Ontario, Canada. Central German, one of two major dialect groups of the High German language which is spoken primarily in Central Germany, Luxembourg, easternmost Belgium, and southeastern Limburg in the Netherlands, distinguished from Upper German by the preservation of Proto-Germanic *pp and *mp. Central Germany, a region in the eastern part of Germany, including the states of Saxony-Anhalt, Saxony, and Thuringia. Central government, the highest level of government in a unitary state. Central governments, plural of central government. Central Greece, a traditional geographic region of Greece. Central heating, any of various heating systems in which a central source of heat is used to distribute heat and sometimes hot water throughout a building in a controlled manner. Central Highlands, a local government area in East Central Queensland, Australia. Central Huron, a municipality in Huron County, Ontario, Canada, formed in 2001 from the former townships of Godrich and Hulett. Central Java, a province of Indonesia on the island of Java. Central Kalimantan, a province of Indonesia. Central Khmer, the Khmer language. Central Kings, a rural municipality of Kings County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Central Kootenay, a regional district in southeast British Columbia, Canada. Central Kurdish, the Kurdish language spoken by the majority of Kurds in Iran and Iraq. Central Labas, a barangay of Catayangan in the special geographic area, Bangsamoro, in the province of Cotabato, Philippines. Central Limit Theorem, the theorem that states that if the sum of independent identically distributed random variables has a finite variance, then it will be approximately normally distributed. Central Limit Theorems, plural of Central Limit Theorem. Central Location Test, the testing of a product by consumers tumors in an artificial setting. Central location tests. Plural of central location tests. Central locking. A locking system in vehicles where locks to all the doors can be locked or unlocked in a single operation. Central Luzon. A region of the Philippines. Capital, San Fernando. Central Macedonia. One of the 13 peripheries of Greece. Central Manitoulin. A township in Manitoulin District, Ontario, Canada. Central Massif. Uriel's Massif, a massif in Picos de Europa, Cantabrian Mountains, northern Spain, Spain. Central Min. A variety of Min Chinese spoken in Central Fujian Province, China. Central moment. A moment of a probability distribution of a random variable about the random variable's mean. Central moments. Plural of central moment. Central mountain range. A mountain range running through central Taiwan Island. Central Nahuatl. A group of Nahuatl leks spoken in central Mexico. Central nervous system. Invertebrates, that part of the nervous system comprising the brain, brain stem, and spinal cord. Central nervous system. Plural of central nervous system. Central Okanagan. A regional district in southern British Columbia, Canada, with its headquarters in the city of Kelowna. Central Ostrobothnia. A region in western Finland. Central Otago. An inland geographic region within Otago, New Zealand. Central pain syndrome. A neurological condition caused by damage or malfunction in the central nervous system, resulting in a sensitization of the pain system. Central Papua. A province of Indonesia. Central Park. A large public, urban park in the borough of Manhattan in New York City. Central Pawn. A pawn on the E-file a king's pawn or on the D-file a queen's pawn. Central pawns. Plural. Of central pawn. Central Plain. The region on the lower reaches of the Yellow River which formed the cradle of Chinese civilization. Central planning. A mechanism for allocating resources centrally, as opposed to leaving it up to the free market. Central Point. A city in Jackson County, Oregon, United States. Central Powers. The countries of Germany, Austria-Hungary, the Ottoman Empire, Turkey, and Bulgaria, all of whom fought against the Allies in World War I. Central Prince. A rural municipality of Prince County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Central Processing Unit. The part of a computer that fetches, decodes, and executes instructions from memory, possibly through a cache. Central Processing Units. Plural of Central Processing Unit. Central Province. A province of Sri Lanka, capital, Kandy. Central Provinces. Central Canada. Central Region. A region of Singapore. Central Reservation. The area which separates opposing lanes of traffic on a motorway or dual carriageway. Central Reservations. Plural of Central Reservation. Central Retinal arteries, plural of central retinal artery. Central retinal artery, a branch of the ophthalmic artery that passes to the retina in the middle of the optic nerve and branches to form the arterioles of the retina. Central sensitization, a pathophysiologic process in which the central nervous system undergoes structural, functional, and chemical changes that make it more sensitive to pain and other sensory stimuli. Central Sierra Miwok, an endangered language of the Aleutian family, spoken in California, USA. Central simple algebra, a finite-dimensional associative algebra over some field K that is a simple algebra and whose center is exactly K. Central simple algebras. Plural of central simple algebra. Central spindle, a microtubule-based structure which forms between segregating chromosomes during anaphase where the two sets of microtubules, emanating from opposite halves of the cell, overlap and become arranged into antiparallel bundles. Central spindles, plural of central spindle. Central standard time, the time of day in the time zone that encompasses a central portion of the United States. Central Sulawesi, a province of Indonesia. Central sulci, plural of central sulcus. Central sulcus, a fissure in the cerebral cortex of primates. It separates the parietal lobe from the frontal lobe. Central tendencies, plural of central tendency. Central tendency, a central or typical value for a probability distribution. Central time, the time zone in Central North America corresponding to UTC-6 hours during Standard Time and UTC-5 hours during Daylight Saving Time. Central vacuum, a vacuum cleaner built into the fabric of a building with a central motor and dirt bag and distributed points where a hose and appliances may be plugged in. Central vacuums, plural of central vacuum. Central Valley, in California, the large valley in the center of the state between the coast ranges and the Sierra Nevada. Central Visayas, an administrative region of the Philippines that consists of 4 provinces: Cebu, Bohol, Negros Oriental, and Siquijor, and 3 highly urbanized cities: Cebu City, Lapu-Lapu, and Mandaue. Central West, a region in central New South Wales, Australia. Central Yupik, synonym of Yupik. Central Yupiks, plural of Central Yupik. Central Eastern Malayo-Polynesian, a proposed language family under the Malayo-Polynesian languages consisting of over 700 languages. Central West region, a macroregion of Brazil comprising the states of Goiás, Mato Grosso do Sul, and the Distrito Federal. Central, the central or one of the central bones of the carpus or tarsus in most vertebrates. In the human tarsus, it is represented by the navicular. Centralia, a number of places in the United States. Centralian, of the Great Interior Basin of Australia. Centralians, plural of centralian. Centralization, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of centralization. Centralizations, Plural of centralization. Centralize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of centralize. Centralize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of centralized. Centralized planning. British Standard spelling of centralized planning. Centralizer. Alternative spelling of centralizer. Centralizers. Plural of centralizer. Centralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of centralize. Centralish. Somewhat central, close to the center. Centralizing. Present participle and gerund of centralize. Centralism. A system that centralizes, especially an administration of some kind. Centralisms. Plural of centralism. Centralists. A proponent of centralism. Centralistic. Synonym of centralist. Centralists. Plural of centralists. Centralities. Plural of centrality. Centrality. The state of being central. Centralization. The act or process of centralizing or the state of being centralized. The act or process of combining or reducing several parts into a whole. Centralizations. Plural of centralization. Centralize. To move things physically toward the center, to consolidate or concentrate. Centralize. Having things physically toward the center, consolidated or concentrated. Centralized planning. Synonym of central planning. Centralizer. A device used to centralize a piece of equipment. Centralizers. Plural of centralizer. Centralizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of centralize. Centralizing. Present participle and gerund of centralize. Centrally. In a central manner or situation, at, to, through, or from the center. Centrally heated. Provided with heating from a single heat source, usually by means of radiators. Centrally planned economy. A command economy. Centralmost. Most central. Centralness. The state or quality of being central. Centralodistal. Relating to or connecting the medial centrale and the distal. Centrospindlen. A protein complex associated with RAC-GAP, RAC-GT pace activating protein which shuts down nearby RAC and Rho-GEF which activates nearby Rho at a kinesin, playing a key role in the formation of the central spindle in mitosis. Centronucleation. Misspelling of centronucleation. Centroparietal. Key role in the formation of the central spindle in mitosis. Centronucleation. Misspelling of centronucleation. Centroparietal. Misspelling of centroparietal. Centrarchid. Any member of the Centrarchidae, the freshwater sunfishes. Centrarchids. Plural of centrarchid. Centration. The process by which something is moved toward a center. Centre. A former administrative region of France, now named Centre-Val de Loire. Centre-back. Alternative form of centre-back. Center backs, plural of center back. Center circle, the circle in the center of the pitch which, at kickoff, the defending team may not enter until the attacking side has touched the ball. Center circles, plural of center circle. Center console, UK spelling of center console. Center consoles, plural of center console. Center County, one of 67 counties in Pennsylvania, United States. County seat, Bellefonte. Center forward, the most central of the strikers, traditionally the player who makes the kickoff. Center forwards, plural of center forward. Center half, a center back. Center halves, plural of center half. Center Hastings, a municipality in Hastings County, Ontario, Canada. Center of attention. Something that attracts a lot of attention. Center of buoyancy, the point through which the resultant of all buoyant forces on an immersed hull are assumed to act, the center of mass of the displaced water. Center of curvature, the center of the osculating circle at the point on the curve. Center of effort, the point through which the resultant of all the wind forces on a sailing vessel's sails is assumed to act. Center of gravity. British and Canada standard spelling of center of gravity. Center of inertia, the center of mass. Center of lift, that point on an aircraft where all the various lifting forces act. If the center or lift is not coincident with the center of gravity on the fore/aft axis, the plane will pitch. If not coincident on the lateral axis, it will roll. Center of mass, a point near or within a body at which the object's mass can be assumed to be concentrated. It coincides with the centroid for a body of uniform density and with the center of gravity in a uniform gravitational field. Center of symmetry, a point within an object or figure through which any straight line also passes through 2 points on the edge of the figure at the same distance from the center but on opposite sides. Center of the universe, derogatory name for Toronto, the capital and largest city of Ontario, Canada. Center partings, plural of center parting. Center punch, alternative spelling of center punch. Center punches, plural of center punch. Center slang, a form of obfuscatory slang in which the central vowel of a word is moved to the beginning and other sounds optionally added. So, for example, mub might become ubber. Center spread, alternative spelling of center spread. Center spreads, plural of center spread. Center square, alternative form of center square. Center squares, plural of center square. Center stage, standard spelling of center stage. Center third, the central third of a netball court. Center thirds, plural of center third. Center axle trailer, a trailer having only a single axle or group of axles positioned at or near the center of gravity. Center axle trailers, plural of center axle trailer. Center back, a central defender, a player who plays in the center of defense, just in front of the goalkeeper. Center backs, plural of center back. Center bet, alternative form of centribet. Center bets, plural of center bit. Center board, alternative spelling of center board. Center boards, plural of center board. Centre du Québec, a region of Quebec, Canada. Centre forward, alternative form of centre forward. Centre forwards, plural of centre forward. Centre half, alternative form of centre half. Centre house, plural of centre half. Centre left, leaning to the left but closer to the center on the left-right political spectrum than other leftist variants. Centre-right, leaning to the right but closer to the center on the left-right political spectrum than other rightist variants. Centre-Val de Loire, an administrative region in central France previously named Centre. Centre-back, alternative spelling of centre-back. Centre-backs, plural of centre-back. Centrebet, an instrument turning on a center for boring holes. Centrebets, plural of centribet. Centerboard, the adjustable keel on a small yacht or dinghy that acts, among other things, as ballast and to counteract the sideways force of the wind. Centerboards, plural of centerboard. Cented, simple past and past participle of center. Centeredness, alternative form of centeredness. Centerfield, UK spelling of centerfield. Centerfielder, alternative form of centerfielder. Centerfielders, plural of centerfielder. Centerfields, plural of centerfield. Centrifier, alternative form of centrifier. Centrifiers, plural of centrifier. Centrifold, alternative spelling of centerfold. Centrifolds, plural of centrifold. Centriground, alternative form of centerground. Centering, present participle and gerund of center. Centerings, plural of centering. Centerless, alternative spelling of centerless. Centerlessness, alternative spelling of centerlessness. Centerline, alternative form of centerline. Centraline, plural of centraline. Centralink, the statutory authority responsible for providing social security payments. Centrale, a surname from Italian. Centralis, plural of centrale. Centraman, the player in the position of center. Centraman, plural of centraman. Centermost, closest to the center. Centrencephalic, relating to the center of the encephalon. Centerpiece, an ornament to be placed in the center as of a table, ceiling, etc. Centerpieces, plural of centerpiece. Centerpin, a fishing reel consisting of a revolving drum with attached handles. Centripins, plural of centripin. Centripunch, alternative form of center punch. Centripunches, plural of centripunch. Centri, a political position between those of the center and the right. Centers, plural of center. Centers of attention, plural of center of attention. Centers of buoyancy, plural of center of buoyancy. Centers of curvature, plural of center of curvature. Centers of effort, plural of center of effort. Centers of gravity, plural of center of gravity. Centers of inertia, plural of center of inertia. Centers of lift, plural of center of lift. Centers of mass, plural of center of mass. Centers of symmetry, plural of center of symmetry. Centerville, a ghost town in northern British Columbia, Canada. Centerville Wareham Trinity, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Centroort, toward the center. Centrex, a service similar to a private branch exchange, but providing switching at the central office instead of at the customer's premises. Centrexes, plural of Centrex. Centre, alternative form of centro. Centriese, relating to, located at, or affecting the center of an asinus. Centre, being in the center, central. Centrical, in or by the center, central. Centricality, centrality. Centrically, in a centric manner or direction, centrally. Centricalness, the state or quality of being centrical. Centripetal, relating to the centriciput. Centriciput, the middle part of the head, the part of the head situated between the occiput and sinciput. Centricities, plural of centricity. Centricity, the state or quality of being centric or central, centricalness. Centric, obsolete form of centric. Centricon, a centrifugal filter system. Centricons, plural of centricon. Centuries, plural of century. Centrifugal, misspelling of centrifugal. Centrifex, of a two-branched organ attached by its center, for example a hair or anther. Centrifugable, able to be centrifuged. Centrifugal, tending or causing to recede from the center. Centrifugal force, in everyday understanding, the effect that tends to move an object away from the center of a circle it is rotating about, a consequence of inertia. Centrifugal forces, plural of centrifugal force. Centrifugalization, alternative form of centrifugation. Centrifugalizations, plural of centrifugalization. Centrifugalize, alternative form of centrifugalize. Centrifugalize, simple past and past participle of centrifugalize. Centrifugalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of centrifugalize. Centrifugalizing, Present participle and gerund of centrifugalize. Centrifugalism, the adversary of a centrifugal state. Centrifugalisms, plural of centrifugalism. Centrifugalization, synonym of centrifugation. Centrifugalizations, plural of centrifugalization. Centrifugalize, synonym of centrifugate. Centrifugalize, simple past and past participle of centrifugalize. Centrifugalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of centrifugalize. Centrifugalizing, present participle and gerund of centrifugalize. Centrifugally, away from a center or axis. Centrifugals, plural of centrifugal. Centrifugate, the thicker product obtained from separation in a centrifuge. Centrifugated, separated by centrifugation, centrifuge. Centrifugate, plural of centrifugate. Centrifugating, present participle and gerund of centrifugate. Centrifugation, the process in which mixtures are separated using the centripetal force generated by spinning in a centrifuge. Centrifugational, relating to centrifugation. Centrifugationally, by means of centrifugation. Centrifugations, plural of centrifugation. Centrifuge, a device in which a mixture of denser and lighter materials normally dispersed in a liquid is separated by being spun about a central axis at high speed. Centrifugible, alternative form of centrifugible. Centrifuge, simple past and past participle of centrifuge. Centrifugance, the property or quality of being centrifugal. Centrifugances, plural of centrifugans. Centrifuges, plural of centrifuge. Centrifuging, present participle and gerund of centrifuge. Centrifugings, plural of centrifuging. Centrifusion, centrifugal and fusion. Centrifusions, plural of centrifusion. Centrilobular, of, pertaining to, or situated near the center of a lobule. Centriluminal, in or via the center of a lumen. Centric, Hauptschriften, centering, present participle and gerund of center. Centrings, plural of centring. Centrins, plural of centrin. Centriogenesis, generation and development of the centriole. Centriole, of or pertaining to the centriole. Centriole, a barrel-shaped microtubule structure found in most animal cells, important in the process of mitosis nuclear division. Centrioles, plural of centriole. Centriolin, a protein required by the centrosome for proper functioning. Centriologenesis, the generation and development of the centriole. Centripetal, misspelling of centripetal. Centrectal, directed or moving towards a center. Centripetal acceleration, acceleration due to centripetal force. Centripetal force, the force on a rotating or orbiting body in the direction of the center of rotation. Centripetal forces, plural of centripetal force. Centripetalism, the avidity of the centripetal state. Centripetalisms, plural of centripetalism. Centripetally, towards a center or axis. Centripetence, a tendency towards a center. Centripetency, centripetence, tendency toward the center. Centropoise, misspelling of centipoise. Centricid, any fish in the family Centricidae. Centricids, plural of centricid. Centrish, towards the center, especially politics leaning towards the political center. Centrism, any moderate political philosophy that avoids extremes. Centrisms, plural of centrism. Centrist, of, pertaining to, or advocating centrism. Centristic, of, or pertaining to centrism. Centristically, in a centristic manner. Centrists, plural of centrists. Centrovenal, in the center of a vein. Centrism, of or relating to a central zone. Centro, a barangay of Mandaue, Cebu, Philippines. Centro 1, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 10, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 11, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 12, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 13, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 14, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 15, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 2, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 3, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 4, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 5, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 6, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 7, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 8, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro 9, a barangay of Apari, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro I, a barangay of Angadanan, Isabela, Philippines. Centro Roman II, a barangay of Sanchez Mira, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro Roman III, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro-Roman 4, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro-Norte, a barangay of Camalaniugan, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro-Sur, a province of Equatorial Guinea. Centrovi, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Centrovi, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro-Roman 7, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Centro-Roman 8, a barangay of Claveria, Cagayan, Philippines. Central, especially of mass nouns. Centrosonar, relating to or designating a type of spindle-shaped cell in the exocrine pancreas. Centrophi, relating to the center of an affine space. Centronterior, central and anterior. Centrobaric, relating to the center of gravity or the process of finding it. Centrobarical, obsolete form of centrobaric. Centroben, a protein associated with centriole duplication and cytokinesis. Centroblasts, an activated B cell that is enlarged with multiple eccentric nuclei and proliferating in the germinal center of a secondary lymphoid follicle after stimulation by follicular dendritic cell cytokines and helper T cells. Centroblastic, relating to a centroblast. Centroblasts, plural of centroblasts. Centricacal, alternative form of centriscal. Centrocaspian, of or relating to the Centrocaspian dictatorship, a short-lived anti-Soviet administration proclaimed in the city of Baku during World War I. Centroscal, Secocentral. Centrosrata, any extinct cephalopod in the family Centrosratidae. Centrosratids, plural of Centrosrata. Centrochroma, the chromatin from which a centromer is constructed. Centrosine, any of a group of dimeric antimicrobial peptides present in a sea urchin of the genus Strongylocentratus. Centrosins, plural of centrosin. Centracle, the cavernous marrow cavity inside the centrum of a vertebra. Centracles, plural of centracle. Centracone, a structure associated with the centrosome of apicomplexans. Centracones, plural of centracone. Centrocyte, any follicular center cell that has a nuclear cleft. Centrocytes, plural of centrocyte. Centrocytic, relating to centrocytes. Centrode, the path traced by the instantaneous rotational center of a plane figure when it undergoes motion in a plane. Centrotre, any kin or hinge in the family Centrodridae. Centrodes, plural of centro. Centrodeepiphyseal, misspelling of centrodeepiphyseal. Centrodeepiphyseal, at the center of a diapophysis. Centrodorsal, central and dorsal. Centrodorsally, in a centrodorsal manner. Centrofacial, relating to or situated in the center of the face. Centrofrontal, central and frontal. Centrographic, relating to centrography. Centrography, the graphical representation of the center of gravity of a population. Centrohelid, any heliozoan predist of the order Centrohelida. Centrohelids. Plural of centrohelid. Centroheliozoa. Plural of centroheliozoan. Centroheliozoan. Synonym of centrohelid. Centroheliozoans. Plural of centroheliozoan. Centroepiphyseal. Alternative form of centroepiphyseal. Centroepiphyseal. At the center of a hypophysis. Centroid, the point at which gravitational force or other universally and uniformly acting force may be supposed to act on a given rigid, uniformly dense body, the center of gravity or center of mass. Centroidal, of or pertaining to a centroid. Centroidally, in terms of the centroid. Centroid, having a centroid. Centroider, a device that generates the centroid of an image. Centroiders, plural of centroider. Centroiding, the calculation of the centroid of a curve. Centroids, plural of centroi. Centrolateral, central and lateral. Centrolaterally, in a centrolateral manner. Centrocivil, having the yolk placed in the center of the cytoplasm of the ovum. Centralma, any glass frog in the family Centralnidae. Centralmeds. Plural of centralnid. Central pedaceous, of or related to the central pedaceae. Centralinade, an instrument for drawing lines through a point or lines converging to a center. Centralineans, plural of centralinea. Centralineal, having line converging to a center. Centralinear, alternative form of centralineal. Centralinearly, in a centralinear manner or direction. Central lobe, the central lobe of the liver. Central lobes, plural of central lobe. Centralobular. Centralobular. Centralobularly, in a centralobular manner or direction. Centralophid, any fish in the family Centralophidae, the medusaphfishes. Centralophids, plural of centralophid. Centromatid, the structure in the center of a chromosome to which the sister chromatids are attached. Centromatids, plural of centromatid. Centromedial. Central and medial. Centromedian, both central and median. Centromedullary, at the center of a medulla. Centromer, alternative form of centromer. Centromeral, relating to centromers, centromeric. Centromer, the central region of a eukaryotic chromosome where the kinetochore is assembled. Centromoli, like or resembling a centromer. Centromers, plural of centromer. Centromeric, pertaining to or characteristic of centromers. Centromerically, with regard to a centromer. Centromer. Plural of centromer. Centromucrone, terminating at a central mucro. Centronolid, any of the extinct Brachia in the family Centronolidae. Centronolids, plural of centronolid. Centronoliform, relating to or characteristic of the centronolids. Centronutial, central and nuptial. Centronuclear, describing a group of myopathies where the cell nuclei are abnormally located in the center of skeletal muscle cells rather than on the periphery. Centronucleated, marked by centronucleation. Centronucleation, the movement of nuclei to the center of a muscle fiber. Centropagia, any copepod in the family Centropagidae. Centropagids, plural of centropagid. Centroperipophyseal, at the center of a peripophysis. Centroparietal, in or from the center of a parietal region. Centroparietally, with regard to the centroparietal region. Centroperipheral, pertaining to or joining the center and the periphery. Centrofenixine, a drug used to treat symptoms of senile dementia and Alzheimer's disease. Centrophilic, of a chromosome tending to cluster near the center of a mitotic spindle. Centrophilin, a mitotic spindle protein involved in microtubule nucleation. Centrophilins, plural of centrophilin. Centrophobia, a dislike of being in the center. Centrophobic, relating to centrophobia. Centrophobism, centrophobia. Centrophore, any shark in the family Centrophoridae. Centrophorids, plural of centrophore. Centroplasm, the substance of the centrosome. Centropomid, any fish of the family Centropomidae. Centropomids, plural of centropomid. Centroposterior, central and posterior. Centropostigapophyseal, in the center of a postzygapophysis. Centropresygapophyseal, central and in front of the zygapophysis. Centropy, negentropy. Centropexid, any amoebozoan in the family Centropexidae. Centropexids, plural of centropexid. Centrosaur, any member of the Centrosaurinae subfamily of dinosaurs. Centrosaurine, any ceratopsid dinosaur of the subfamily Centrosaurinae. Centrosaurines, plural of centrosaurine. Centrosaurins, plural of centrosaurine. Centroscope, a device for controlling the visual stimulation of the eye. Centroscopes, plural of centroscope. Centroscopy. Treatment by means of a centroscope. Centrosomal. Of or pertaining to a centrosome or centrosomes. Centrosomally. In a centrosomal way. Centrosome. An organelle near the nucleus in the cytoplasm of most organisms that controls the organization of its microtubules. Centrosomes. Plural of centrosome. Centrosomic. Relating to the centrosome. Centrosomin. A protein in the centrosome of some flies. Centrocoeus. Alternative form of centrocoeus. Centrospermous. Relating to plants of the order Centrospermae. Centrosphere. The cytoplasm surrounding the centriole of a centrosome. Centrospheres. Plural of centrosphere. Centrosymmetric. Having a center of symmetry. Centrosymmetrical. Alternative form of centrosymmetric. Centrosymmetrically. In a centrosymmetric manner. Centrosymmetricity. The condition of being centrosymmetric. Centrosymmetry. The property of having a center of symmetry. Centrosynapophyseal. At the center of a synapophysis. Centrotemporal. Relating to the central and temporal regions of the head during electroencephalography or the intersection of the two. Centrotemporally. With regard to the centrotemporal region. Centrotelote. Having a central bulge. Centrotype. The data point in a cluster that is closest to the centroid. Centrotypes. Plural of centrotype. Centrovert. Being in the middle between introvert and extrovert. Centroverts. Plural of centroverts. Centric select. Having or relating to centrifugal primary woody structure. Centrum. A center. Century. Obsolete form of century. That's plural of cent. Cents on the dollar. Alternative form of pennies on the dollar. Thence. Plural of cent. Centum. Alternative letter case form of centum. Centum duotrigentanion. A 128-dimensional hypercomplex number. Centum duotrigentanions. Plural of centum duotrigentanion. Centumization. Alternative spelling of centumization. Centumization. The sound change by which palatovlars became plain velars in centum languages. Centumize. To convert a palatovlar to a plain velar in a centum language. Centumize. Simple past and past participle of centumize. Centumizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of centumize. Centumizing. Present participle and gerund of centumize. Centums. Plural of centum. Centumvir. One of a court of about 100 judges chosen to try civil suits. Under the empire, the court was increased to 180 and met usually in 4 sections. Centumviral. of or pertaining to the centumviri. Centumvirate, a group of 100 people, especially politics, a council of about 100 men who share power or rule, particularly historical, such a group in ancient Rome. Centumvirates, plural of centumvirate. Centumviri, plural of centumvir. Centumvirs, plural of centumvir. Centuple, hundredfold, multiplied by 100. Centupled, simple past and past participle of centuple. Centuples, third person singular simple present indicative of centuple. Centuplet, synonym of hundred, a group of 100. Centuplets, plural of centuplet. Centuplicate, to make 100-fold, to repeat or multiply 100 times. Centuplicated, simple past and past participle of centuplicate. Centuplicates, third person singular simple present indicative of centuplicate. Centuplicating, present participle and gerund of centuplicate. Centuplication, multiplication by 100. Centuplications, plural of centuplication. Centupling, present participle and gerund of centuple. Centuply, 100-fold. Centurial, of or pertaining to a century. Centuriate, divided into hundreds. Centuriated, simple past and past participle of centuriate. Centuriates, third person singular simple present indicative of centuriate. Centuriating, present participle and gerund of centuriate. Centuriation, a method of land measurement used in ancient Rome, characterized by the regular layout of a square grid traced using surveyor's instruments. Centuriator, a writer of the Magdeburg centuries. Centuriators, plural of centuriator. Century, having existed for centuries, ancient. Centuries, plural of century. Centuries long, lasting for centuries. Centuries old, hundreds of years old. Centuries long, alternative form of centuries long. Centurion, an officer of the ancient Roman army in command of a century of soldiers. Centurion syndrome, a condition characterized by anterior malposition of the medial part of the eyelid with displacement of puncta out of the lacus lacrimalis due to the prominent nasal bridge. Centurion staff, synonym of vine staff. Centurions, plural of centurion. Centurist, a centuriator. Centurists, plural of centurist. Centrium, a rejected name for fermium. Century, a surname. Century break, a consecutive score of 100 or more points in one visit to the table in a frame of snooker. Century breaks, plural of century break. Century, a Chinese delicacy made by preserving a duck, chicken, or quail egg in a mixture of clay, ash, salt, quicklime, and rice hulls for several weeks to several months, depending on the method of processing. Century eggs, plural of century egg. Century of humiliation. The period of wars against the Qing dynasty and the succeeding Republic of China by Western countries and the Japanese Empire, lasting from 1839 to 1949. Century plant. An agave americana originally from Mexico but cultivated worldwide. Century plants, plural of century plant. Century year. A year which is a multiple of 100 and marks that a century has passed and changed to a new century at the end of the year. Century years, plural of century year. Centuryful, an amount that arises from or occurs over the course of a century. Centuryfuls, plural of centuryful. Century-long, lasting for approximately a century. Sensuntal, a mockingbird. Sentinel, alternative spelling of sensuntal. Sensuntals, plural of sensuntal. Sentinel, alternative spelling of sensuntal. Initialism of Chief Executive Officer. Alternative lettercase form of CEO. Simple past and past participle of CEO. Present participle and gerund of CEO. A particular steroid glycoside. Initialism of child exploitation and online protection command. An Anglo-Saxon churl. Characteristic of a seoral. Plural of seoral. Plural of seoral. Plural of seoral. Acronym. Of Committee on Equal Opportunities in Science and Engineering. An initialism of three synonymous phrases, namely an edible mushroom Boltus edulis. Sapobactin, a cider offer present in Burkholderia sapaceus syn, Pseudomonas sapacia. Sapaceous, resembling or characteristic of an onion. Sapacean, an exopolysaccharide produced by Burkholderia sapacia bacteria that plays a role in the formation of biofilms. Sepping, an organic compound with antiesma properties found in onions. Sepiens, plural of sepping. Sapage, alternative form of sapage. Sadage, a variety of grape. Sepages, plural of sepage. Sapages, plural of sapage. Septhari, a commune of Argeș County, Romania. Alternative form of sep. Alternative spelling of seat mushroom Boltus edulis, porcini. Setida. A surname. Sepedes, plural of Sepida. Sepaluti, a commune and village in Edinet Rain, Moldova. Cepelini, plural of Cepelinas. Cepelinas, a Lithuanian dumpling made from grated rice potatoes, stuffed with ground meat or another filling such as cottage cheese or mushrooms. Sabero, a surname. Saberos, plural of sabero. His, plural of seep. His, plural of seep. The, clipping of cephalopod. Saphobasin, any of a class of beta-lactam endobiotous produced by Lysibacter bacteria. Cephobasins, plural of cephobasin. Cephacetyl, alternative form of cephacetyl. Cephadroxyl, alternative form of cephadroxyl. Cephali, an alkaloid that induces vomiting related to emetine. Cephal, alternative form of cephalo before a vowel. Cephala, plural of cephalon. Cealat, towards the head or anterior extremity, a direction that in humans corresponds to superior. Cephalagia, misspelling of cephalalgia. Cephalagra, gout in the head. Cephalalgia, a pain in the head. Headache. Cephalalgias, plural of cephalalgia. Cephalalgic, relating to or affected with headache. Cephalalgics, plural of cephalalgic. Cephalalgies, plural of cephalalgy. Cephalalgy, dated form of cephalalgia. Cephalandia, plural of cephalanthium. Cephalentin, a bitter glycoside. Cephalantins, plural of cephalanthin. Cephalanium, and amdodium. Cephalospidian, any sea slug of the order Cephalospidia. Cephalospidians, plural of Cephalospidian. Cephalospidomorph, any of a group of jawless fishes named for the cephalospids, a group of osteostracans. Cephalospidomorphs, plural of cephalospidomorph. Cephalae, having a head. Cephalia, headache. Cephaletra, plural of cephaletron. Cephaletron, the head of a crustacean. Cephaloxin, alternative form of cephaloxin. Cephaloxins, plural of cephaloxin. Cephalgia, headache. Cephalgias, plural of cephalgia. Cephalgic, pertaining to or affected by headache. Cephalgy, dated form of cephalalgia. Cephalhematosal, alternative form of cephalhematosal. Cephalhematosals, plural of cephalhematosal. Cephalhematoma, alternative form of cephalohematoma. Cephalhematomas, plural of cephalhematoma. Cephalhematoma, plural of cephalhematoma. Cephalhematosal, a hematosal underneath the pericranium. Cephalhematosals, plural of cephalhematosal. Cephalhematoma, alternative form of cephalohematoma. Cephalhematomas, plural of cephalhematoma. Cephalhematoma, plural of cephalhematoma. Cephalic, of or relating to the head. Cephalic fin, one of a set of fins that look like horns on either side of the broad head of a manta ray. Cephalic fins, plural of cephalic fin. Cephalically, in a cephalic manner. Cephalae, archaic spelling of cephalic. Cephalen, a phospholipid found particularly in the cells of nervous tissue. It is also primary phospholipid in bacteria. Cephali, having a head-like section in the upper body. Cephalines, plural of cephaline. Cephalens, plural of cephalin. Cephalization, alternative form of cephalization. Cephalizations, plural of cephalization. Cephalism, an instance of the development of a head or head-like structure. Cephalisms, plural of cephalism. Cephalistic, cephalic, relating to the head. Cephalitis, phrenitis. Cephalization, an evolutionary trend in which the neural and sense organs become centralized at one end the head of an animal. Cephalizations, plural of cephalization. Cephalize, modified by cephalization. Cephalania, alternative form of cephalonia. Cephalonia, alternative form of cephalonia. Cephalo, relating to the head, sometimes particularly the brain. Cephalopelvic, alternative spelling of cephalopelvic. Cephaloauricular, relating to the head and ears. Cephalob, synonym of cephalobid. Cephalobid, any member of the cephalobidae. Cephalobids, plural of cephalobid. Cephalobs, plural of cephalop. Cephalocarid, an animal in the class Cephalocariida of crustaceans. Cephalocarids, plural of cephalocarid. Cephalocaudal, between head and tail. Cephalocaudal trend, an aspect of motor development in children in which they develop their ability of moving the upper parts of the body before the lower parts. Cephalocaudal trends, plural of cephalocaudal trend. Cephalocaudally, in a cephalocaudal manner. Cephalosal, encephalosal. Cephalosals, plural of cephalosal. Cephalocentesis, puncture of the skull in order to drain excess fluid. Cephalochordate, any of the primitive fish-like creatures of the subphylum Cephalochordata, including the lancellates, that lack a true spine but have a notochord which, in the case of cephalochordates, reaches into the head, contrary to the Urochordata. Cephalochordates, plural of cephalochordate. Cephalochromin, the antibacterial chromin dimer 5,6-H-trihydroxy, 2-methyl-9,5,6-H-trihydroxy, 2-methyl-4-oxo-2,3-dihydrobenzo-G chrome 9-nil-2,3-dihydrobenzo-G chrome 4,1. Cephalococcygeal, relating to the distance between the head and the coccyx. Cephalocondylic, relating to the brain and the condyle. Cephalodactyly, malformation of the head and the digits. Cephalodia, plural of cephalodium. Cephalodial, relating to cephalodia. Cephalodium, a small gall-like structure found in some lichens that contain cyanobacterial symbionts. Cephalodynia, synonym of headache. Cephalodynias, plural of cephalodynia. Cephalofacial, relating to the head and face. Cephalophile, either of the two outward extensions of the head of a hammerhead shark. Cephalophiles, plural of cephalophile. Cephalogenesis, the formation of the head in the developing embryo. Cephaloglycin, alternative form of cephaloglycin. Cephalogram, an X-ray of the craniofacial area. Cephalograms, plural of cephalogram. Cephalograph, the instrument used in cephalography to produce cephalograms. Cephalographic, relating to cephalography. Cephalographs, plural of cephalograph. Cephalography. Cephalogeric, relating to the rotation of the head. Cephalohematoma, alternative form of cephalohematoma. Cephalohematomas, plural of cephalohematoma. Cephalohematomata, plural of cephalohematoma. Hematoma. Cephalohematoma, a hemorrhage of blood between the skull and PSDM of a newborn baby secondary to rupture of blood vessels crossing the PSDM. Cephalohematomas, plural of cephalohematoma. Cephalohematomata, plural of cephalohematoma. Cephaloi, shaped like the head or the brain. Cephalolechin, any lichen that has cephalodia. Cephalomancy, divination by the study of the skull or head of a donkey or goat, sometimes described as the roasting of an ass's head on hot coals. Cephalomanine, a Taxol derivative, isolated from the Japanese Eutaxis cuspidata. Cephalomantic, of or pertaining to cephalomancy. Cephalomylary, relating to the brain and the medulla oblongata. Cephalomeningitis, synonym of meningitis. Cephalomer, one of the somites arthromers which make up the head of arthropods. Cephalomers, plural of cephalomer. Cephalomeric, misspelling of cephalometric. Cephalometer, synonym of Cephalostat. Cephalometers, plural of cephalometer. Cephalometric, relating to cephalometrics. Cephalometrics, the measurement and analysis of the craniofacial area, especially as an aid to dental or orthodontic procedures. Cephalometries, plural of cephalometry. Cephalometry, the measurement of the head, especially in order to study growth, development, and disease. Cephalomia, any extinct rodent in a family Cephalomidae. Cephalomids, plural of cephalomia. Cehalon, the head of a trilobite. Cephalonia, the island of these and these of Aegean Sea, the largest of the Aegean islands. Cephalonian, or from Cephalonia. Cephalonians, plural of Cephalonian. Cephalonia. A Cephalonian. Cephalonius, plural of Cephalonia. Cephalons, plural of cephalon. Cephalon, the adult stage of cephaline gregarine. Cephalonts, plural of cephalont. Cephalopi, plural of cephalopagus. Cephalopagus, join at the back of the head and fused in the upper portion of the body with the bottom portion separate. Cephalopathies, plural of cephalopathy. Cephalopathy, any disease of the head. Cephalopathy, relating to or characteristic of cephalopods. Cephalopode, relating to the head of a fetus and the pelvis of a mother. Cephalopelvic disproportion, the situation where the capacity of the pelvis is inadequate to allow the fetus to negotiate the birth canal. Cephalopelvimetries, plural of cephalopelvimetry. Cephalopelvimetry, radiographic measurement of the fetal head in utero and of the mother's pelvis. Cephalopharyngeal, relating to the brain and the pharynx. Cephalophene, any duiker of the subfamily Cephalophene. Cephalophenes, plural of cephalophene. Cephalophore, any of a group of saints depicted in art carrying heads in their hands. Cephalophores, plural of cephalophore. Cephaloplastin, a form of cephalin isolated from rabbit. Brain. Cephalopod, any mollusk of the class Cephalopoda, which includes squid, cuttlefish, octopus, nautiloids, etc. Cephalopodal, relating to cephalopods. Cephalopod, archaic form of cephalopod. Cephalopods, plural of cephalopod. Cephalopodic, belonging to or resembling the cephalopods. Cephalopodus, belonging to or resembling the cephalopods. Cephalopods, plural of cephalopod. Cephalopolysyndactyly, a disorder that affects development of the limbs, head, and face. Cephalophrothorax, the fused head and prothorax of spiders and crustaceans. Cephalorchidian, synonym of cerebrospinal. Cephaloradiograph, a radiograph of part of the head. Cephaloradiograph, plural of cephaloradiograph. Cephalordine, a particular cephalosporin antibiotic. Cephalordines, plural of cephalordine. Cephaloscopic, relating to or using cephaloscopy. Cephaloscopy, examination of the head in order to predict mental faculties or character. Cephalosomatic, relating to the head and the rest of the body. Cephalosome, the anterior region or head of insects and other arthropods, the anterior of the cephalothorax. Cephalosomes, plural of cephalosome. Cephalosporanate, any salt or ester of cephalosporanic acid. Cephalosporanates, plural of cephalosporanate. Cephalosporanic, related to cephalosporanic acid and its derivatives. Cephalosporanic acid, the bicyclic heterocyclic carboxylic acid that is the base compound of the cephalosporin antibiotics. Cephalosporidine, a degradation product of cephalosporin 5,6,7,8 tetrahydroimidazo 1,2-a pyridine 5-carboxylic acid. Cephalosporin, any of a class of natural and synthetic antibiotics developed from Agarmonium fungi having a sepum structure. Cephalosporinase, any enzyme that hydrolyzes the lactam ring of a cephalosporin. Cephalosporinases, plural of cephalosporinase. Cephalosporine, alternative form of cephalosporin. Cephalosporines, plural of cephalosporine. Cephalosporins, plural of cephalosporin. Cephalostat, a framework that holds the head stationary for radiography or other radiology and for surgery. Cephalostatin, a steroid dimer isolated from a hemachordate of the genus Cephalotiscus that induces apoptosis. Cephalostatins, plural of cephalostatin. Cephalostats, plural of cephalostat. Cephalostia, the anterior end of the notochord and its bony sheath in the base of cartilaginous crania. Cephalotaxaceous, of or relating to the cephalotaxaceae. Cephalotaxine, a benzazepine alkaloid present in Cephalotaxis harringtonia. Cephalothin, a senesynthetic antibiotic related to cephalosporin. Cephalothins, plural of cephalothin. Cephalophoraces, plural of cephalophorax. Cephalophoraceae, relating to or resembling a cephalothorax. Cephalothoracium phallopagus, joined at the head, thorax, and abdomen. Cephalothoracium Pocky, plural of Cephalothoracopagus. Cephalothoracopagus, a conjoined twin or a pair of conjoined twins exhibiting fusion of the head and chest. Cephalothorax, the fused head and thorax of spiders and crustaceans. Cephalothoraxes, plural of cephalothorax. Cephalothricid. Any nemertion of the family Cephalothricidae. Cephalothricids. Plural of cephalothricid. Cephalotin. Misspelling of cephalothin. Cephalotum. An instrument for cutting into the fetal head to facilitate delivery during a stillbirth. Cephalotomes. Plural of cephalotum. Cephalotomies. Plural of cephalotomy. Cephalotomy. Dissection or opening of the head. Cephalotoxin. A substance present in the salivary glands of cephalopods that is toxic to crabs. Cephalotoxins. Plural of cephalotoxin. Cephalotri. A surgical instrument for performing cephalotropsy. Cephalotribes. Plural of cephalotri. Cephalotropsies. Plural of cephalotropsy. Cephalotropsy. The act or operation of crushing the head of a dead fetus in the womb in order to ease its extraction from the womb. Cephalotrophic. Pertaining to cephalotrophy. Cephalotropic. Pertaining to cephalotropism, tending to move or orient towards the head. Cephalotropism, a tendency to move or orient towards the head, the condition of being cephalotropic. Cephalotropisms, plural of cephalotropism. Cephalus, having a head, applied chiefly to the former division of mollusks, cephalata, or cephalophora mollusks with a head. Cehalus, an ancient Greek lover of Procris who accidentally slew her as she spied upon him. Cephalea. Obsolete form of cephalia. Cepha. One of a class of antibiotics, including the cephalosporins, that contain a bicyclic heterocyclic structure 5-thea-1 as a bicyclo 4.2.0 octan 8-1. Dephums, plural of cephum. Cephomycin, a particular cephalosporin antibiotic. Cephomycinase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of cephomycins. Cephomycinases, plural of cephomycinase. Cephomycins, plural of cephomycin. Cephaprazone. Misspelling of cefoprazone. Cefapyrin, alternative form of cefapyrin. Cepharenolene, an organic compound with antiplasmodial activity found in Stephania species. Cepharentine, an anti-inflammatory and antineoplastic beta-chlorine alkaloid isolated from Stephania CHN2O6. Zaphas, the Apostle Peter using the name given to him by Jesus. Cefazolin, alternative form of cefazolin. Cefazolin, alternative form of cefazolin. Cephe, a cepheid variable. Cepheid variable, a radially pulsating, expanding, and contracting variable star with a regular period and known relationship between period and intrinsic brightness. Cepheid variables, plural of cepheid variable. Cepheids, plural of cephe. Cephalixin, misspelling of cefalixin. Cepho, any of several antibiotics, including the cephalosporins and cephomycins cephums. Dephum, plural of Sepham. Sephes, husband of Cassiopeia, king of Eretria, father of Andromeda. There may be two mythical kings by this name. Seth, any in the family Sephi of Sovles. Setids, plural of Sephid. Sethi, dated form of Kiphisha. Cephoprazone, alternative form of cephoprazone. Cephataxine, alternative form of cephataxine. Cephrodine, alternative form of cephrodine. Thus, plural of Ceph. Ceftazidine, alternative form of ceftazidine. Shepen, a municipality of Croatia. Cephalid, any member of the family Cephalidae of banfish. Cephalids, plural of cephalid. Cephorex, synonym of cephalid. Elxin. Cepacide, a particular steroid glycoside. Ceprano, a small town in Frosinone, Lazio, Italy. Ceprano man, a long-extinct hominid who lived in prehistoric Italy. Ceprano man, plural of Ceprano man. Plural of CAP. Plural of Sep. Sepstra, plural of Sepstrum. Sepstral, of or relating to Sepstra or their analysis. Sepstrally, in terms of a sepstrum. Sepstragram, the graphical representation of a sepstrum. Sepstragrams, plural of sepstragram. Sepstrum, the inverse Fourier transform of the logarithm of a magnitude spectrum used especially in voice analysis. Depth, initialism of Conference of European Posts and Telegraphs. Septometer, a device that measures photosynthetically active radiation as a measure of light interception in plant canopies. Septometers, plural of septometer. Scepter, a receptor. Scepters, plural of scepter. Septura, a commune of Prahova County, Romania. DEPA, acronym of California Environmental Quality Act. Sakoi, a constructed auxiliary language based on Loblin and influenced by Mandarin. Among the ancient Incas, a ceremonial processional line or route. Plural of sec. Sir, initialism of certified emission reduction. Era, initialism of chartered enterprise risk actuary professional qualification. Alternatively, chartered enterprise risk analysts, certified enterprise risk actuary, or certified enterprise risk analyst. Era, a surname. Doracious. Waxy. Serictinomorph, any member of the subclass Serictinomorpha of sponges. Serictinomorphs, plural of serictinomorph. Serignin, any of a group of cationic started microbials. Seraginins, plural of seraginin. Serago, vired. Seralor, a synthetic chemical lure used to attract certain species of fruit flies. Dara, alternative form of Seram, Indonesian island. Seram Sea, an inland sea in Indonesia that is part of the Pacific Ocean and is between the islands of Buru and Seram. Yarama, public talk, speech, political campaign, or rally for a certain candidate. Deramas, plural of Serama. Seramo, synonym of Sermit. Deramals, plural of Seramal. Cerambycid, any member of the family Cerambycidae of longhorn beetles. Cerambycids, plural of Cerambycid. Cerambicine, any longhorn beetle of the subfamily Cerambicinae. Cerambicines, plural of cerambicine. Cerambycoid, resembling or belonging to the family Cerambicidae, longhorn beetles. Cerame, a usually fortified gatehouse with a room above the gate, found in some temples and private houses in Malabar. Ceramer, a cross-linked organic / inorganic polymer that has some properties of a ceramic. Ceramers, plural of ceramer. Cerames, plural of cerame. Cerameth, alternative form of cermet. Deramets, plural of ceramet. Derami, a surname from Italian. Ceramiages, of or relating to the taxonomic family Ceramiaceae. Cerame, made of material produced by the high-temperature firing of inorganic, non-metallic rocks and minerals. Ceramically, by means of ceramics. Derameses, a person who makes ceramics, such as pottery. Deramicists, plural of ceramicists. Ceramics, plural of ceramic. Ceramic ware, ceramic items. Ceramic wares, plural of ceramic ware. Ceramidase, an enzyme that separates the two parts of ceramide. Ceramidases, plural of ceramidase. Cerami, any of various lipids formed by linking a fatty acid to sphingosine and found widely, but in small amounts in plant and animal tissue. Ceramides, plural of ceramide. Ceramidium, in macroalgae in the Rhodamelaceae family, the urn-shaped envelope surrounding the sporogenous filaments of the cystic car. Derames, plural of cerami. Deramist, a person who makes ceramics objects, a potter. Deramists, plural of ceramists. Ceramization, conversion into a ceramic. Ceramizations, plural of ceramization. Ceramography, of or pertaining to ceramography. Ceramography, microscopic study of ceramic. Ceramologist, a specialist in ceramology. Ceramologists, plural of ceramologists. Ceramology, the study of ceramics. Ceramomphal, Synonym of cermet. Ceramum tala, consisting of ceramic and metal of or relating to cermet. Ceramumphals, plural of ceramumphal. Seraphronid, any wasp in the family Seraphonidae. Seraphronins, plural of seraphron. Seraphronoid, any member of the Seraphronoidea superfamily of wasps. SAB-BSA, a particular steroid glycoside. Sauropodon, any dinosaur in the clade Sauropoda. Sauropodons, plural of sauropodon. Cerargyros, a mineral form of silver chloride, AgCl, that is a rare ore of silver, horned silver. Cerargyrites, plural of cerargyrites. Hera, plural of Sarah. Herath, plural of Sarah. Sarazae, bitter melon, Momordica charentia, from which a medicinal tea is made. Sarasa, a white amorphous substance, the insoluble part of cherry gum, metarabbinic acid. Sarasai, alternative form of Saracen. Saracens. Plural of Saracen. Sarasti, plural of Sarast. Sarasts, a very flexible horned serpent in Greek legend, said to have no spine and to hide its head in the sand awaiting prey. Cerastem, any of several plants of the genus Cerastium, such as mouse eared chickweed. Cerastems, plural of Cerastium. Cerastocidin, a protist present in the venom of some snakes. Darasur, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Darava, plural of Saras. Saratal, of or relating to Sarata. Sarat, an unctuous preparation for external application, mainly wax or resin or spermaceti mixed with oil, lard, and various medicinal ingredients, of a consistency between ointment and plaster, so that it can be spread upon cloth without the use of heat, but does not melt when applied to the skin. Serrate, covered with wax. Serrates, plural of serrate. Set, any fish in the family Ceratiae. Satis, plural of Ceratiae. Ceratin, alternative form of keratin. Ceratini, any member of the genus Ceratina of small carpenter bees. Ceratinines, plural of ceratinine. Satioi, any anglerfish of the suborder Satiidae now Agusalioidae. Satioids, plural of Saradioi. Soatai, any emanate of the order Ceratida. Ceratites, plural of ceratide. Ceratidae, relating to or characteristic of the ceratites. Ceratidae, any extinct emanate of the order Ceratida. Ceratididine, related to flies of the tephritid tribe Ceratididini. Ceratidids, plural of ceratidid. Ceratitis, alternative spelling of keratitis. Ceridium, an orchid area compressa. Toretho, Alternative spelling of Corrado. Ceratopsidiaceae, of or relating to the Ceratopsidiaceae. Ceratopotrachid, any frog in the family Ceratopotrachidae. Ceratopotrachids, plural of Ceratopotrachid. Ceratobranchial, relating to the bone or cartilage below the epibranchial in a branchial arch. Ceratobranchials, plural of ceratobranchial. Ceratocanthid, any beetle of the subfamily Ceratocanthini. Ceratoconjunctivitis, alternative form of keratoconjunctivitis. Ceratodont, relating to the ceratodontids. Ceratodontid, any fish in the family Neoceratodontidae until recently known as family Ceratodontidae, Australian lungfish or barramunda. Ceratodontids, plural of ceratodontid. Ceratodontiform, any lungfish of the order Ceratodontiformes. Ceratodontiforms, plural of Ceratodontiform. Ceratoblassus, the posterior part of the hyoglossus. Satoial, relating to the bone or cartilage below the apial and the hyoid arch. Satoial, plural of ceratoial. Ceratoioi, a horny part of the hyoid bone that connects it to the avioid. Ceratoioids, plural of ceratoioi. Ceratoi, having a horn-like shape or structure. Ceratomania, the conversion of phylums into spur-like or sac-like nectarial structures as in raniculaceous plants. Ceratomorph, any odd-toed ungulate of the suborder Ceratomorpha. Ceratomorphs, plural of ceratomorph. Ceratomyxid, any myxozoan of the family Ceratomyxidae. Ceratomyxids, plural of ceratomyxid. Ceratomyxosis, a disease of fish caused by protozoan parasites of the genus Ceratomyxa. Ceratophagy, alternative form of keratophagy. Ceratophore, any lizard of the genus Ceratophora. Ceratophores, plural of ceratophore. Ceratophiid, any horned frog in the family Ceratophiidae. Ceratophiids, plural of ceratophiid. Ceratophryi, any horned frog of the subfamily Ceratophryiinae. Ceratophryians, plural of Ceratophryiang. Ceratophyllaceous, of or relating to the Ceratophyllaceae. Ceratophilid, any flea in the family Ceratophilidae. Ceratophilids, plural of ceratophilid. Ceratophyte, a type of coral polyp, the internal axis of which has the appearance of wood or horn. Ceratophytes, plural of ceratophyte. Ceratopid, alternative form of ceratopsid. Ceratopids, plural of ceratopid. Ceratopogonid, any biting midge in the family Ceratopogonidae. Ceratopogonids, plural of ceratopogonid. Ceratopsian, of or belonging to the Ceratopsia suborder of dinosaurs. Ceratopsians, plural of ceratopsians. Ceratopsid, any member of the family Ceratopsidae of dinosaurs. Ceratopsids, plural of ceratopsid. Ceratopsoi, any marginocephalian dinosaur of the superfamily Ceratopsoidea. Ceratopsoids, plural of ceratopsoi. Ceratosaur, any of many dinosaurs of the infraorder Ceratosauria. Ceratosaurian, of or relating to the dinosaur infraorder Ceratosauria. Ceratosaurians, plural of Ceratosaurian. Ceratosaurid, any dinosaur in the family Ceratosauridae. Ceratosaurids, plural of ceratosaurid. Ceratosaurs, plural of ceratosaur. Ceratos, alternative form of keratos. Ceratostyle, the distal part of an invertebrate antenna. Ceratostyles, plural of ceratostyle. Ceratotoxin, an antibacterial peptide present in fruit flies of genus Ceratitis. Ceratotoxins, plural of ceratotoxin. Ceratotrichia, a collection of keratinous filaments that supports a fish's fin. Ceratoxin, any of a class of peptide toxins present in Ceratophrys calcarata. Ceratoxins, plural of ceratoxin. Ceratrin, an organic compound found in Iceland moss. Ceratrine, alternative form of ceratrin. Ceranae, alternative form of cerainia. Cerania, alternative form of cerainia. Ceronic, alternative form of coronic. Ceronics, the branch of physics that deals with heat and electricity. Serenai, a belemnite. Serenats, plural of serenite. Serrano, thunderbolt, thunder. Lightning. Serenograph, a device for measuring lightning discharges. Serenagraphs, plural of serenograph. Serenomancy, divination by thunder, the use of thunder or lightning to supernaturally gain information. Serenophile, a person who loves thunder or lightning. Serenophiles, plural of serenophile. Serenophone, alternative form of Carinophone. Serenophones, plural of serenophone. Serenoscope, an instrument or apparatus employed in the ancient Greek mysteries to imitate thunder and lightning. Serenoscopes, plural of serenoscope. Serenoscopy. Divination by interpreting thunder and lightning. Initialism of Canada Emergency Response Benefit Income Supplement for self-employed and employees who are those directly affected by the COVID-19 shutdown. Cerbal, a commune of Hunedoara County, Romania. Cerber, a commune and border town in Pyrenees-Orientales Department, Occitania, France. Cerberian, of or relating to, or resembling Cerberus in Greek mythology. Ceruria. Alternative form of Cerberian. Cerberin. A particular cardiac glycoside found in the tree Cerbera odolum. Cereriopsin. A particular steroid glycoside. Cerberoside. A particular cardiac glycoside. Cerbertin. A particular steroid glycoside. Cerberus. The giant three-headed dog who guards the entrance to Hades and one of the many offspring of Echina and Typhon. Cerbone. A surname from Italian. Cerbones. Plural of cerbone. Sir. Plural of cir. Circle. Of or pertaining to the tail. Circumaniang. An extinct primate of the subfamily Circumaniini. Circumanians. Plural of Circumaniang. Tercaria. The parasitic larva of trematodes that infect the final host generally. Cercaria. Plural of Cercaria. Cercario. Relating to or characteristic of Cercariae. Cercarian. Of, like, or relating to Cercariae. Cercarians. Plural of Cercarian. Cercarias. Plural of Cercaria. Cercaricidal. That kills Cercarias. Cercariogenesis. The formation of Cercarias. Cercariamorphy. The measurement of Cercaria typically in rivers and other waters. Cercele. Alternative form of Sarcele. 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 Sarcele. Obsolete spelling of Sarcele. Cercia. A village and commune of Constanta County, Romania. Cercirate. A tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal deep green mineral containing aluminum, barium, chlorine, hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and silicon. Cerfi. Plural of circus. Cercidifallaceous. Of or relating to the Cercidifallaceae. CERCOA. Acronym of Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act. Cerclage. The use of a wire loop to hold fragments of a fractured bone together, or to prevent dilation of the cervix in the case of incompetent cervix. Cerclades. Plural of cerclage. Circle. Obsolete form of circle. Circles. Plural of circle. Cercocystes. A tapeworm cysticercoid larva that develops within the vertebrate host villus rather than in an invertebrate host. Cercomegiste. Any mite in the family Cercomegistidae. Cercomegistids. Plural of Cercomegistid. Cercomer. The caudal appendage of a larval cestor. Cercomere. Alternative form of cercomer. Cercomeres. Plural of circumere. Circumers, plural of circumer. Circumonad, a small flagellate of the order Circumonadidae, widespread in aqueous habitats and common in soils. Circumonadid, any single-celled organism in the family Circumonadidae. Circumonadids, plural of circumonadid. Circumonads, plural of circumonad. Circum. A surname. Circons, plural of circum. Circiped, any insect in the family Circipidae, the froghoppers. Circipeds, plural of circipid. Circipite, misspelling of circipithicoid. Circipithecid, any species of the family Circipithecidae, the Old World monkeys. Circipithecids, plural of circipithecid. Circipithecine, any monkey of the Circipithecine tribe Circipithecini. Circipithecine, any member of the taxonomic subfamily Circipithecini, various Old World baboons, monkeys, and macaques. Circipithecines, plural of Circipithecine. Circipithecines, plural of Circipithecine. Circipithecoi, any species of the superfamily Circipithicoidea, the Old World monkeys. Circipithicoids, plural of Circipithicoid. Circipod, circus. Circipod, plural of circopod. Circopoid, relating to or characteristic of the froghoppers of the superfamily Circopoidea. Circosporami, an antifungal phytotoxin present in fungi of genus Circospora. Circospore, a toxin found in Circospore species. Circospore, misspelling of Circospore. Circosporiosis, a plant disease due to infection by fungi of genus Circospora. Circosporoi, any pathogenic fungus of the former genus Circosporidium, now Mycosarella. Circosporoids, plural of circosporoid. Circotractor, a paraproct of circon mayflies of the genus Betes. Circotractors, plural of circotractor. Circus, waxy. Circozoa, plural of Circozoan. Circozoa, any protist of the phylum Circozoa. Circozoans, plural of circozoan. Circus, a structure on the end of the abdomen of most insects, sometimes long, hair-like sensory organs and sometimes smaller and rigid. Surra, a surname. Surra, a town in the county of La Costura, Valencia. Urbania, a historic region of Catalonia. Cerdas, plural of Cerda. Cerdalassi, a particular steroid glycoside. Sergelatinib, a medication belonging to the class of 6/Janus kinase inhibitors, being developed for treatment of hematological malignancies. There are a fleshy, waxy area at the base of the upper beak in certain birds. Ceria flexibilitas. Waxy flexibility. Cereal, a village in Alberta, Canada. Cereal bar, a snack composed of some form of breakfast cereal that has been compressed into a bar shape and is held together with some form of edible adhesive. Cereal bars, plural of cereal bar. Cereal City, a nickname for the city of Battle Creek, Michigan, United States. Cereal leaf beetle, any beetle of the species Ulama melanopus. Cereal leaf beetles, plural of cereal leaf beetle. Cerealia, a festival in ancient Rome, celebrated on the 10th of April for the grain goddess Ceres. Cerealwan, of or relating to the Cerealia festival. Cerealic, of or relating to Ceres, Roman goddess of agriculture. Cerealwan, a nitrogenous substance closely resembling diastase obtained from bran and possessing the power of converting starch into dextrin, sugar, and lactic acid. Cerealis, a cereal grower. Cerealists, plural of cerealists. Cerealitis, one who practices or studies cerealogy or crop circles. Cerealists, plural of cerealitis. Cerealite, alternative form of cerealogy. Cereals, plural of cereal. Darian, pertaining to Ceres. Darians, plural of Cerian. Cerebration, the act of using the mind, thought. Cerebrations, plural of cerebration. Cerebral, archaic form of cerebellum. Cerebella, plural of cerebellum. Cerebelli, misspelling of cerebellum. Cerebellar, of or pertaining to the cerebellum. Cerebellar arteries, plural of cerebellar artery. Cerebellar artery, any of several branches of the basilar and vertebral arteries that supply the cerebellum. Cerebellar cortex, part of the cerebellum, a structure of the brain in the human nervous system. Cerebellar cortexes, plural of cerebellar cortex. Cerebellar cortices, plural of cerebellar cortex. Cerebellary, pertaining to the cerebellum, cerebellar. Cerebellectomies, plural of cerebellectomy. Cerebellectomize, alternative spelling of cerebellectomized. Cerebellectomize, to perform a cerebellectomy. Cerebellectomize, simple past and past participle of cerebellectomize. Cerebellectomizing, present participle and gerund of cerebellectomize. Cerebellectomy, removal of all or part of the cerebellum. Cerebellic, relating to the cerebellum. Cerebellifugal, directed towards the cerebellum. Cerebellum, a hexadecapeptide that has neuromodulatory functions in the brain. Cerebellins, plural of cerebellin. Cerebellum, directed away from the cerebellum. Cerebellitis, inflammation of the cerebellum. Cerebello, cerebellum. Cerebellocortical, of, pertaining to, or connecting the cerebellum and the cerebral cortex. Cerebellofugal, that project outwards from the cerebellum. Cerebellolental, affecting the cerebellum and the lens of the eye, applied to a form of oligophrenia. Cerebellumdulary, relating to the cerebellum and medulla. Cerebellopontile, relating to the cerebellum and pons. Cerebellopontine, relating to the cerebellum and pons. Cerebelloorbital, relating to or connecting the cerebellum and the red nucleus. Cerebellospinal, relating to or connecting the cerebellum and the spinal cord. Cerebellothalamic, relating to the cerebellum and thalamus. Cerebellothalamocortical, of, pertaining to or connecting the cerebellum, the thalamus, and the cerebral cortex. Cerebellotomies, plural of cerebellotomy. Cerebellotomy, incision especially division of the cerebellum. Cerebellotrigeminal, relating to the cerebellum and the trigeminal nerve. Cerebellus, relating to the cerebellum, cerebellar. Cerebellovestibular, relating to the cerebellar vestibule. Cerebellum, part of the hindbrain in vertebrates. In humans, it lies between the brainstem and the back of the cerebrum and is formed of two lateral lobes and a median lobe. It plays an important role in sensory perception, motor output, balance, and posture. Cerebellums, plural of cerebellum. Cerebrals, plural of cerebral. Cereblin, a protein associated with ubiquitination. Cerebra, plural of cerebrum. Cerebral, of or relating to the brain, cerebrum, or cerebral cortex. Cerebral aqueduct, the channel in the brain which connects the third ventricle to the fourth ventricle. It is surrounded by the periaqueductal gray. Cerebral aqueducts, plural of cerebral aqueduct. Cerebral arteries, plural of cerebral artery. Cerebral artery, any of the arteries supplying the cerebral cortex. Cerebral blood flow, the blood supplied to the brain in a given period of time. Cerebral blood flows, plural of cerebral. Blood flow. Cerebral cortex, the gray, folded, outermost layer of the cerebrum that is responsible for higher brain processes such as sensation, voluntary muscle movement, thought, reasoning, and memory. Cerebral cortexes, plural of cerebral cortex. Cerebral cortices, plural of cerebral cortex. Cerebral edema, an excess accumulation of water in the intra and / or extracellular spaces of the brain. Cerebral edemas, plural of cerebral edema. Cerebral hemisphere, one of the two regions of the brain that are delineated by the body's median plane. Cerebral hemispheres, plural of cerebral hemisphere. Cerebral hemorrhage, a heavy release of blood within the brain, condition in which ruptured blood vessel cause bleeding inside the brain. Cerebral hemorrhages, plural of cerebral hemorrhage. Cerebral localization. Alternative spelling of cerebral localization. Cerebral localization. Plural of cerebral localization. Cerebral localization, the localization of the control of special functions as of sight or of the various movements of the body in special regions of the brain. Cerebral localizations, plural of cerebral localization. Cerebral oximetry, a non-invasive method of measuring oxygen metabolism in the brain. Cerebral palsy, having cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsies, plural of cerebral palsy. Cerebral palsy, a group of non-progressive, non-contagious conditions caused by brain damage before birth or during infancy, characterized by impairment of muscular coordination. Cerebral salt wasting syndrome, a rare endocrine condition involving low blood sodium concentration and dehydration in response to injury or the presence of tumors in or around the brain. Cerebralize, to make a mental picture or map of something. Cerebralize, simple past and past participle of cerebralize. Cerebralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of cerebralize. Cerebralizing, present participle and gerund of cerebralize. Cerebralism, the doctrine that non-physical phenomena are functions or products of the brain only. Cerebralisms, plural of cerebralism. Cerebralist, one who accepts cerebralism. Cerebralists, plural of cerebralists. Cerebralization, the process or result of cerebralizing. Cerebralizations, plural of cerebralization. Cerebralize, to make a mental picture or map of. Cerebralize, simple past and past participle of cerebralize. Cerebralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of cerebralize. Cerebralizing, present participle and gerund of cerebralize. Cerebrally, in a cerebral way. Intellectually. Cerebrally challenged, of low intelligence. Stupid. Cerebrate, to think or cogitate, especially so as to make inferences or decisions or to solve problems. Cerebrated, simple past and past participle of cerebrate. Cerebrates, third person singular simple present indicative of cerebrate. Cerebrating, present participle and gerund of cerebrate. Cerebration, the act of cerebrating, reflection, thinking, thought. Cerebrational, relating to cerebration. Cerebrations, plural of cerebration. Cerebral, of pertaining to or derived from the brain. Cerebral. Cerebric acid. Cerebrine. Cerebricity, Brain power, the faculty of intelligence. Cerebriform, resembling the outer surface of the brain. Cerebriform, in a cerebriform manner. Cerebrifugal, applied to those nerve fibers which go from the brain to the spinal cord and so transfer cerebral impulses, centrifugal impressions outwards. Diurerin, a non-phosphorized nitrogenous substance obtained from brain and nerve tissue by extraction with boiling alcohol. It is uncertain whether it exists as such in nerve tissue or is a product of the decomposition of some more complex substance. Cerebrectal, going from the spinal cord to the brain so as to transfer sensations, centripetal impressions from the exterior inwards. Cerebratides, plural of cerebritis. Cerebritis, inflammation of the cerebrum. Cerebro, durero. Cerebroforin, cavity material towards the cerebrum. Cerebroarterial, relating to cerebral arteries. Cerebrotrophic, involving atrophy of the cerebrum, applied to Rett syndrome. Cerebrobuccal, relating to the brain and the cheek. Cerebrocapillary, relating to cerebral capillaries. Cerebrocardiac, relating to the brain and heart. Cerebrocardiovascular, relating to the cerebrum and the cardiovascular system. Cerebrocerebellar, relating to the cerebrum and the cerebellum. Cerebrocerebellum, the lateral part of the cerebellum. Cerebrocirculation, the circulation of blood within the brain. Cerebrocirculatory, relating to the circulatory system of the brain. Cerebrocortex, cerebral cortex. Cerebrocortical, of or pertaining to the cerebral cortex. Cerebrocortices, plural of cerebrocortex. Cerebrocostomandibular, relating to the brain, ribs, and mandible. Cerebrocranial, relating to the cerebrum and the cranium. Cerebrocuprine, synonym of erythrocoprine. Cerebroelectrical, relating to electrical activity in the cerebrum. Cerebroencephalitis, cerebral encephalitis. Cerebrofaciarticular, of or relating to the cerebrum, face, and joints, applied to a particular form of Paschen syndrome. Cerebrofaciarticular, involving the cerebrum, face, and thorax. Cerebrofugal, carrying material away from the cerebrum. Cerebrogenic, caused by activity in the cerebral cortex. Cerebrography, imaging of the brain. Cerebrohepatorenal, pertaining to the brain, liver, and kidneys, applied to Zellweger syndrome. Cerebrohepatorenal syndrome, Zellweger syndrome. Cerebroi, resembling or analogous to the cerebrum or brain. Cerebroids, plural of cerebroid. Cerebral, an oily reddish fluid found in brain tissue. Cerebrology, neurology, the science of the brain. Cerebralisin, a preparation of peptides as a treatment for dementia. Cerebroma, synonym of encephaloma. Cerebromalacia, abnormal softening of cerebral parenchymal tissue, often secondary to an ischemic event. Cerebromas, plural of cerebroma. Cerebrum duller, synonym of cerebrum dullare. Cerebrum dullare, relating to the cerebrum and medulla. Cerebrum dullare cistern, cisterna magna. Cerebrum dullare cisterns, plural of cerebrum dullare cistern. Cerebromeningeo, relating to the cerebral cortex and the meninges. Cerebromeningitis, synonym of meningoencephalitis. Cerebrometabolic, relating to metabolism within the brain. Cerebromicroembolism, a microembolism in the brain. Cerebromicroembolisms, plural of cerebromicroembolism. Cerebromicrovascular, relating to small blood vessels in the brain. Urrea, synonym of phenicin. Cerebronic, related to cerebronic acid or its derivatives. Cerebronic acid, the hydroxyacid 2 or 2-hydroxytetracosanoic acid derived from sphingomyelin. Cerebrocalophaseoskeletal, cerebral and oculophaseoskeletal. Cerebropathia, synonym of encephalopathy. Cerebropathias, plural of cerebropathia. Cerebropathy, a hypochondriacal condition verging upon insanity, occurring in those whose brains have been unduly taxed. Cerebropal, relating to the cerebrum and the foot. Cerebroperfusion, cerebral perfusion. Cerebroptal, directed towards the brain. Cerebrophagy, synonym of encephalophagy. Cerebrophysiology, the study of the brain, focusing on its structure and functions. Cerebroplacental, relating to the fetal cerebral and placental/umbilical arteries. Cerebroplural, both cerebral and plural. Cerebroprotectant, a substance that offers cerebroprotection. Cerebroprotectants, plural of cerebroprotectant. Cerebroprotection, protection against strokes and similar problems. Cerebroprotective, relating to cerebroprotection. Cerebroprotein, the protein content of brain tissue. Cerebrorenal, relating to the brain and the kidneys. Cerebroretinal, relating to the cerebrum and the retina. Cerebrosclerosis, hardening of the substance of the cerebrum. Cerebroscopy, examination of the brain for the diagnosis of disease, especially by examining the interior of the eye as with an ophthalmoscope. Cerebrose, a sugar-like body obtained by the decomposition of the nitrogenous non-phosphorized principles of the brain. Cerebrosidase, glycosylceramidase. Cerebrosidases, plural of cerebrosidase. Cerebrosi, any of several glycosphingolipids found in the membranes of muscle and nervous tissue. Cerebrosides, plural of cerebrosi. Cerebrosidosis, Lipidosis involving cerebrosides. Cerebrospinal, of or pertaining to brain or spine, particularly the spinal cord. Cerebrospinal axis, the brain and the spinal cord. Cerebrospinal fluid, a clear bodily fluid in the form of a very pure saline solution with microglia that occupies the subarachnoid space in the brain between the skull and the cerebral cortex, and which acts as a cushion or buffer for the cortex. Cerebrospinal fluids, plural of cerebrospinal fluid. Cerebrospinal meningitis, meningitis. Cerebrosplanchnic, both cerebral and splanchnic. Erythrosterol, the sterol 24-hydroxycholesterol that is found in larger than normal amounts in the brain and spinal cord of people with Alzheimer's disease. Cerebroctal, relating to the cerebrum and the tectum. Cerebrotendinous, describing a form of xanthomatosis in which cholestanol is deposited in the brain. Cerebrotendinous, alternative form of cerebrotendinous. Cerebrotomies, plural of cerebrotomy. Cerebrotomy, incision into the brain. Cerebrotonia, in the somatotype theories of William Herbert Sheldon, an intellectual personality type characterized by emotional restraint and alertness correlated with the ectomorph body type. Cerebrotonias, plural of cerebrotonia. Cerebrotonic, designating a personality type characterized as intellectual, introverted, and emotionally restrained. Cerebrotonics, plural of cerebrotonic. Cerebrati, a specific type of brain shared by animals that have similar behavior. Cerebrotypes, plural of cerebrotype. Iris, synonym of cerebral. Cerebrovascular, relating to the blood vessels that run to or from the brain. Cerebrovascular accident, stroke, loss of brain function arising when the blood supply to the brain is suddenly interrupted. Cerebrovascular accidents, plural of cerebrovascular accident. Cerebrovascularly, in a cerebrovascular manner. Cerebrovasculature, cerebral vasculature. Cerebrovasculatures, plural of cerebrovasculature. Cerebrovasculogenesis, cerebral vasculogenesis. Cerebrovasculopathy, cerebral vasculopathy. Cerebrovasodilating, that causes cerebrovasodilation. Cerebrovasodilation, vasodilation of the blood vessels of the cerebrum. Cerebrovasodilatory, relating to or causing cerebrovasodilation. Vasospasm, cerebral vasospasm. Cerebrovenous, relating to a cerebral venous sinus. Cerebroventricle, cerebral ventricle. Cerebroventricles, plural of cerebroventricle. Cerebroventricular, of or pertaining to the ventricles of the brain. Cerebroventricularly, in a cerebroventricular manner. Cerebrovisceral, both cerebral and visceral. Duriro, the principal and most interior part of the brain in vertebrates, which is located in the front area of the skull and divided into two hemispheres, left and right, separated by a fissure. In humans, it is the largest part of the brain and is responsible for the integration of complex sensory functions and the initiation and coordination of voluntary activity and the higher mental functions such as consciousness, thought, reason, emotion, and memory. Cerebrums, plural of cerebrum. Eres, a surname from Spanish. Ceraceres, plural of ceraceres. Ceracloth, cloth coated with wax so that it is waterproof, used for covering the dead. Ceraclothed, covered in a ceracloth. Ceracloths, plural of ceracloth. Sir, simple past and past participle of Seer. Ceredigion, a county of Wales formerly known as Cardiganshire. The county town is Aberyron. Cerredo, an unincorporated community in Kentucky. Cerecidin, a Ledybiatic peasant in the Extramafel Basilisarius. Cerecidins, plural of ceracidin. Cerian, adjectivum of bacteria and spiders by various strains of the bacterium Basilisarius. Arians, plural of serine. Teras, without a seer. Ceraret, a burial shroud or garment. Ceraments, plural of cerament. Ceramide, an aniculated sphingoid. Ceramides, plural of ceremony. Ceremonial, of, relating to, consisting of, or used in a ceremony. Ceremonial counties, plural of ceremonial county. Ceremonial county, a definitive geographic region, not generally having direct administrative functions, but having an appointed Lord Lieutenant, similar to a traditional county. Ceremonial first pitch, a ceremony that signals the start of a baseball. Just before the game starts, a guest acts as the pitcher and throws the ball to the catcher. Ceremonialize, alternative spelling of ceremonialize. Ceremonialize, simple past and past participle of ceremonialize. Ceremonializes, third person singular simple present indicative of ceremonialize. Ceremonialize. Present participle and gerund of ceremonialize. Ceremonialism, a fondness for ceremony, especially in religion, ritualism. Ceremonialisms, plural of ceremonialism. Ceremonialist, a person who is fond of ceremonial in religion. Ceremonialists, plural of ceremonialists. Ceremonialize, to celebrate in a ceremonial way. Ceremonial, obsolete spelling of ceremonial. Ceremonially, in a ceremonial manner. Ceremonialness, the state or quality of being ceremonial. Ceremonials, plural of ceremonial. Ceremonies, plural of ceremony. Ceremonious, without ceremony. Ceremonious, according to the required or usual ceremonies, formalities, or rituals, specifically Christianity, obsolete to ceremonial laws in the Bible. Ceremoniously, in a ceremonious manner. Ceremoniousness, the state of being ceremonious. Ceremony, a ritual with religious or cultural significance. Cherenkov effect, the emission of light Cherenkov radiation that occurs when a charged particle passes through an insulator at a speed greater than the speed of light in that medium, the characteristic blue glow from a nuclear reactor. Cherenkov effects, plural of Cherenkov effect. Cherenkov radiation, light emitted by the Cherenkov effect. Sciologist, someone who studies crop circles, especially one who believes that they are not man-made or formed by other terrestrial processes. Sciologists, plural of sciologists. Sciology, the investigation or practice of creating crop circles. Sciolase, a hemolytic toxin produced by the bacterium Bacillus cereus. Ceriopsis, any large goose of the genus Ceriopsis. Therius, waxen, waxy, like wax. Cereria, alternative form of Cererian. Cererians, plural of Cererian. Teruna, of or relating to the Roman goddess Ceres. Terunas, plural of Cererian. Cereria, archaic form of cerium metallic element. Aries, the Roman goddess of agriculture, equivalent to the Greek goddess Demeter. Theria, of or relating to the Roman goddess Ceres. Saracen, a refined form of ozotrite that is used in polishes and to make candles. Saraceni, alternative form of Saracen. Saracens, plural of Saraceni. Saracens, plural of Saracens. Saracen. Ceruli, a cytotoxic dodecade peptide produced by Bacillus cereus. Cereus, any of the genus Cereus, either as currently or formerly defined, of plants of the cactus family, natives to the Americas, from California to Chile. Erices, plural of Cereus. Cerevus, a small cap with no peak, worn by members of German student corps. Cerevises, plural of Cerevis. Cerevisiae, the species Saccharomyces cerevisiae or brewer's yeast. Duriado, a surname from Spanish. Durias, plural of cerezo. Surf, a surname from French. Surf, plural of serve. Sergau, a commune of Alba County, Romania. Sir, obsolete form of Sears. Surges, plural of surge. Sergituzumab, a synthetic monoclonal antibody. Tari, a unisex given name from Welsh. Tua, the compound cerium Roman 4 oxide. Tua, containing tetravalent cerium. Ceriate, a rare oxide mineral belonging to uraninite group. Cerium herian. Any member of the Ceriantharia. Ceriantharians. Plural of Ceriantharian. Cerianthe. Any tubular anemone of the family Cerianthae. Cerianthids. Plural of Cerianthe. Therias. Plural of Ceria. Ceade. Metaphor, the addition of cerium. Ceriation. The addition of cerium especially to a metal catalyst. Cerif. Containing cerium with valence 4. Ceric ammonium nitrate. An inorganic compound with the formula NHCNO. Cericalmine. A serotonin agonist. Ceruan. A female given name from Welsh of Welsh origin. Cerevoans. Plural of ceridwan. Cariferous. Containing or producing cerium. Ceriform. Ceroid. Derba. A large, herbaceous vine of species Monstera deliciosa, native to Mexico, but grown throughout the tropics for its edible fruit, and also grown indoors as an ornamental under the name of Swiss cheese plant. Ceramens. Plural of ceramen. Cerometric. Of or relating to cerometry. Cerometry. A form of redox titration involving cerium salts. Cere. Via wax. Darian. Dated form of sarin. Darians. Plural of serine. Suring. Present participle and gerund of ser. Serino. A surname. Serinos. Plural of serino. Therins. Plural of serin. Cera. Any member of the genus Cerinth of vascular plants in the family Boraginaceae. Cereus. Plural of cerin. Cerinthian. One of an ancient religious sect that attempted to unite the doctrines of Christ with the opinions of the Jews and Gnostics. Cerinthians. Plural of Cerinthian. Cirio. A surname from Italian. Cirio. Packed so tight that individual walls are compressed into polygons. Ceriane. Any snail in the family Cerianidae. Cerianids. Plural of Ceriane. Ceriapure aclara. A basic fluoride mineral similar to pyrochlora but containing cerium. Ceriapure aclaras. Plural of Ceriapure aclara. Cerios. Plural of cerio. Serif. Archaic form of serif. Ceros. Plural of serif. Seriporic acid. A dicarboxylic acid derivative of itaconic acid produced by the white rot fungus Seriporiopsis subvermispora. One example has EUPAC name 3R2-methylidene 3-tetraidsilbutanioic acid. Seriporic acids. Plural of seriporic acid. Eris. Plural of seri. Eris. A female given name from French. Erides. Plural of cerise. Soad. A hydrosilicate of cerium, and other metals. Ceratolid. Any of the family Ceratolidae of extinct sea snails. Ceratolids. Plural of ceratolid. Cerats. Plural of cerite. Say. Any gastropod in the family Cerathiidae. Sayes. Plural of Cerathiid. Saioid. Relating to or characteristic of Cerathioideans gastropods of the superfamily Cerathioidea. Saioidean. Any gastropod of the superfamily Cerathioidea. Saioideans. Plural of Cerathioidean. Ceratopsid. Any sea snail in the family Cerathiopsidae. Ceratopsids. Plural of Cerathiopsid. Serotinol. A particular drug for the treatment of lung cancer. Tuta. A chemical element symbol C with an atomic number of 58, a very soft, ductile, silvery, white metal that tarnishes when exposed to air. Ceres. Plural of cerium. Cerevastatin. A synthetic statin formerly used to lower cholesterol and prevent cardiovascular disease, later withdrawn due to the risk of rhabdomyolysis. Srdnica. A town in Karst, Slovenia. Srgmo. A small town in the littoral region of Slovenia. Cerlacei. A particular steroid glycoside. Serloponase. A peptidase that acts on tripeptides. Serloponase alpha, an enzyme replacement treatment for Batten disease. Serloponases, plural of serloponase. Cermak, a surname from Czech. Cermax, plural of cermak. Cermet, a composite material composed of ceramic and metal materials used in such applications as industrial saws and turbine blades. Cermets, plural of cermet. Shermanero, a surname. Sir, European Council for Nuclear Research. CERTA, a municipality of Croatia. Cernas, plural of Cerna. Certa, a commune and village in Covasna County, Romania. Cermesti, a commune of Buzău County, Romania. Sur, a minor river in Dorset, England. Which joins the River Frome at Dorchester. Cerne Abbas, a village and civil parish served by Cerne Valley Parish Council in Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District OS Grid Ref SD 6601. Cernesti, a village in Tădăireni, Botoșani County, Romania. Cermica, a village and commune of Ilfov County, Romania. Cermeglia, a surname from Italian. Cerneglias, plural of Cerniglia. Cerbe, a municipality of Croatia. Cerdașoara, a commune of Valsia County, Romania. Chernovir, a former village, nowadays an area of the city of Alam. Malk, Czech Republic. Cernunnos, a deity usually depicted as a man with antlers associated with stags, horned serpents, doves, and bulls. Cernuus, inclining or nodding downward, pendulous, drooping, said of a bud, flower, or fruit, or the capsule of a moss. Cerny, a surname from Czech. Cernii, a cadmium analog of stannite with chemical formula Cu2CdSnS4. Cernes, plural of cerni. 0. A large scombroid food fish Scomaromorus regalis found chiefly in the West Indies. 0. West. 0. Containing trivalent cerium. Sarah, a style of dance which combines salsa with jive and rock and roll. Saracoxid, any scale insect in the family Saracoccidae. Saracoccids, plural of Saracoxid. Ceros, plural of cero. Serapher, a holder for a wax taper. Seraphrères, plural of seraphrary. Seraphrary, a candle holder. Especially for a large church candle. Seraphers, plural of serapher. Serograph, a writing on wax. Serographic, of or relating to serography. Serographical, synonym of serographic. Serographies, plural of serography. Serographus, a person who carries out serography. Serographists, plural of serographus. Serographs, plural of serograph. Serography, the art of making characters or designs in or with wax. Ceroi, a polymeric pigmented material composed of oxidized lipids and protein. Ceroidosis, any disease that is characterized by the presence of ceroids. Ceroids, plural of ceroi. Ceroline, a wax obtained from beeswax by extracting with hot alcohol. Cerolines, plural of ceroline. Cerolite, alternative form of kerolite. Aroma, a mixture of oil and wax. Ceromancy, divination by pouring melted wax into water and interpreting the bubbles formed. Ceromata, plural of seroma. Terra, a surname. Terra, a surname. Erons, plural of seron. Derons, plural of seron. A bale or package covered or bound with hide. Erins, plural of seroon. Seraphidid, any beetle in the family Seraphididae. Seraphidids, plural of seraphid. Seraplastic, modeled in wax. Seraplastic acid, the long chain unbranched saturated fatty acid having 35 carbon atoms. Seraplastics, the art of modeling in wax. Seraplasty, seraplastics, the art of modeling in wax. Ceros, plural of cero. Saracen, a waxy substance obtained from the bark of the sugar cane. Saracai, alternative form of Saracen. Tavat, obsolete form of cerate. Ceratine, a white waxy solid obtained from Chinese wax and by the distillation of ceratin. Serotines, plural of serotine. Derivative of or pertaining to cerotic acid or its derivatives. Cerotic acid, a very long-chain saturated fatty acid CHQ found in beeswax and canola wax. Ceratin, a white crystalline substance CH.O obtained from Chinese wax and regarded as an alcohol of the marsh gas series, cerotic alcohol, ceryl alcohol. Serotinic, synonym of cerotic. Serotinic acid, synonym of cerotic acid. Cerotype, a printing process of engraving on a surface of wax spread on a steel plate for electrotyping. Cerotypes, plural of cerotype. Eris, containing cerium with valence 3. Cerovolj, a municipality of Croatia. Ceraxoid, belonging or relating to the palms of the subfamily Ceraxilidae. Cerqueira, a surname from Portuguese. Cerqueiras, plural of Cerqueira. Tawa, a surname. Cerrado, alternative letter case form of Cerrado. Cerrados, plural of Cerrado. Eris, plural of Serra. Cerrado, a surname. Cerrados, plural of Cerrado. Cerrelation, misspelling of correlation. Sale, of or relating to the turkey oak. Serre, misspelling of Serrick. Serricinwan, a village in Anglesey, Wales. Cerillo, a surname. Cerillos, plural of Cerillo. Cerrido, a surname. Cerritos, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. So, a surname. Cerro Bolivar, a mountain in the state of Bolivar, Venezuela, famously rich in iron ore. Cerro de Pasco, a city in central Peru at the top of the Andean Mountains. Cerro de Punta, the highest peak in Puerto Rico, part of the Cordillera Central. Cerro Gordo, a village in Piatt County, Illinois, United States. Cerro Gordo County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Mason City. Cerro Punta, alternative form of Cerro de Punta. Cerro Bend, a eutectic alloy of bismuth, lead, tin, and cadmium which has a low melting point. Terra, a surname from Spanish. Terra, a surname from Italian. Herons, plural low melting point. Terra, a surname from Spanish. Terra, a surname from Italian. Herons, plural of Ceron. Terras, plural of Cerro. Ceruloplasmin. Misspelling of ceruloplasmin. Cer. Plural of cer. Certificate. A mispronunciation of certificate. Cer. Acronym of Computer Emergency Response Team. Cer. Alternative form of cert. Darth. Abbreviation of certify. Serva. A surname. Certa. A surname. Certain as death and taxes. Synonym of sure as death and taxes. Certain as death or taxes. Synonym of sure as death and taxes. Certain event. An event that contains all of the possible outcomes and thus is known a priori to be certain to occur. Certain events. Plural of certain event. Certain person. In relation to a specific action, a person who is a member of a specific class for whom the action constitutes a crime. Typically, the action is possession of a weapon and the class is convicted felons. Certain persons. Plural of certain person. Certa. Obsolete spelling of certain. Certimer. Comparative form of certain, more certain. Certest. Superlative form of certain, most certain. Certainties. Plural of certainty. Certainty. Synonym of certainty. Certainlier. Comparative form of certainly, more certainly. Certainliest. Superlative form of certainly, most certainly. Certainly. In a way which is certain, with certainty. Certainess. The state or quality of being certain. Certains. Plural of certain. Certainties. Plural of certainty. Certainty. The state of being certain. Certain the equivalent. The guaranteed amount of money that an investor regards as equally desirable as a risky asset. Certain the equivalent. Plural of certain the equivalent. Certaldes. The Italian writer Giovanni Boccaccio 1313 1000 375, born in the town of Certaldo. Certimen, a team competition in which contestants answer questions about classical history, culture, and mythology, and the Latin language. Certation, contention, strife. Certe, archaic spelling of certain. Certainly, obsolete spelling of certainly. Certain, archaic spelling of certain. Certainly, obsolete form of certainly. Certijudis, Sas, a commune and village in Hunedoara County, Romania. Erx, certainly, indeed. Certi, abbreviation of Certificate of Higher Education. Cerhe, alternative form of certhia. Cereds, plural of certh. Certi, any bird in the family Certhiidae, the creepers. Certids, plural of certhia. Certi, fashionable, cool. Certi, certainly, indeed. Certifiability. The quality of being certifiable. Certifiable. That can or must be certified. Certifiableness. The quality of being certifiable, able to be certified. Certifiables. Plural of certifiable. Certifiably. With the potential for certification. Certificant. One who is professionally or academically certified. One who has received a certification. Certificants. Plural of certificant. Certificate. A document containing a certified statement. Certificate authorities. Plural of certificate authority. Certificate authority. An organization that issues digital certificates for use by other parties. Certificate of authenticity. A seal on paper appended to a specific artwork which is made to demonstrate that the item is authentic. Certificate of clean criminal record. Synonym of certificate of conduct. Certificate of conduct. An official document issued by a police department or relevant government agency that certifies that an individual has no criminal record or gives details any criminal offenses that may exist. Certificate of criminal record. Synonym of certificate of conduct. Certificate of deposit. A type of bank account representing a time deposit which is insured with a specific fixed term and, usually, a fixed interest rate. Certificate of good conduct. Synonym of certificate of conduct. Certificate of need. A legal document issued by a federal or state regulatory agency with authority over an area which affirms that a proposed acquisition, expansion, or creation of a facility falling under that authority is required to fulfill the needs of a community. Certificate of no criminal conviction. Synonym of certificate of conduct. Certificated. Simple past and past participle of certificate. Certificateless. Without a certificate. Certificatelessness. Absence of a certificate. Certificates. Plural of certificate. Certificates of clean criminal record. Plural of certificate of clean criminal record. Certificates of conduct. Plural of certificate of conduct. Certificates of criminal record. Plural of certificate of criminal record. Certificates of deposit. Plural of certificate of deposit. Certificate of need. Plural of certificate of need. Certificates of no criminal conviction. Plural of certificate of no criminal conviction. Certificating. Present participle and gerund of certificate. Certification. The act of certifying. Certification engineer. A trained professional who provides certification expertise within an integrated design process, thereby ensuring the final design is fully compliant with certification requirements. Certification engineers. Plural of certification engineer. Certifications. Plural of certification. Certificative. That certifies. Certificator. One who certificates. Certificatories. Plural of certificatory. Certificators. Plural of certificator. Certificatory. Serving to certify something. Certify. Simple past and past participle of certify. Certified accountant. A qualified accountant with an official statutory title. Certified accountant. Plural of certified accountant. Certified check. A check for which the bank verifies that sufficient funds exist in the account to cover the check, and so certifies at the time the check is written. Certified checks. Plural of certified check. Certified copies. Plural of certified copy. Certified copy. A copy, often a photocopy, of a primary document containing an endorsement or certificate confirming it is a true copy of the primary document. Certified mail. First-class mail that provides the sender a proof of mailing and a delivery receipt. Certified nursing assistant. Synonym of nursing assistant. Certified nursing assistants. Plural of certified nursing assistant. Certified public accountant. An accountant who has met certain legal requirements to provide certain accounting services. Certified public accountants. Plural of certified public accountant. Certified safety professional. A person accredited by the American Board of Safety Professionals, the Certification Board for Safety Professionals in the United States, and designated by the letters CSB after his or her name. Certified safety professionals. Plural of certified safety professional. Certifier. A person or entity that provides certification. Certifiers. Plural of certifier. Certifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of certify. Certify. To attest to a fact as the truth. Certifying. Present participle and gerund of certify. Certifyings. Plural of certifying. Certiorari. A grant of the right of an appeal to be heard by an appellate court where that court has discretion to choose which appeals it will hear. Certioraris. Plural of certiorari. Certitude. Sureness, certainty. Certitudes. Plural of certitude. Certitudinal. Of or pertaining to certitude. Certitudinous. Characterized by certitude. Soto. A surname from Italian. Certobranchio. Misspelling of certobranchial. Certolizumab. A particular monoclonal antibody used in the treatment of Crohn's disease. Certin-artoside. A particular steroid glycoside. Certoparin. A low molecular weight heparin used to prevent deep vein thrombosis. Certos. Plural of certo. Certosena. A decorative technique similar to marquetry, much used in the Italian Renaissance period. Certosino. Alternative form of certosina. Centroidal. Misspelling of centroidal. Plural of cert. Dars. Plural of cert. Certworthiness. The quality of where you get it, certiorari. Certworthy. Were you being dreaded a bit of certiorari? Certi. Alternative form of certi. Cerubacanti. A commune of Alba County, Romania. Terol. Perulian. a greenish-blue color. Cerulean blue, a greenish-blue pigment/color. Cerulean blues, plural of cerulean blue. Ceruleans, plural of cerulean. Cerulean, ceruleti, cerulines, plural of cerulean. Cerulenin, antifungal antibiotic. It inhibits fatty acid and steroid biosynthesis. Cerulean cortical, relating to the locus coeruleus and the cerebral cortex. Ceruleus, cerulean, of a deep, rich blue color. Cerulescens, the act of becoming blue, bluing. Cerulescent, having a light blue color. Ceruleti, an oligopeptide that stimulates smooth muscle and increases digestive secretions. Cerulea, a greenish-blue pigment consisting essentially of cobalt stannate. Cerule, a surname from Italian. Ceruleus, plural of cerule. Dorello, a surname from Italian. Dorellos, plural of Dorello. Ceruloplasmin, a blue metalloprotein that contains copper. It acts as a ferroxidase in association with transferrin. Ceruloplasmins, plural of ceruloplasmin. Cerulospinal, alternative form of coeruleus spinal. Cerumen, Irax. Cerumenolysis, the process of softening cerumen irax for removal. Cerumenolytic, a chemical that softens or removes cerumen irax. Cerumenolytics, plural of cerumenolytic. Cerumens, plural of cerumen. Eruminal, relating to cerumen. Cerumenolytic, that softens cerumen irax. Ceruminoma, a ceruminous adenoma. Ceruminomas, plural of ceruminoma. Ceruminoma, plural of ceruminoma. Ceruminosis, excessive secretion or buildup of cerumen irax. Eruminous, having to do with cerumen irax. Paris, synonym of white lead, a hydrate of lead mixed with carbonate, particularly as used to whiten skin or in early medicine. Paris, washed with a preparation of white lead as a cosmetic treatment. Erices, plural of cerers. Cerussite, alternative form of cerussite. Cerussites, plural of cerussite. Cerussite, a mineral form of lead carbonate, PbCO3, that is an ore of lead. Cerussites, plural of cerussite. Ceruti, a surname from Italian. Cer, a surname. Cervandani, a rare arseniosilicate mineral. Cervandonites, plural of cervandonite. Cervantean, of or relating to the author Cervantes. Cervantes, a municipality of Os Ancares, Lugo, Galicia, Spain. Cervantes, of or relating to Miguel de Cervantes or his literary works. Cervantes, a surname. Cervanteses, plural of Cervantes. Derivation, of or relating to the author Cervantes. Cervantine, of or relating to Miguel de Cervantes or his literary works. Cervantes, one who studies the works of Miguel de Cervantes 1547-1616, Spanish writer. Cervantes, plural of Cervantes. Cervantine, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing antimony and oxygen. Cervelas, alternative form of cervelat. Cervelat, a Swiss smoked sausage made with pork or beef. Cervelats, plural of cervelat. Cervelat, alternative form of cervelier. Cervelier, alternative form of cervelier. Cerveliers, plural of cervelier. Cerveliers, plural of cervelier. Cerulate, an isometric mineral containing silver, sulfur, and tellurium. Cervelier, a metal skullcap. Cerveliers, plural of cervelier. Cervenka, a surname from Czech. Cervenka syndrome, synonym of Cohen syndrome. Cervenkas, plural of cervenka. Cerveny, a surname from Czech. Cervantes, plural of Cerveny. Cervera, the capital city of Aceti of Sega, Catalonia. Cerri, a surname from Italian. Cervical, of or pertaining to the neck. Cervical arteries, plural of cervical artery. Cervical artery, any of the three arteries supplying the neck. Cervical canal, a spindle-shaped, flattened canal of the cervix, the neck of the uterus, communicating with the uterine cavity and the vagina. Cervical canals, plural of cervical canal. Cervical cancer, a type of cancer of the cervix of the uterus which can afflict some female mammals, including humans. The term usually does not refer to cancer of the neck or other parts of the anatomy which use the term cervix. Cervical cancers, plural of cervical cancer. Cervical cap, a small latex or silicone contraceptive device that fits over the cervix and stays in place either by suction or by surface viscosity. Cervical caps, plural of cervical cap. Cervical collar, a neck brace. Cervical collars, plural of cervical collar. Cervical conization, an excision of a cone-shaped sample of tissue from the mucous membrane of the cervix. Cervical conizations, plural of cervical conization. Cervical enamel, a projection of tooth enamel on the cervical region of a tooth. Cervical ganglia, plural of cervical ganglion. Cervical ganglion, any of three sympathetic ganglia on each side of the neck. Cervical nerve, one of the spinal nerves of the cervical region, of which there are 8 on each side in most mammals, including humans. Cervical nerves, plural of cervical nerve. Cervical plexus, a plexus formed by the anterior divisions of the 4 upper cervical nerves. Cervical plexuses, plural of cervical plexus. Cervical smear, a screening test to detect precancerous and cancerous cells by taking a sample smear of cells from the cervix. Cervical smears, plural of cervical smear. Cervical spine, the 5 vertebrae below the skull that protect the spinal cord. Cervical spines, plural of cervical spine. Cervical vertebra, any of the 7 vertebrae of the neck. Cervical vertebrae, plural of cervical vertebra. Cervical vertebrae, plural of cervical vertebra. Cervicalgia, neck pain. Cervicalize, to modify the vertebra in order to form the neck of an animal. Cervicalized. Cervicalgia, neck pain. Cervicalize, to modify the vertebra in order to form the neck of an animal. Cervicalized, simple past and past participle of cervicalize. Cervically, by means of the cervix. Cervicals, plural of cervical. Cervicectomy, surgical removal of the cervix. Cervices, plural of cervix. Cervices uteri, plural of cervix uteri. Cervices uterorum, plural of cervix uteri. Cervici, of or relating to the neck or cervical vertebrae. Cervicicardiac, relating to the neck and the heart. Cervici, the killing of deer. Cervicites, plural of cervicitis. Cervicidides, plural of cervicitis. Cervicitis. Inflammation of the cervix. Cervico, of or relating to the cervix. Cervicopical, relating to the apex of the neck of a structure. Cervicoidal, relating to the neck and the ear or auditory canal. Cervicoxillary, related to the cervical vertebrae and the axilla. Cervicobasilar, relating to the neck and the base of the skull. Cervicobrachial, relating to the neck and the arm. Cervicobrachialgia, pain in the neck radiating to the arm due to compression of nerve roots of the cervical spinal cord. Cervicobrygmatic, relating to the anterior fontanelle and the junction of the neck with the floor of the mouth. Cervicobuccal, relating to the neck and the cheek. Cervicobulbar, relating to the cervix and the medulla oblongata. Cervicoccipital, relating to the cervix and capitulum. Cervicocarcinoma, synonym of cervical cancer. Cervicocardiac, relating to the neck and the heart. Cervicocephalic, relating to the neck and head. Cervicocerebral, of or pertaining to the cervical region and the cerebral region broadly, the neck and brain. Cervicocolic, relating to the neck and the proprioceptors of the cervical spine. Cervicocranial, relating to the neck and the cranium. Cervicodiaphragm, relating to the neck and the back. Cervicodorsals, plural of cervicodorsal. Cervicadenia, pain in the neck. Cervicoenamel, cervical enamel. Cervicesophageal of cervicodorsal. Cervicadenia, pain in the neck. Cervicoenamel, cervical enamel. Cervicesophageal, relating to the cervix and esophagus. Cervicofacial, relating to the neck and face. Cervicofacial, misspelling of cervicofacial. Cervicogenic, arising from the neck. Cervicogram, synonym of cervicograph. Cervicograms, plural of cervicogram. Cervicograph, a graphical record made by cervicography. Cervicographic, relating to cervicography or a cervicograph. Cervicographs, plural of cervicograph. Cervicography, a diagnostic medical procedure in which pictures are taken of the dilation of the cervix in the early stages of labor. Cervicohumeral, relating to the neck and the shoulder. Cervicoisthmic, relating to a cervix and an isthmus. Cervicolabial, relating to the labial region of the neck of an incisor or canine tooth. Cervicolingual, relating to the lingual region of the neck of a tooth. Cervicolumbar, relating to the neck and the lumbar region of the spine. Cervicomediastinal, relating to the cervix and mediastinum. Cervicomedullary, alternative form of cervicomedullary. Cervicomedullary, relating to or connecting the cervix base of the skull and the medulla oblongata. Cervicomensal, relating to the neck and the chin. Cervicoccipital, relating to the neck and the occiput. Cervicoplasties, plural of cervicoplasty. Cervicoplasty, plastic surgery to the neck or to the cervix of the uterus. Cervicorn, having the form of antlers, branch. Cervicoscapular, pertaining to or joining the neck and the shoulder bone. Cervicoscopy, visual examination of the cervix. Cervicospinal, relating to the neck and the spine. Cervicothoracical, alternative form of cervicothoracic. Cervicothoracic, relating to the cervix and thorax. Cervicothoracoabdominal, relating to the cervical, thoracic, and abdominal parts of the spine. Cervicothoracolumbar, of or relating to the cervical, thoracic, and lumbar portions of the spine. Cervicothoracolumbo-sacral, of or relating to the cervical, thoracic, lumbar, and sacral portions of the spine. Cervicotomies, plural of cervicotomy. Cervicotomy, incision into the neck or the cervix of the uterus. Cervicotrigeminal, relating to a cervix and the trigeminal nerve. Cervicothy, any specific cervicovaginal bacterium. Cervicotypes, plural of cervicocyte. Cervicouterine, of or located at the cervix of the uterus. Cervicavaginal, pertaining to the cervix and vagina. Cervicavaginally, in a cervicavaginal manner. Cervicavaginitis, inflammation of the squamous epithelium of the vagina and cervix. Cervicosical, pertaining to the cervix and the bladder. Cervicular, relating to the neck. Cervid, any animal such as the deer of the family Cervidae. Cervidized, that contain genetic material from cervids. Cervids, plural of cervi. Cervignonodelphriuli, a commune in Udine, Friuli, Venezia Giulia, Italy. Cervigram, a photographic image of the cervix. Cervigrams, plural of cervigram. Cervigraph, alternative form of cervicograph. Cervigraphs, plural of cervigraph. Cervimeter, a device designed to accurately monitor cervical dilation during labor. Cervimeters, plural of cervimeter. Cervimetries, plural of cervimetry. Cervimetry, a method of measuring cervical dilatation. Cervamycin, any of a group of aromatic paligatide antibiotics produced by streptomyces. Cervamycins, plural of cervamycin. Cervi, pertaining to a deer, deer-like. Cervines, plural of cervi. Cervus, plural of cervi. Cervix, the neck. Cervix uteri, the neck of the womb, the uterine cervix. Cervixes, plural of cervix. Cervi, characteristic of deer or other cervids. Cervinate, synonym of docosahexenote. Cervo, a surname from Italian. Cervones, plural of cervone. Cervonic acid, synonym of docosahexaenoic acid. Cervilla, alternative form of Cervillus ancient festival. Cervillus, a pagan New Year's Eve festival in the ancient Roman era. Cerl, a radical CH supposed to exist in several compounds obtained from waxes. Cerulid, any bird in the family Cerulidee. Cerulids, plural of cerulid. Cerulonid, any member of the family Cerulonidae of beetles. Cerulonids, plural of cerulonid. Geraina, a town and polis of ancient Achaea. Therinia, alternative form of Therinia. There is a female given name from Welsh, variant of Caries. Center for Employee Services. Plural of CA. Plural of C. Initialism of controlled emergency swimming Ascent. Césaire. Of or relating to Aimé Césaire 1913-2008, French writer and politician, one of the founders of the Negritude movement in Francophone literature. Césarien. Alternative form of Césarin. Cécini. A hexagonal trigonal dipyramidal mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, sodium, and sulfur. César. A male given name from Spanish. Caesarian. Alternative spelling of Caesarian. Caesarean section. Alternative spelling of Caesarean section. Caesarean sections. Plural of Caesarean section. Caesarians. Plural of Caesarian. Cesarevich. Alternative spelling of Tsarevich. Cesarevich. Alternative spelling of Tsarevich. Cesareviches. Plural of Cesarevich. Cesarmel. Archaic spelling of Tsarevna. Cesarvnas. Plural of Cesarvna. Cesarewich. Obsolete spelling of Tsarevich. Cesarewiches. Plural of Cesarewich. Cesarewich. Obsolete form of Tsarevich. Cesarewiches. Plural of Cesarewich. Caesarian. Alternative spelling of Caesarian. Caesarians. Plural of Caesarian. Cesavio. A surname. Cesavios. Plural of Cesario. Caesarism. Alternative form of Caesarism. Tesaro. A surname. Caesarolite. A trigonal mineral containing hydrogen, lead, manganese, and oxygen. Thesars. Genitive of Caesar. Eta. Plural of Sessa. Cesperni. An orthorhombic dipyramidal green mineral containing copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and tellurium. Tacita. A surname. Tith. Obsolete form of cease. Sit. Simple past and past participle of seize. Tetes. Third person singular simple present indicative of seize. Thus, Canada Education Savings Grant, a subsidy provided by the federal government of Canada to Canadian residents enrolled in an ANRESP registered education savings plan in order to help defray the costs of higher education for the enrollees' children. Thus, plural of ses. Te. Containing cesium. Cesiate. Alternative spelling of cesiate. Cesiation. Alternative spelling of cesiation. Cesians. Plural of cesiation. Cesi. An alkaloid with cesium as the anion. Cesides. Plural of cesi. Cia. Present participle and gerund of ces. Cia. Alternative form of cesium. Cesium aura. Alternative form of cesium oride. Cesium azide. Alternative form of cesium azide. Cesium aides. Alternative form of cesium azide. Cesium chloride. Alternative spelling of cesium chloride. Cesium clock. Alternative form of cesium clock. Cesium clocks, plural of cesium clock. Cesium fluoride, alternative form of cesium fluoride. Cesium fluorides, plural of cesium fluoride. Cesium hydroxide, alternative form of cesium hydroxide. Cesium hydroxides, plural of cesium hydroxide. Cesium iodide, alternative form of cesium iodide. Cesium nitrate, a nitrate compound of cesium with the chemical formula CO3. Česká Lípa, a town, the district capital of the district of the same name, Liberec region, Czech Republic, first mentioned in 1263, now the most populous of all Czech towns. Česká Třebová, a town in Ústí nad Orlicí district, Pardubice region, Czech Republic. České Budějovice, a statutory city in the south of the Czech Republic located in the center of a valley of the Vltava River at the confluence with the Malš. Český Brod, a town in Kolín district, central Bohemia, Czech Republic. Český Terrier, a well-muscled, short-legged breed of hunting terrier. Český Terriers, plural of Český Terrier. Český Těšín, a town in the Czech Republic. Cespetin, an oil obtained by distillation of peat, containing various members of the pyridine series. Cespititious, made of turf. Cespitose, tuffy growing in tufts. Cespitosely, in a cespitose manner. Cespitus, turfy, resembling turf. Cespitulose, somewhat cespitose or tufted. Cessplutantai, a tetragonal colorless mineral containing antimony, calcium, cesium, lead, niobium, oxygen, sodium, tantalum, and tin. That's an assessed tax, duty, or levy, billeting. Cesspath, path running along the cess next to a railway line. Cesspaths, plural of cesspath. Cesspit, alternative spelling of cesspit. Cesspits, plural of cesspit. Solid, dormant, inactive. Cessation, a ceasing or discontinuance, for example, of an action, whether temporary or final. Cessationism, the belief or teaching that the visible miraculous works of the Holy Spirit such as speaking in tongues, prophecy, and divine healing have ceased. Cessationist, one who subscribes to cessationism. Cessationists, plural of cessationists. Cessations, plural of cessation. Cessative, indicating cessation. Cessave, a writ given by statute to recover lands when a tenant has for 2 years failed to perform the conditions of his tenure. Cessavits, plural of cessavit. Thus, simple past and past participle of cess. Tefar, termination or cessation. Cessors, plural of cessor. Tethas, plural of cess. Cessable, giving way, yielding. Sessile, a veer yielding. Sessing, present participle and gerundive ses. Sessio panorum. Before 1880, a debtor's surrender of his estate to his creditors in return for a judicial protection from imprisonment for his debts. Seta, that which is ceded. Sessionaries, plural of sessionary. Sessionary, the person who receives transfer or cession of a personal obligation from the cedent. Sessions, plural of session. Cessament, an assessment or tax. Cessaments, plural of cessment. Teza, a surname. Tenas, plural of Cessna. Tesmai, an inner city area of Glasgow, Glasgow Council area, Scotland, south of the Clyde OS grid ref NS 5664. Tessa, a commune in St. Marne Department, Isle of France, France. Tefar, in English law, one who is dilatory, negligent, and delinquent in his duty or service, and who thereby incurred the danger of the law, and was liable to have the writ of cessabit brought against him. Tetters, plural of cessor. Cesspipe, a pipe for carrying off waste water, etc. from a sink or cesspool. Cesspipes, plural of cesspipe. Cesspit, a cesspool, a pit or covered cistern used to collect sewage and waste water. Cesspits, plural of cesspit. Cesspool, an underground pit where sewage is held. Cesspools, plural of cesspool. Cestid tantyke, an isometric hexactahedral mineral containing antimony, cesium, fluorine, hydrogen, niobium, oxygen, sodium, and tantalum. Thus, initialism of Central European summer time. Thus, alternative form of cestus woman's girdle. Cestar, a surname. Cester, a surname. Cestert, plural of cester. Cestero, a surname from Italian. Cesteros, plural of cestero. Teth, plural of cestus. Cestica, a municipality of Croatia. Cesticidal. That kills cestodes. Cestici, cestici. Cesticides, plural of cestici. Cesta, any comb jelly in the family Cestidae. Cestids, plural of cestid. Cesto, a bale or basket of coca leaves. Cesticidal, relating to cesticides. Cesticidals, plural of cesticidal. Cestici, any substance that kills cestodes. Cesticides, plural of cestici. Cestotal, relating to cestodes. Cestode, a parasitic flatworm of the class Cestoda, a tapeworm. Cestodes, plural of cestode. Cestodes, a parasitic infection with a cestode. Cestodeasis, plural of cestodeasis. Cestodiasis, infection by cestodes. Cesticidal, cesticidal. Cestoi, any of the parasitic flatworms of the class or Infracla cestoda. Cestoidean, one of the cestoidea. Cestoideans, plural of cestoidean. Cestoids, plural of cestoi. Cestos, plural of cesto. Cestraean, any shark historically placed in the genus Cestration, now in Heterodontus bullheads and the horn shark and Port Jackson shark, Siena certain hammerheads and Eusphenia winghead shark. Cestration, plural of cestration. Cesarian, a native or inhabitant of any of the places called Chester or Chesterless Street, etc., especially Chester, England. Cesarians, plural of cestrian. Cestrus vendon, an ancient Greek sling used to fling darts. Cestrus vendons, plural of cestrus vendon. Cestrum, any of genus cestrum. That's plural of cest. Cesturin, of or pertaining to a boxer's gloves. Cestui, that person. The person in question. Cestui quetras, one who has the equitable and beneficial interest in property, the legal interest in which is vested in a trustee. Cestui queius, a person for whose use land, etc., is granted to another. Cestis, plural of cestui. Cestis quetras, plural of cestui quetras. Cesteries, plural of cestui. Cestuis quetras, plural of cestui quetras. Cestuis queius, plural of cestui queius. Cestus, a leather fighting glove, frequently weighted with metal. Cestices, plural of cestus. Cesti, alternative form of cestui. Cesti quetras, alternative form of cestui quetras. Cesti queius, alternative form of cestui queius. Cestis, plural of cesti. Cestis quetras, plural of cesti quetras. Cestis queius, plural of cesti queius. Tassona, a village in Vicenza, Italy, a Fraziani of Rona. Caesarea, alternative spelling of Caesarea. Caesarea, plural of Caesarea. Caesarea, alternative form of Caesarea. Caesares, plural of Caesarea. Ceswain, a town in Latvia. D. Initialism of Central European time. CETI, abbreviation of Ceteris Paribus. TE1, initialism of Common Equity Tier 1. Initialism of Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, a proposed free trade area between the European Union and Canada. CETABEN, an antilipidemic drug. Cetacea, whale-like mammals. Cetaceamorphin, any animal that has the form of a cetacean. Cetaceamorphins, plural of cetaceamorphin. Cetacean, pertaining to the zoologic infraorder Cetacea, or associated with species falling under that taxonomic hierarchy. Cetaceans, plural of cetacean. Cetaceous, relating to whales or more generally to any marine mammal of the infraorder Cetacea. Cetaconium, a form of benzalkonium in which the longer alkyl group is cetyl. Cetamala, a beta-adrenergic blocking drug. Cetincodentamorphin, any artiodactyl of the clade Cetincodentamorpha. Cetincodentamorphins, plural of Cetincodentamorphin. Cetincodentin, any animal of the clade with the proposed name Cetincodentic, currently Whippomorpha. Cetincodentins, plural of Cetincodentin. Cetin, the aliphatic hydrocarbon CH hexadecane used as a standard for diesel fuel. Cetin number, a performance rating of diesel fuel corresponding to the percentage of cetane in a mixture with isostane or, formerly, methylnaphthalene that would have the same performance. Cetane numbers, plural of cetane number. Cetanes, plural of cetane. Tau, a village and commune of Bihar County, Romania. Cetadactyl, any of a large group of animals of the clade Cetartiodactyla, including the whales and even toad ungulates. Cetadiodactylan, any mammal of the clade Cetadiodactyla. Cetadiodactylans, plural of Cetartiodactylan. Cetadiodactyls, plural of Cetadiodactyl. Cetate, a commune of B. Streetanasaudia County, Romania. A cetacean. Cetera, any of a group of polyoxyethylene ethers of a mixture of high molecular mass saturated fatty alcohols, mainly cetyl alcohol and stearyl alcohol. They are often used as emulsifiers in soaps and cosmetics. Cetiraths, plural of cetirath. Cetyryl, synonym of cetasterol. Cetafloxacin, a quinolone antibiotic. Cetine, an oily hydrocarbon of the ethylene series obtained from spermaceti. Cetarach, a fern of species Asplenium cetarach. Cetarachs, plural of cetarach. Ceteris paribus, all things being equal, with all other things or factors remaining the same, other things held constant, all else unchanged. Ceteron, a large citron distinguished by the use of wire strings and the presence of extra bass strings. Ceterones, plural of ceteron. Hiths, plural of cete. Cephalungulate, any animal that is a cetacean or a pharungulate. Cephalungulates, plural of cephalungulate. Cethar, in the Ulster cycle of Irish mythology, an Ulster warrior son of Fintan who assists Cuchulainn in the Tain Bo Cuelnge. Tesalin, the wife of Balor of the Fomorians, and, by Balor, the mother of Athniu, also a prophetess. Cephramycin, a certain catalyte antibiotic. That acronym of communication with extraterrestrial intelligence. Cetic acid, an acid obtained when spermaceti, saponified by means of potash, is decomposed by an acid. Cetacii, a killer of whales. Cetacides, plural of cetacii. Cetadel, a vasodilator and anticycling agent. Cetalestat, a drug designed to treat obesity by inhibiting pancreatic lipase. Cet, the white, waxy constituent of spermaceti. Cetina, a river in Croatia. Cetenas, plural of cetina. Cetini, a hexagonal pyramidal mineral containing antimony, hydrogen, oxygen, potassium, sodium, and sulfur. Cetingrad, a municipality of Croatia. Cetinj, a city and municipality of Montenegro, the former capital of Montenegro from 1878–1918. Cetacea, any sauropod dinosaur of the genus Cetiosaurus. Cetasauri, any dinosaur in the family Cetiosauridae. Cetasaur is plural of Cetiosaur. Cetasaurs, plural of Cetiosaur. Cetirizine, alternative form of cetirizine. Cetirizine, a major metabolite of hydroxyzine, an antihistamine used in the treatment of allergies, hay fever, angioedema, and urticaria. Chetnik, alternative spelling of Chetnik. Dida, a primordial sea goddess, wife of Phorcys and mother of numerous monsters including Echidna and the Gorgons. Cetahexazine, a sedative and hypnotic drug. Cetolike, of or pertaining to cetolic acid or its derivatives. Cetolic acid, the unsaturated fatty acid cystocos-11-enoic acid found in many species of fish. Cetological, of or pertaining to cetology. Cetologies, plural of cetology. Cetologist, a biologist who studies cetaceans. Cetologists, plural of cetologists. Cetology, the branch of zoology concerned with the infraorder Cetacea, which includes whales, dolphins, and porpoises. Cetamimid, any whalefish of the family Cetamimidae. Cetamiments, plural of cetamimid. Cetanid, any of the beetles subfamilies Cetamini family. Satan is plural of Cetania. Cetapsid, any catfish in the family Cetapsidae. Cetapsids, plural of Cetapsid. Cetapsine, any member of the Cetapsini subfamily of fishes. Cetarrhinid, any basking shark in the family Cetarrhinidae. Cetarrhinids, plural of cetarrhinid. Cetasteril, a mixture of cetyl and steril. Cetother. Any of various Cetotherias of genera considered to be Cetotheriides sensilato. Cetothers. Plural of Cetother. Cetotheriid. Any whale in the family Cetotheriidae. Cetotheriids. Plural of Cetotheriid. Thep. Initialism of common effluent treatment plant. Thep. Plural of set. Cetrimide. Misspelling of cetrimide. Ceturet. A salt or ester of cetraric acid. Ceturets. Plural of ceturet. Cetraric acid. Ceturin. Ceturin. A white substance extracted from Iceland moss, one of whose ingredients is cetraric acid. Ceterioi. Similar to those of species of the genus Cetraria. Cefrixay. An oral gastrointestinal medication with a cytoprotective effect. Cetirizine. Misspelling of ceftriaxone. Cetralobular. Misspelling of centralobular. Cetrimide. A topical antiseptic containing cetrimonium bromide. Cetrimonium. The cetyltrimethylammonium radical. Cetrimoniums. Plural of cetrimonium. Cetrolex. An injectable gonadotropin-releasing hormone antagonist used to treat some hormone-sensitive cancers and gynecological disorders. Cetes warbler. A small, old-world passerine bird, Cetius ceti, of the warbler family Sylviidae. Cetes warblers. Plural of Cetes warbler. Cet. Pertaining to or resembling the Cetidae. Setid warbler. Any of the family Cetidae of insectivorous passerine birds. Setid. Of or pertaining to the warbler family Cetidae. S. A winter constellation of the northern sky, said to resemble a whale. It includes the star Mira. Cetuximab. A chimeric mouse/human monoclonal antibody that targets epidermal growth factor receptor. Cetal. The univalent hexadecyl radical CH present in many waxes. Cetyl alcohol. The waxy aliphatic primary alcohol 1-hexadecanol used in cosmetics, etc. Cetylic. Of, pertaining to, or derived from spermaceti. Cetylpyridinium. A cetyl derivative of the pyridinium cation that is the basis of several cationic disinfectants. Cetylpyridinium chloride. An antiseptic compound used in mouthwashes, toothpastes, etc. Cetyls. Plural of cetyl. Cetylsterol. Synonym of cetasterol. Cetyltriethylammonium. The large quaternary cation Z. Cetyltrimethylammonium. The long chain quaternary ammonium cation CH known as cephimonium in medical applications. Initialism of continuing education unit. Siwasu de Campi. A village and commune of Mureș County, Romania. Initialism of contrast enhanced ultrasound. Plural of CEU. An autonomous city of Spain and exclave at the edge of Morocco. from or pertaining to Suda, Sotin. Plural of Sutin. Savas theorem. A theorem about triangles in plane geometry regards the ratio of the side lengths of a triangle divided by Sevians. Savatic acid, synonym of tiglic acid. Savadella, archaic form of Sabadilla. Savadellas, plural of Savadilla. Savadilline, an organic compound found in Sabadilla seeds. Savadine, synonym of Veratrine. Cevallos, a surname from Spanish. Cevaloses, plural of cevallos. Cevanine, a neurological toxin and hypotensive agent. Cevanines, plural of cevanine. Sevapsisi, a Balkan dish of grilled minced meat. Sevapi, a Balkan food dish of minced meat. Sevapis, plural of sevapi. Sevameline, a parasympathomimetic and muscarinic agonist used to treat dry mouth. Sevens, a cultural region in south-central France. Savretrum, any of a group of veratrum alkaloids regarded as separate from the gerveratrum alkaloids. Selena, a line from the vertex of a triangle to a point on the opposite side. Saviens, plural of Savian. Evet, raw seafood cured by marination in an acidic medium such as citrus, vinegar, or other souring agent found primarily in Latin America. Ceviches, plural of ceviche. Ceviline, a cholinergic agonist. Cevitamic, synonym of ascorbic. Cevitamic acid, synonym of ascorbic acid. Saviglitazar, an antidiabetic drug. Toa, alternative form of chua. Yes, plural of sua. Celebrities, plural of celebrity. Celebrity, a celebrity who acquired fame via the World Wide Web. Abbreviation of centralized exchange. That, plural of CX. Sayan, a river in Anatolia, in southern Turkey, also known as the Piramis, flowing 509 km from the Taurus Mountains to the Mediterranean Sea. Selenite, alternative spelling of selenite. Selenites, plural of selenite. Ceylon, former name of Sri Lanka, an island country in South Asia. Ceylon gooseberries, plural of Ceylon gooseberry. Ceylon gooseberry, synonym of Catambilla. Ceylon ironwood. Mesoephria rose chestnut. Ceylon lach, a resinous exudation of the tree Macaranga tenareus in Croton laxifer, resembling lac. Ceylon moss, synonym of agar substance from algae. Salem, obsolete spelling of Salon. Salonese, of or pertaining to Salon. Salonese English, Synonym of Sri Lankan English. Ceylonese, plural of Ceylonese. Selenite, a ferrospinel with a manganese-iron ratio from 3:1 and 1:1 and little or no ferric iron. Selenites, plural of selenite. Talons, plural of salon. Sesatai, synonym of diatomite. Sais, a king who was transformed into a kingfisher together with his wife Alcyone. Sedanian, alternative form of Sazanian. Cézannesque, reminiscent of the style of Paul Cézanne 1839–1906, French artist. Cézannian, of or relating to Paul Cézanne 1839–1906, French artist. The alternative form of jazz. That plural of says. TF, abbreviation of clusterfuck. TF, alternative form of CF. CF, compare, compare to, compare with. CFA, initialism of conditional fee agreement. CFA franc, a currency used in 12 African countries, guaranteed by the French Treasury. CFA francs, plural of CFA franc. CFA, initialism of Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. CF, abbreviation of CFA franc. CFI, initialism of CFA. Institute. CFA, plural of CFA. CFAS, abbreviation of Compact Fast, a flash memory format, the successor to the compact flash format using the same physical form factor, updating the interface from ID to SATA. CFA, initialism of Canadian Forces Auxiliary Vessel, a designation for research and development ships in the Canadian Forces Maritime Command. CFA, plural of CFAB. TFB, initialism of Canadian Forces Base. TFB, plural of CFB. TFC, initialism of Chelsea Football Club. TFC, plural of CFC. CSCW, initialism of Chelsea Football Club Women. TIE, initialism of computational fluid dynamics. TIE, initialism of circulating free DNA, DNA fragments circulating in the blood plasma. TIE, plural of cfDNA. TIE, initialism of conventional armed forces in Europe. CERHAS, acronym of Clark Freeport and Special Economic Zone. TF, initialism of critical flicker frequency. TF, plural of CFF. TFE, initialism of context-free grammar. TFE, alternative, letter case form of CFG. TFE, plural of CFG. DE, plural of CF. G. CFH, initialism of critical fall height. a measurement used in gauging the amount of safety surfacing required under children's play equipment. CFHQS, abbreviation of Canada, France, Hawaii Telescope Highs Quiz or Survey. CFH, plural of CFH. CFI, Certificated Flight Instructor. CFA, Initialism of Canadian Food Inspection Agency. CREDS, Initialism of Chronic Fatigue and Immune Dysfunction Syndrome. CA, Certificated or Certified Informally Flight Instructor. Instrument is CFI with an instrument rating, qualified to give instrument flight rules training. CFI, plural of CFI. The acronym of Controlled Flight into Terrain. The plural of CFIT. CFG, alternative form of CFC, a class of molecules containing chlorine, fluorine, and carbon atoms. CFD, plural of CFK. CFL, initialism of Canadian Football League. C-Flash, abbreviation of Compact Flash, a flash memory format, the predecessor to the compact fast format using the same physical form factor, but with the older IDE interface instead of SATA. CFLR, someone who plays in the CFL Canadian Football League. CFLRs, plural of CFLR. CFLIT, abbreviation of caspase splice-like inhibitory protein. CFL, plural of CFL. CFN, initialism of cubic foot per minute ft3/min. CFN, abbreviation of cubic feet per minute. CFML, initialism of cold fusion markup language. CFN, plural of CFM. CFN, initialism of Center for Functional Nanomaterials. CNF, a form of lesbian sexual roleplay in which the players act out situations in which one woman wears clothes but the other woman is naked. CNN, a form of sexual roleplay in which the players act out situations in which the woman wears clothes but the man is naked. CFO, initialism of Chief Financial Officer. CFO, plural of CFO. TFE, initialism of Certified Financial Planner. CFB franc, the currency of French Polynesia, New Caledonia, and Wallis and Futuna. CFB francs, plural of CFP franc. TFEMI, initialism of Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. TFEA, abbreviation of CFB franc. TFEO, Corporation Franchise Post Office. TFE, plural of CFP. TFA, initialism of Code of Federal Regulations. CFI, Conveyor. CFRNA, initialism of cell-free RNA, RNA which has spread into the body outside of cells. CFRNA, plural of CFRNA. CFRP, initialism of carbon fiber reinforced polymer / plastic. CFRP, plural of CFRP. CFI, plural of CFR. CAS, Initialism of chronic fatigue syndrome. TF. Plural of CF. TS. Plural of CFS. TE. Initialism of conformal field theory. TAZ. Initialism of Commodity Futures Trading Commission. TAE. Initialism of Cystic Fibrosis Transmembrane Conductance Regulator. TAE. Plural of CFT. TFU. Initialism of Colony Forming Unit. TFU. Alternative form of CFU. TFU. Plural of CFU. CFWH. Initialism of Closed Feed Water Heater. CFWH. Plural of CFWH. TFA. Acronym of Clark Freeport Zone. CIDEC. Initialism of Computer Graphics. CG Lightning. Cloud to ground lightning. Lightning which connects attaches to the ground. Lightning which results in the discharge of electricity between a cloud and the ground. CG/L. Initialism of Carriger versus Little. A paraphilia involving a play between an older, caring, parent-like and a child persona. CDA. Initialism of Color Graphics Adapter, an obsolete computer display standard preceding EGA and VGA, offering a palette of 16 colors, of which only a few could be displayed on screen at one time. CDA. Plural of CGI. CDB. Abbreviation of Cosmic Gravitational Wave Background. CDBD. Initialism of corticobasal ganglionic degeneration. CDSC. Abbreviation of color glass condensate/color glass condensate. CDD. Initialism of chronic granulomatous disease. CDD-CT. Initialism of cute girls doing cute things. CGDK. Initialism of Coalition Government of Democratic Kampuchea. CJAO. Initialism of a Comprehensive Grammar of the English Language, 1985. CDI. Initialism of Computer-Generated Imagery. CDAID. Simple past and past participle of CGI, to have created visuals using computer-generated imagery. CDI. Plural of CGI. CDJ. Initialism of Combining Graphene Joiner. CDJ. Plural of CGJ. CDL. Initialism of Chronic Granulocytic Leukemia. CDM. Initialism of Circumgalactic Medium. CDM. Abbreviation of centigram. CEMP. Cyclic guanosine monophosphate. CEMP. Plural of CGMP. CDN. Nuclear-powered guided missile cruiser warship. CNAT. Initialism of carrier-grade network address translation. CDN. Plural of CGN. CDO. Initialism of Chief Green Officer. CEO. Plural of CGO. CDN. Initialism of General Conference on Weights and Measures French abbreviation. CDS. Initialism of centimeter grand second. a system of measurement taking these as its fundamental units, now replaced by the C system. CID, plural of CG. CDS, alternative form of CGS. CDT, initialism of capital gains tax. CDEN, initialism of China Global Television Network, a global TV network composed of a group of satellite TV channels owned by the government of the People's Republic of China, formerly CCTV International. CJY, abbreviation of Calgary. CJY, abbreviation of Calgary. CJY, abbreviation of Calgary. TA, initialism of Companion of Honor, a British honor and postnominal abbreviation. TA, abbreviation of Chestnut, a dark reddish-brown colored horse. At, an orthographic CH that represents the consonant /K/ as in the word character. CH activation, any of a wide range of techniques, often using catalysts in which a carbon to hydrogen covalent bond of an organic compound is made to cleave in order to replace the hydrogen with a functional group. CH activations, plural of CH activation. CHSAT, abbreviation of Cheese Superintendent. Chang Chang, synonym of Yangtze. Kangan, alternative form of Chang'an. Zian, alternative form of Changshan. Changshe, alternative form of Changtai. Changsu, alternative form of Changshu. Changpai, alternative form of Changbai. Changsha, alternative form of Changsha. Changtia, alternative form of Chantai. Changdi, alternative form of Changd. Kangsu, alternative form of Changzi Yangzi. Changyang, alternative form of Chengyang. Canism, synonym of Zen Buddhism. Caist, synonym of Zen Buddhist. Caists, plural of Chanists. Chaochu, alternative form of Kaiju. Chauhcine, alternative form of Kyoxian. Chaoshan, alternative form of Chaoswan. Ken, a surname from Mandarin. T, alternative form of Cheng. Chen2, alternative form of Chengdu. Tiae, Kai, an ancient Chinese duchy, viscounty, and kingdom under the Zhou dynasty. Tiae is alternative form of Kikiar. Tiae is alternative form of Kitchen. Che, alternative form of Kidia. Men, alternative form of Kaimen. Che, alternative form of Kikihar. Chemo, alternative form of chemo. Kie, synonym of Pezawat. Shang, alternative form of Kainjiang Hubei. Yin Yang. Alternative form of Kai Tang. Te. Alternative form of Kai. Chipai. Alternative form of Chibai. Tes. Plural of Cha. Tel. Alternative form of Chil Iwal. Siete. A surname from Mandarin. Su. Alternative form of Kinju. Chin Huang Tao. Alternative form of Qin Huang Tao. Ting. Alternative form of King. Cheng Meng. Alternative form of Kingaming. Sheng Bi. Alternative form of Kingjianpu. Ting Hai. Alternative form of Qinghai. Ting Ho. Alternative form of Qingjil. Cheng Meng. Alternative form of Kingaming. Ting Tao. Alternative form of Qingtao. Alternative form of Qi. Yanhai. Alan. Belonging or relating to a branch of the Mayan language family of Mexico. Chalti. The Mayan language spoken by the Manchal people of eastern Guatemala and southern Belize, an ancient variety of which is known as Classic Chaltian, Classic Mayan or Epigraphic Mayan. Chandoism. Alternative form of Chindoism. Chintu. Alternative form of Qingju. Chardi. A branch of the Maya people native to southeastern Guatemala and western Honduras. Chan. Abbreviation of Charlottetown, the capital city and county seat of Queens County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Two. Alternative form of Chu. Chu Shu. Alternative form of Chu. Chu Shu. Alternative form of Kwaju. Fu. Synonym of Quafu, a county-level city of Jining, Shandong, China. Fu. Alternative form of Quafu. Alternative form of Chukching. Shu and Shu. Alternative form of Quanju. Shu and Shu. Alternative form of Quanju. Alternative form of Chongyu. Zhejiang. Alternative form of Chongqing. Meng. Alternative form of Chonaming. Asterisk Ma. Censored spelling of China. Asterisk Knees. Censored spelling of Chinese. Clitic form of ik. Listen. Abbreviation of Chesterle Street. Abbreviation of church. Filter avoidance spelling of cheat. Comparative form of the app. Ma the app. Apis. Superlative form of app. Mos the app. If 4. Abbreviation of channel 4. Initialism of charisma point. A surname. Cha. Synonym of cha-cha. Cha. Synonym of cha-cha. Cha-cha-chas. Plural of cha-cha-cha. Cha-chan Tang, a restaurant typically with eclectic and affordable menus featuring Hong Kong-style cuisine originating from Hong Kong. Cha-chan Tangs, plural of cha-chan Tang. Cha-chas, plural of cha-cha. Cha-shao, alternative form of char-siu. Chow, pronunciation spelling of charm. Chows, plural of cham. Cha-cha, a ballroom dance to a Latin American rhythm. Cha-cha-cha, synonym of cha-cha. Cha-cha-chas, plural of cha-cha-cha. Sha-ki, simple past and past participle of cha-cha. Cha-chang, present participle and gerund of cha-cha. Cha-chas, plural of cha-cha. Cha-ching, said to celebrate something that has made or will make a large amount of money. Cha-kinj, simple past and past participle of cha-ching. Cha-chinging, present participle and gerund of cha-ching. Cha-chings, plural of cha-ching. Chapu, alternative form of japu. Chapai, a kind of Moroccan popular music. Yas, buttermilk with added spices. Dut, any savory snack sold from a roadside stall in India or served as a starter in an Indian restaurant. Daths, plural of chath. Shabakano, alternative form of chabacano. Shabbat, a branch of Orthodox Hasidic Judaism founded in 1755 by Rabbi Schneur Zalman of Liadi. Shabbatnik, a member of the Hasidic group known as Chabad. Shabbatniks, plural of Chabbatnik. Shabakano, alternative form of Chabacano. Shaban, a surname. Chabasi, obsolete form of Chabazite. Chabases, plural of Chabasi. Chabasite, alternative form of Chabazite. Chabasites, plural of Chabasite. Chabazai, any of several zeolite minerals that occur in basaltic rocks. Chabazites, plural of Chabazite. Chabert, a surname from French. Chaberts, plural of Chabert. Chabla, a surname. Chablais, a former province in Savoy. Chablas, plural of Chabla. Chablis, a town in Bourgogne, Franche-Comté, France. Chabon, a surname. Chabonast, resembling or characteristic of American novelist, screenwriter, columnist, and short story writer Michael Chabon, born 1963. Chabutra, alternative form of Chabatra. Chabatras, plural of Chabutra. Chabot, a lake in Elena County, California, United States, named after Anthony Chabot. Chabots, plural of Chabot. Shadow, alternative form of Chabuk. Chabot, plural of chabak. Chabornai, a black triclinic mineral composed of thallium, lead, antimony, arsenic, and sulfur Tl4Pb Sb as S. Chabret, a kind of French bagpipe. Chabrets, plural of chabret. Chabudai, a short-legged Japanese table. Shaba, a long whip formerly used as an instrument of punishment in India and parts of the Middle East. Shabaks, plural of chabak. Shabambam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Shabatra, a paved terrace attached to a house or garden. Shabatras, plural of Chabatra. Shak-mul, alternative spelling of Chakmul. Shak-muls, plural of Chak-mul. Shak-shak, a type of rattle used in the traditional music of Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago. It is made from a gourd and used to provide a rhythm. Shak-shaks, plural of chak-shak. Shak-mu, alternative spelling of Chakmul. Chak-muls, plural of Chakmul. Chacabuco, a city in Buenos Aires province, Argentina. Chacachacar, an island of Trinidad and Tobago. Chacara, a genre of Argentinian and Bolivian folk music, a dance form played by contemporary musicians as soloists or in small ensembles of voice, guitar, violin, and bombo drum. Chacaras, plural of chacara. Chacero, a small-scale farmer in South America. Chacaros, plural of chacero. Chacarita, a neighborhood of Buenos Aires, Argentina. Chacate, Tremilla Lenciolata, the trilling Natini. Chacado, a member of a Native American people who lived in the upper Apalachicola River and Chipola River basins in what is now Florida. Chacados, plural of chacado. Chaco, alternative form of gecko. Chacos, plural of Chaco. Tes, a surname originating as an occupation. Tes, simple past and past participle of chase. Cases, third person singular simple present indicative of chase. Chacewater, a village and civil parish in Cornwall, England. Westgrid Ref SW 7544. Death, former name of Tashkent. Sa-cha, abbreviation of shorter change. Shata, a surname. Chatacha, synonym of cha-cha. Chatacha, synonym of cha-cha. Chatachas, plural of chachacha. Chatachas, plural of chachacha. Chachalaka, any of several crassid birds of the genus Ortales limited to the Americas that resemble the guans. Chachalatas, plural of chachalaka. Chatau, alternative form of chakam. Chatamum, plural of chacham. Chachapoya, a member of a culture of the Andes living in the cloud forests of the southern part of the department of Amazonas of present-day Peru. Chachapoyas, plural of Chachapoya. Chachas, plural of Chacha. Chatter, a surname from French. Chayers, plural of Chasher. Chatai, a member of an ethnic group who live in the rainforest area of northwestern Esmeraldas on the northern coast of Ecuador. Chatais, plural of Chatai. Shachka, alternative spelling of Tichach. Shachkas, plural of Chachka. Shachua, alternative form of Chakma. Chachoengsao, a province of Thailand. Chachamam, plural of Chacham. Chassid, any catfish in the family Chassidae. Chassids, plural of chassid. Chasing, present participle and gerund of chase. Yah, to toss up the head frequently, as a horse to avoid the restraint of the bridle. Chakchiama, a member of a Muskogee tribe who lived between the Chickasaw and the Choctaw. Chakchiamas, plural of Chakchiama. Yacht, simple past and past participle of Chak. Chake, present participle and gerund of Chak. Chackle, to chatter, to talk or make noise or chuckle. Shackled, simple past and past participle of chackle. Shackles, third person singular simple present indicative of chackle. Shackling, present participle and gerund of chackle. Shackwar, a hamlet in Radcliffe-cum-Shackwar parish, north of Buckingham, Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 6835. Shacko, a surname. Shackos, plural of Chaco. Hyaks, third person singular simple present indicative of Chak. Shakwa, a species of baboon from southern Africa, Papio ursinus. Chakmas, plural of Chakma. Chakmal. Alternative spelling of Chakmul. Chakmols, plural of Chakmal. Chakmals, plural of Chakmal. Shaku, a stylized, pre-Columbian Mesoamerican stone sculpture depicting a reclining male figure with the head raised and turned to one side, holding a small tray over the stomach. Shakuls, plural of Chakmu. Chakmi, acne located on the chest. Chaco, a province in northern Argentina. Chaco Nathura, a Tinamu, Nathura chaconsis. Chaco Nathuras, plural of Chaco Nathura. Chacos, plural of Chaco. Shackum, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, on the border with Oxfordshire, and previously in South Northamptonshire District. OS Grid Ref SB 4943. Chacan, a surname from Spanish. Chacono, alternative form of Chacon. Chaconas, plural of Chacona. Chaconiaceous, of or relating to the Chaconiaceae. Chacanase, plural of Chacony. Chaconine, a steroidal glycoalkaloid chemical compound found in plants of the family Solanaceae, responsible for the bitter taste of unripe potatoes. Chaconines, plural of chaconine. Chacon, a slow, stately Baroque dance. Chacons, plural of chacon. Chacons, plural of chacon. Chacony, obsolete form of chacon. Chacos, plural of chaco. Chacateos, the Tricycard 6 alpha penicil 1 2 6 alpha penicil 1 4 d glucopianos. Chakram, alternative form of chakram throwing weapon. Chakrams, plural of chakram. Chakrona, alternative form of chakruna. Chakruna, the flowering plant psychotree of Eurydice. Chactid, any scorpion in the family Chactidae. Chactids, plural of chactid. Chactoi, any scorpion of the superfamily Chactoidea. Chactids, plural of chactoi. Chacon as sun gout, alternative form of chacon as sun gout. Chacon as sun gout. Used to acknowledge that different people have different tastes or preferences. Chat, a male given name from Old English, also a modern nickname for Charles, Chadwick, and similar sounding names. Chad Basin, the area surrounding Lake Chad and constituting the largest inland drainage area in Africa, with three major streams, the Kamajugu-Yobe, Lagon, and Chari. Chad Thundercock, a stereotypical male who is especially sexually attractive. Chad Thundercocks, plural of Chad Thundercock. Chadocris, an enclosed idiomorphic crystal in apoicolytic fabric. Chadocrests, plural of Chadocrest. Chad, alternative spelling of Chador. Chadas, plural of Chada. Chadalavada, an Indian surname. Chatar, alternative spelling of Chador. Chadarim, plural of cheddar. Chadars, plural of chadar. Shadthan, a smug preacher. Shadthans, plural of Shadband. Shadborn, a surname. Shadborn. A surname. Chadbournes, plural of Chadbourne. Chadbournes, plural of Chadbourne. Shadburn, a surname. Chadburns, plural of Chadburn. Chad, a surname. Shadow, an attractive man of Middle Eastern heritage. Shadar, alternative spelling of Chador. Chadars, plural of Chadar. Chatterton, a town in Oldham Borough, Greater Manchester, England, originally in Lancashire. Chasden, a suburb of Derby in Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3007. 137. Chattesley Corbett, a village and civil parish in Wyre Forest District, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref so 8973. Chatty. Underwear, shorts, especially knickers. Chatties, plural of chatty. Chaddock, a surname. Chaddocks, plural of Chaddock. Chador, alternative form of Chador. Chadors, plural of Chador. Chads, plural Chaddock. Chador, alternative form of Chador. Chadors, plural of Chador. Chads, plural of Chad. Chatty, a diminutive of the male given name Chad. CHDMO, a DC direct current fast charging and charger standard for charging plug-in electrified drive vehicles created by a consortium of Japanese automakers and promulgated by the Japanese and South Korean automotive industry, spread worldwide. Cheddar, alternative spelling of Chador. Caters, plural of Chader. Chadette, a female Chad, a woman with the characteristics of an alpha. Chadettes, plural of Chadette. Catfish, to catfish someone, typically a woman, by creating a fake online profile posing as an attractive man. Chaddick, simple past and past participle of chadfish. Catfishing, the act of creating a fake online profile to catfish someone, typically a woman, by pretending to be an attractive man. Chadda, a surname. Chaddas, plural of Chadha. Chaidan, of from or pertaining to Chad, a country in Africa. Chadian Arabic, a dialect of Arabic spoken mostly in central and southern Chad, but also in parts of Sudan and Nigeria and in slivers of other countries. Chadians, plural of Chadian. Chadic, a branch of the Afroasiatic language family spoken across northern Nigeria, Niger, Chad, Central African Republic, and Cameroon. Chadists, a linguist who specializes in studying Chadic languages. Chadists, plural of Chadicists. Chadless, not having or producing chads. Chadless punch, a paper tape punch that does not produce little pieces of paper. Instead, the perforations are not completely cut out, but the chads are permitted to remain attached to the perforated material, for example, tape. U.S. Patent 2,255,794, filed May 20, 1939. Chadless punches, plural of chadless punch. Chadlite, a man of a slightly lower ranking on a scale of physical attractiveness than Chad. Chadlites, plural of Chadlite. Chadlock, synonym of Charlock Ramphaspermum arvens, sins, Synapes arvensis, etc. Chadlocks, plural of Chadlock. Chadinax, to act in an exaggeratedly masculine way in a bid to increase one's sexual market value. Chadinhaxed, simple past and past participle of Chadmax. Chadmaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of Chadmax. Chatnaxing, present participle and gerund of Chadmax. Tado, the Japanese tea ceremony. Chado, Chadian, Chad. Shadon Benny, Alternative spelling of Chadonbini. Chadonbini. Cilantro eryngium fetidum, a tropical herb whose leaves are used medicinally and in Caribbean cuisine. Chavor. A loose robe made from a single cloth, worn as a combination head covering, veil and shawl by chiefly Muslim women and occasionally by those of other faiths in Iran and South Asia. Chat-oran, plural of chatter. Chat-ors, plural of chat-or. Chat-brit, an attractive man of South Asian heritage. Kadri, a chat-or a burqa. Chadriguez, an attractive man of Latino or Hispanic heritage. Caris, plural of Chadri. Chavarin, a city, the county seat of Dawes County, Nebraska, United States. Chavro, alternative spelling of Jadrol. Chavrols, plural of Chadro. Cads, plural of Chad. Chador, alternative spelling of Chavor. Chadurs, plural of Chadur. Shadwai, a surname. Shadwell, a village in Scalford Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7824. Shadwell Heath, a suburb which lies mainly within the borough of Barking and Dagenham, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4887. Shadwell St Mary, a large village and non-civil parish north of Tilbury, Thurrock, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6478. Chadwick, a habitational surname from Old English. Chadwickian, of war relating to Edwin Chadwick 1800-1890, English social reformer, noted for his work to reform the poor laws and improve sanitary conditions and public health. Chadwickite, a tetragonal yellow mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, oxygen, and uranium. Chadwicks, plural of Chadwick. Hit, a surname. Kival, a large family-controlled South Korean business conglomerate. Kival, alternative form of Kibal. Kibals, plural of Kibal. Kibals, plural of Kibal. Kinabs, any fish in the family Kinapsidae. Kinapsids, plural of Kinapsid. K-out-axi, alternative form of ketotaxi. Carolid, any scorpion of the family Carolidae. Carolids, plural of carolid. Piranha, a village in Boeotia, Greece. Charapodid, any extinct marsupial in the family Charapodidae, a pig-footed bandicoot. Charapodids, plural of charapodid. Pith, plural of key. Tida, a chitinous bristle of an annelid worm. Kiti, plural of kita. Kedal, relating to the kiti. Ketida, a kind of demisponge fossil composed of fused tubules. Ketatids, plural of ketata. Keta, having long thick hairs or bristles. Chaetiferous, bearing chaety. Chaetyre, a segment of an annelid that has chaety. Chaetigorous, that has chaety. Chaetyres, plural of chaetiger. Chaewit, any isoped in the family Chaetylae. Chaewis, plural of Chaetylae. Chaetochitinous bristle. Chaetoblast, the most basal cell of the chaetal follicle. Chaetoblasts, plural of chaetoblasts. Ketose rotation, any diadem of the family Ketose rotaceae. Ketose rotations, plural of ketose rotation. Chaetocet, a fungal metabolite having a 3,6-epidithioidectopiperazine structure that has antimicrobial and cytostatic activity. Chaetodermata, any mollusk in the family Chaetodermatidae. Chaetodermatids, plural of Chaetodermatid. Chaetodon, butterfly fish of the genus Chaetodon. Chaetodons, plural of Chaetodon. Chaetodont, a chaetodontid. Chaetodontid, any fish in the family Chaetodontidae. Chaetodontids, plural of chaetodontid. Chaetodonts, plural of chaetodont. Chaetogenesis, the formation and development of chaetae. Chaetoblobacin, any of a class of cytochalasin anticancer compounds formed by some fungi. Chaetoblobacins, plural of chaetoglobacin. Chaetognath, any of several marine worms of the phylum Chaetognatha. Chaetognathan, a chaetognath or arrowworm. Chaetognathans, plural of chaetognathan. Chaetognathid, any marine worm of the phylum Chaetognatha. Chaetognathids, plural of chaetognathid. Chaetogmass, plural of chaetognath. Chaetum, the bristly hair-like appendages growing from the limbs of various mite species, taken as a single bodily organ. Chaetomalic acid, any of a group of decarboxylic acid analogs isolated from chaetomelalolicins. Chaetomalic acids, plural of chaetomalic acid. Chetomes, plural of ketome. Chetomiaceous, of or relating to the Chetomiaceae. Chetomen, alternative form of chetamin. Chetonide, any pterosaur in the family Chetonodidae. Chetonodon, any gastrosrhynch of the order Chetonodida. Chetonodidans, plural of chetonodidon. Chetonodids, plural of chetonodid. Chetophobia, fear of hair and eyelash or hairy people or animals. Chetoforaceous, of or relating to the Chetoforaceae. Chetophore, the structure in the skin of an animal from which bristles are produced. Chetophores, plural of chetophore. Chetophorus, having bristles. Chetopod, any of the Chetopoda, an obsolete invertebrate phylum more or less equivalent to the modern Annelida made up of groups characterized by lateral bundles of bristles called kidi used for locomotion. Cheetopods, plural of chaetopod. Chaetopterid, any polychaete worm in the family Chaetopteridae. Chaetopterids, plural of chaetopterid. Chaetopyrenin, a benzaldehyde derivative found in the fungus Chaetomium globosum. Chaetosma, a cluster of sensory bristles on the head of some insects. Chaetosmata, plural of chaetosma. Chaetosomatid, any beetle in the family Chaetosomatidae. Chaetosomatids, plural of chaetosomatid. Chaetus theriaceus, of or relating to the Chaetus theriaceae. Chaetotactic, relating to chaetotaxy. Chaetotaxic, relating to a chaetotaxy. Chaetotaxis, plural of chaetotaxy. Chaetotaxy, the arrangement of and study of arrangement of chaetochitinous bristles on a species or subspecies of mammal usually and especially an arthropod or annelid. Chaetoaeaceus, of or relating to the Chaetotheriaceae. Chaetoaeolian, any fungus of the order Chaetoeales. Chaetoaeolians, plural of Chaetotherialian. Chaetoviridin, any of a group of azophilins produced by Chaetomium globosum. Heat excited by friction. Chafe at the bit, synonym of champ at the bit. Tight, simple past and past participle of chafe. Chatham, a surname. Chathund, tight. Chafening, present participle and gerund of chafin. Chafins, plural of chafin. Chafer, one who chase. Chaveries, plural of chafery. Chavers, plural of chafer. Chavery, an open furnace or forge in which blooms are heated before being wrought into bars. Tithes, third person singular simple present indicative of chafe. Chaithsong, characterized or marked by chafing. Chaithist, second person singular simple present indicative of chafe. Chafa, third person singular simple present indicative of chafe. Chafewax, alternative form of chaffwax. Chafewexes, plural of chafewax. Chafweed, cudweed naphalium, which was used as a remedy for chafing. Death, the inedible parts of a grain-producing plant. Chaff engine, a machine for cutting straw or hay into chaff. Chaff engines, plural of chaff engine. Shafta, a large sack for holding chaff. Chaffbags, plural of chaffbag. Taft, finely chopped into chaff. Taffy, a surname from Old French. Chaffee County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Salida. Gaffy is plural of Chaffee. Chaffer, to buy. Shower, simple past and past participle of chaffer. Shower, someone who chaffers, a bargainer. Chafferers, plural of chafferer. Chafferees, plural of chaffery. Chaffering, present participle and gerund of chaffer. Chafferings, plural of chaffering. Shower, a vessel for heating water. Showerns, plural of chaffern. Showers, third person singular simple present indicative of chaffer. Showery, trade, bargaining, buying and selling. Taffy, a chaffage. Heavy, comparative form of chaffy, more chaffy. Cathes, plural of chaffy. Etis, superlative form of chaffy, most chaffy. Chave, a surname transferred from the nickname. Chaffinch, a small passerine bird, Fringilla coelids of the finch family, found throughout Europe and eastward to Iran and eastern Mediterranean coastlands. Chaffinches, plural of chaffinch. Chaffiness, quality of being taffy. Chathe, pertaining to rubbing and abrasion. Chaffing dish, alternative form of chafing dish. Chaffing dishes, plural of chaffing dish. Chaffing dish, alternative form of chafing dish. Chaffing dishes, plural of chaffing dish. Chaffingly, in a chaffing manner, teasingly. Chaffings, plural of chaffing. Chaffins, a surname. Chaffinses, plural of chaffins. Chaffle, a low-carb or keto-style waffle, made from cheese and eggs rather than from traditional waffle batter. Chaffles, plural of chaffle. Chaffless, without chaff. Chaffly, resembling chaff. Chafford Hundred, a suburban area of Grays, Thurrock Borough, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 5979. Chaffron, alternative form of chamfron. Chaffrons, plural of chaffron. Chaffs, third person singular simple present indicative of chaff. Chaffwax, a chancery officer who fitted wax for sealing writs and other documents. Chaffwexes, plural of chaffwax. Chaffwee, a low glabrous, weedy branching herb Centunculus minimus of the family Primulaceae, having short dry chaff-like leaves. Chaffweeds, plural of chaffwee. Taffy, like or containing chaff. Taffe, a surname. Tathing, present participle and gerund of chafe. Caking dish, any of several devices involving a pan and a heater used to warm food at the table or to keep it warm. Chafing dishes, plural of chafing dish. Chafing gear, any material, usually rope or canvas, used to protect sails, rigging, etc. at points where they are exposed to friction. Chafing dish, alternative form of chafing dish. Chafing dishes, plural of chafing dish. Chafingly, in a way that chafes. Chafings, plural of chafing. Chaffins, plural of chaffin. Kafkin, a surname. Shavlin, a surname. Kaft, a jaw. C8 AFTA, abbreviation of China-Australia Free Trade Agreement. CHAFTA, alternative form of CH AFTA. CAFs, plural of chaft. Chaffuroside, any of a group of polyphenolic glucosides present in some types of tea. Chaffurosides. Plural of chaffuroside. Tev, a branch of a tree, a branch of broom or gorse. Chag Samach, a greeting used on Jewish holidays. Shaga, Bantu-speaking indigenous Africans comprising the third largest ethnic group in Tanzania. Shabah, an artwork or a copy of one by the famous artist Mark Chagall. Chagalian, or pertaining to Mark Chagall 1887-1985, Russian Jewish artist and pioneer of modernism, or his works. Chagalls, plural of Chagall. Shadin, archaic form of Khan. Shada, a province of North Korea. Capital, Kangjai. Chagins, plural of Chagin. Chagas, a surname from Portuguese. Chagas disease. Alternative form of Chagas disease. Chagas disease, a form of trypanosomiasis prevalent in South America, caused by the parasitic Trypanosome T. cruzi. It is transmitted to many mammals such as humans through insect bites, mainly by kissing bugs. Symptoms include fever, edema, cardiomyopathy, and enlargement of the spleen and lymph nodes. It can be fatal. Chagazic, relating to or afflicted with Chagas disease. Chagasin, a trypanosoma protein that inhibits cystine proteases. Chagasins, plural of Chagasin. Chagatai, a male given name of historical usage, most famously borne by the Mongol ruler Chagatai Khan 1183-1242, second son of Genghis Khan and first Khan of the Chagatai Khanate, a medieval Mongol and later Turkicized Khanate of Central Asia divided after the 14th century. Chagatai Tajiks, synonym of Chagatai ethnic group of Uzbekistan. Chagatai, synonym of Chagatai extinct literary language. Chagatai, alternative form of Chagatai. Chagford, a market town and civil parish in West Devon District, Devon, England. OS Gridref SX 7087. Chada, alternative form of Chaga Bantu-speaking ethnic group. Chagatai, alternative form of Chagatai. Chagatai, alternative form of Chagatai. Chajaya, alternative form of Hajiga. Shajaya, alternative form of Hajiga. Chajigas, plural of Chajiga. Chajigas, plural of Chajiga. Chevmy, a commune in Ardennes department, Grand Est, France. Chigot, the Andean root vegetable Maca mirabilis expansa. Chagala, a surname from Spanish. Chagalas, plural of Chagala. Chergoma, an inflammatory nodule at the bite site of the reduviate bug which transmits Chagas disease. Chergomas, plural of Chagoma. Chagos, the Chagos archipelago. Chagos archipelago, a group of 7 atolls in the Indian Ocean comprising more than 60 islands. Chagosian, one of the previous inhabitants of the Chagos archipelago, British Indian Ocean Territory, who were deported by the British government in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Chagosians, plural of Chagosian. Chagoya, a surname. Chagoyas, plural of Chagoya. Chagrin, alternative form of Chagrin. Chagres, an abandoned village at the historical site of Fort San Lorenzo, Panama, once a major Atlantic port. Chagr's fever, a form of malaria contracted along the Chagres River in Panama. Chagrin, distress of mind caused by a failure of aims or plans, want of appreciation, mistakes, etc., vexation or mortification. Chagrin, alternative form of chagrin. Chagrined, simple past and past participle of chagrin. Chagrins, plural of chagrin. Chagrining, present participle and gerund of chagrin. Chagrined, simple past and past participle of chagrin. Chagrining, present participle and gerund of chagrin. Chagrins, third person singular simple present indicative of chagrin. Chags, plural of chag. Chadwell, the Puya bromeliad. Chaguanas. A town and borough of Trinidad and Tobago. Chaguar, any of several related species of South American plants of the family Bromeliaceae, among them Bromelia cera, Bromelia hieronymi, Danicanthan urbanum and Pseudomonas cignarius. Chagaramas, the northwest peninsula of Trinidad west of Port of Spain, or the developed area within this peninsula. Chaguars, plural of Chaguar. Chahal, a surname from Punjabi. Chadals, plural of Chahal. Jalor, a former province of China, now mostly part of Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region. Chaharbagh, ellipsis of Chaharbagh Avenue, the Chaharbagh, Isfahan, so named because Shah Abbas the Great had bought 4 vineyards in the city to secure the right-of-way. Chaharbags, plural of Chaharbagh. Chaharmahal and Bakshiri, a province of Iran. Shahukir, a type of rice porridge from Manipur with nuts, cardamom, sugar and rice fruit. When made with black rice, it is a purplish color unlike the creamy white hue it has when made with white rice. Chai, alternative letter case form of chai Jewish symbol. Chai latte, a hot drink similar to masala chai or calf latte, made with spiced tea and steamed milk. Chai lattes, plural of chai latte. Chai nat, alternative spelling of chainat. Chai po, alternative form of chai po. Chai tea, synonym of masala chai. Chai teas, plural of chai tea. Chai to kue, synonym of turnip cake, often particularly referring to stir-fried preparation popular in Southeast Asia. Chai Wan, an area of Eastern District, Hong Kong. Chai de muite, a triclinic petiole mineral containing hydrogen, iron, oxygen, sulfur, and zinc. Chai Dauri, a city 10 km northwest of Athens in Attica, Greece. Kedeo, dated form of Che Dari. Che Darian, dated form of Che Dari. Chades, a surname. Chadezes, plural of Chades. Chek, a surname. Chaiken, a surname. Jaikana, a tea house in parts of Central Asia. Shaikanas, plural of Chaikana. Chaikin, a surname. Tchaikovsky, alternative spelling of T. Tchaikovsky. Tchaikovsky, alternative spelling of T. Tchaikovsky. Chailey, a village and civil parish in Lewes District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 3919. Chalat, a neighborhood of Paris, France. Te, a male given name from Hebrew. Te, a surname. Chain armor, chainmail. Chain armors, plural of chain armor. Chain binder, a device for tightening or binding chains. Chain binders, plural of chain binder. Chain boat, a boat fitted up for recovering lost cables, anchors, etc. Chain boats, plural of chain boat. Chain bridge, a suspension bridge suspended on chains. Chain bridges, plural of chain bridge. Chain cable, a cable composed of metal links. Chain cables, plural of chain cable. Chain case, synonym of gear case. Chain cases, plural of chain case. Chain code, a program that compresses a monochrome image. Chain codes, plural of chain code. Chain complex, a sequence of abelian groups or modules together with a sequence of homomorphisms called boundary homomorphisms between consecutive groups, such that the image of one homomorphism is contained in the kernel of the next. Chain complexes, plural of chain complex. Chain conveyor, a conveyor system for moving material through production lines using an endless chain to transmit power and to propel the material through a trough. Chain conveyors, plural of chain conveyor. Chain dance, synonym of circle dance. Chain dances, plural of chain dance. Chain drill, a classroom technique in which one student asks another a question who answers and in turn asks the same question to yet another student, continuing until the whole class is both asked and answered. Chain drills, plural of chain drill. Chain drive, transmission system in which power is transferred to the wheels, for example, by means of a chain. Chain drives, plural of chain drive. Chain fern, a fern of any of several species of two genera. Chain ferns, plural of chain fern. Chain ferries, plural of chain ferry. Chain ferry, a ferry that is pulled through the water via an attached chain. Chain gang, a group of convicts chained together to work outside the confines of a prison. Chain gangs, plural of chain gang. Chain group, a free abelian group generated by all the k-dimensional oriented simplices of a given simplicial complex. Chain growth polymerization, synonym of addition polymerization. Chain growth polymerizations, plural of chain growth polymerization. Chain guard, a compartment that encloses the chain and sprocket assemblies of a bicycle. Chain guards, plural of chain guard. Chain gun, a machine gun or autocannon that uses an external power source via a continuous loop of chain. Chain guns, plural of chain gun. Chain hobble, hobble chain. Chain hobbles, plural of chain hobble. Chain letter, a letter that can be mailed successively to different recipients, with each recipient ostensibly, but sometimes sarcastically, being instructed in the body of the letter to mail the letter to another person or persons. Chain letters, plural of chain letter. Chain lightning, lightning in angular, zigzag, or forked flashes. Chain locker, a space in the forward part of the ship, typically beneath the bow in front of the foremost collision bulkhead that contains the anchor chain when the anchor is secured for sea. Chain lockers, plural of chain locker. Chain mail, a flexible defensive armor made of a mesh of interlinked metal rings. Chain mail, plural of chain mail. Chain map, a collection of homomorphisms between the elements of any two chain complexes. Chain maps, plural of chain map. Chain migration, the social process by which immigrants from a particular area follow others from that area to a particular destination. Chain migrations, plural of chain migration. Chain of a, synonym of great chain of being. Chain of command, the command hierarchy or structure in which one rank obeys the one above it, which obeys the one above it, and so forth. Chain of custody, the documentation showing the full process of acquisition, transfer, handling, and disposition of physical or electronic materials. Chain of title, in the law of real property, a series of documents recorded in the appropriate government repository which establish the passage of a parcel of property from owner to owner, ideally back to the first owner to reduce the property to private ownership. Chain pickerel, a species of fish, Essox niger. Chain pier. A pier supported by chains like a chain bridge. Chain piers, plural of chain pier. Chain pipe, an opening in the deck lined with iron through which the cable is passed into the lockers or tiers. Chain pipes, plural of chain pipe. Chain pump, a water pump consisting of a series of buckets on a chain, wheel, or drum. Chain pumps, plural of chain pump. Chain reaction, a chemical reaction where the products of the reaction influence the reactants of a following reaction, leading to positive feedback. Chain reactions, plural of chain reaction. Chain rule, a formula for computing the derivative of the functional composition of two or more functions. Chainsaw, alternative spelling of chainsaw. Chainsaw. Plural of chainsaw. Shang shift, a phonological modification of a vowel system in which a change in a particular vowel causes other adjacent vowels to also change in order to avoid vowel mergers. Chain shifts, plural of chain shift. Chain shot, a projectile consisting of two cannon balls or half balls linked by a chain, fired from cannons mostly to attack spars and rigging. Chain shots, plural of chain shot. Chain sickle, a Japanese weapon evolved from the sickle, the kusarigama. Chain sickles, plural of chain sickle. Chain silicate, synonym of inosilicate. Chain silicates. Plural of chain silicate. Chain sinnet, various types of chain knots made in a line or rope which, in its simplest form, is formed by pulling successive loops of the line through the previous loop. More complex sinnets can be produced using hitches, doubled loops, and so on rather than simple loops, used mainly to shorten the line or rope or to make for easy storage, also used for decorative purposes. Chain sinnets, plural of chain sinnet. Chain slap, the slapping sound of the bicycle's chain against the chainstays while riding over rough terrain. Chain smoke, alternative form of chain smoke. Chain smoked, simple past and past participle of chain smoked. Chain smoker, one who smokes continuously by lighting one cigarette when they finish another, as in a chain. Chain smokers, plural of chain smoker. Chain smokes, third person singular simple present indicative of chain smoke. Chain smoking, alternative form of chain smoking. Chain smokings, plural of chain smoking. Chain stay, one of the two frame tubes that run horizontally from the bottom bracket shell back to the rear dropouts. Chain stays, plural of chain stay. Chain stitch, a stitch in which the looping of the thread or threads forms a chain on the underside of the work. The loop stitch as distinguished from the lock stitch. Chain stitches, plural of chain stitch. Chain store, a retail outlet that is one of a group of similar establishments having common format, contents, ownership, and management. Chain stores, plural of chain store. Chain stories, plural of chain story. Chain story, A story, each section of which is written by a different author picking up where the previous one left off. Chains suck. The tendency of a chain to stick to chainings and be sucked up into the bicycle instead of coming off the chaining, especially if it is worn or if conditions are dirty. Chain tie. A tie consisting of a series of connected iron bars or rods. Chain ties. Plural of chain tie. Chain tower. Either of a pair of structures built on each side of a river or harbor mouth from which defensive chains were raised or lowered. Chain towers. Plural of chain tower. Chain up. To put in chains. Chain viper. Russell's viper. Chain vipers. Plural of chain viper. Chain cable. Alternative form of chain cable. Chain cables. Plural of chain cable. Chain driven. Referring to the transmission of power by means of a suitable endless chain, such as a bicycle chain. Chain ganger. Someone who has been forced to work in a chain gang, usually a convict. Chain gangers. Plural of chain ganger. Chain ladder method. An actuarial loss reserving technique based on the assumption that historical loss development patterns are indicative of future loss development patterns. Chain link. Alternative form of chain link. Chain links. Plural of chain link. Chain mail. Alternative spelling of chain mail. Chain melted. Pertaining to the chain melted state phase of matter. Chain melted state. A state of matter similar to phase transition states between liquid and solid, that is both liquid and solid. The phase is found in some matter which can exist in crystalline states, where portions are melted liquid while other portions are frozen solid crystal in a distinct manner. Chain of responsibility pattern. A behavioral design pattern that consists of a source of command objects and a series of processing objects. Chain of responsibility patterns. Plural of chain of responsibility pattern. Chain shot. Alternative form of chain shot. Chain shots. Plural of chain shot. Chain shot. Alternative form of chain shot. Chain shots. Plural of chain shot. Chain smoke. To smoke cigarettes by continuously lighting one from the glowing end of the previous one. Chain smoked. Simple past and past participle of chain smoke. Chain smoker. Alternative form of chain smoker. Chain smokers. Plural of chain smoker. Chain smokes. Third person singular simple present indicative of chain smoke. Chain smoking. Of or pertaining someone who chain smokes. Chain smokings. Plural of chain smoking. Chain the natch. To snatch a gold chain or sometimes a silver chain from a woman or a man and run away. Chainable. Capable of being chained or connected together. Chainage. An imaginary line used to measure distance, often corresponding to the center of a straight road. Chainages. Plural of chainage. Chainet. A province of Thailand. Chain bolt. large bolt used to secure the chain plates to the ship's side. Chain bolts, plural of chain bolt. Chain breaker, a tool used to remove a link from a chain. Chain breakers, plural of chain breaker. Chain breaking, that breaks an aliphatic chain at a double bond. Chain case, a guard which fits around the chain of a bicycle to protect it from dirt and other environmental hazards and to protect operators from dirt and danger of trapping. Chain cases, plural of chain case. Chain code, alternative form of chain code. Chain codes, plural of chain code. Obsolete spelling of chain. Chain opératoire. The technical processes and social acts involved in the production, use, and eventual disposal of artifacts, used to guide step-by-step analysis. Chain. Simple past and past participle of chain. Chained up. Simple past and past participle of chain up. Chainer. One who chains. Chainers. Plural of chainer. Chains, plural of chain. Chainus, second person singular simple present indicative of chain. Chaina, third person singular simple present indicative of chain. Chaina, hetiner. Chaiats, plural of chainette. Chainfall, a chain laid across a beam or similar, used as part of a hoist for lifting objects. Chainfalls, plural of chainfall. Chainfern, alternative form of chainfern. Chainferns, plural of chainfern. Chainganger, alternative form of chainganger. Chaingangers, plural of chain. Ganger. Chain guard, a component of a bicycle designed to prevent the rider's clothing from being soiled or caught up in the chain rings. Chain guards, plural of chain guard. Chain gun, alternative spelling of chain gun. Chain guns, plural of chain gun. Chainik, a tea kettle. Chaix, plural of chainik. Chaininess, the state or quality of being part of a chain instrument. Shining, present participle and gerund of chain. Chaining up, present participle and gerund of chain up. Chainings, plural of chaining. Shameless, without a chain. Shamelessness, absence of chains. Shaylet, a small chain. Chainlets, plural of chainlet. Chain having the form of a chain. Chainlink, wires woven in a zigzag pattern to form a mesh. Chainlinked, formed into a chainlink pattern. Chainlinks, plural of chainlink. Chainmail. Alternative spelling of chainmail. Chainbaker. A tool used to add a link to a chain. Chainmakers. Plural of chainmaker. Chainmaking. The manufacture of chains. Chainman. One who uses a chain or measuring tape. Chainman. Plural of chainman. Cheon. A secondary range of mountains. Cheons. Plural of chainon. Chainplate. A plate on the side of a sailing ship to which the shrouds are attached. Chainplates. Plural of chainplate. Chainring. The large forward ring on a bicycle that a chain attaches to in order to transfer energy to a wheel. It consists of one or more sprockets that are driven by the cranks and pedals of the bicycle. Chainrings. Plural of chainring. Chains. Plural of chain. Chains of being. Plural of chain of being. Chains of command. Plural of chain of command. Chains of custody. Plural of chain of custody. Chains of title. Plural of chain of title. Chains up. Third person singular simple present indicative of chain up. Chainsaw. A power saw that has a power-driven and fast-revolving chain of metal teeth, usually used to cut trees. Chainsaw consultant. A consultant whose job is to assist in downsizing a workplace. Chainsaw consultants. Plural of chainsaw consultant. Chainsaw. Simple past and past participle of chainsaw. Chainsawing. Present participle and gerund of chainsaw. Chainsawn. Past participle of chainsaw. Chainsaws. Plural of chainsaw. Chainset. A crankset. Chainsets. Plural of chainset. Chainshot. Alternative form of chain shot. Chainshots. Plural of chain shot. Chainsmith. A person who makes metal chain. Chainsmiths. Plural of chainsmith. Chain smoke. Alternative form of chain smoke. Chain smoked. Simple past and past participle of chain smoke. Chain smokes. Third person singular simple present indicative of chain smoke. Chain smoking. Alternative form of chain smoking. Chain smokings. Plural of chain smoking. Chain sorter. A device used to connect conveyor belts traveling in different directions in automated sortation. Chain sorters. Plural of chain sorter. Chainstay. Alternative spelling of chainstay. Chainstays. Plural of chainstay. Chainsticks. Synonym of nunchaku. Chainstitch. Alternative form of chain stitch. Chain stitches. Plural of chain stitch. Shamewell. Obsolete spelling of channel etymology 3. Shamewells. Plural of chainwheel. Shamewheel. Synonym of chainring bicycle part. Shamewells. Plural of chain wheel. Chainway. Occurring or extending throughout a chain, such as a chain of stores. Chainwise. Between or associated with chains. Chainwork. Work looped or linked after the manner of a chain. Chainworks. A factory where chains are made. Chairperson. Chair bed. A kind of chair capable of being turned into a bed. Chair beds. Plural of chair bed. Chair conformation. The most stable chemical conformation of a 6-member single-bonded carbon ring such as cyclohexane. Chair conformations. Plural of chair conformation. Chair days. Days of repose and old age. Chairlift. Alternative form of chairlift. Chairlifts. Plural of chair. Chairlift. Chair mat. A sheet of durable smooth material that is placed on a floor space occupied by a chair, typically one equipped with casters to prevent undue wear. Chair mats. Plural of chair mat. Chair organ. Choir organ. Chair organs. Plural of chair organ. Chair pluck. A person who habitually attends meetings, but makes no active contribution to them. Chair plugs. Plural of chair plug. Chair rail. A molding, traditionally of wood, intended to prevent chairs from contacting the painted plaster of a wall. Chair rails. Plural of chair rail. Chair seat. The seat of a chair. Chair seater. Someone whose job it is to make seats for chairs. Chair seaters. Plural of chair seater. Chair seats. Plural of chair seat. Chair time. The amount of time in which a patient spends in the chair of a doctor or other medical professional. Chair times. Plural of chair time. Chair umpire. The official who sits in the umpire chair, who is the main authority during a match. Chair umpires. Plural of chair umpire. Chair up. To chair something, act as chairman/chairwoman for. Chairlift. Alternative form of chairlift. Chairlifts. Plural of chairlift. Chair seater. Alternative form of chair seater. Chair seaters. Plural of chair seater. Chair back. The rear part of a chair that supports the sitter's back. Chair backs. Plural of chair back. Tarred. Alternative form of chair bed. Tarbs. Plural of chair. Chairborne. Employed to work in an office, etc., and not out in the field, having a sedentary job. Chairbound. Unable to leave one's chair or confined to a wheelchair. Chairboy. Someone connected with Wycombe Wanderers Football Club as a fan, player, coach, etc. Chairboys, plural of chairboy. Chaircover, a covering for a chair. Chaircovers. Plural of chaircover. Chairdrobe, a chair on which someone stores clothing that has been worn but which is not yet too dirty to wear again. Chairdrobes, plural of chairdrobe. Obsolete spelling of chair. Tar, simple past and past participle of chair. Chaired up, simple past and past participle of chair up. Tas, plural of chair. Tas. A surname. Chairless, plural of chairs. Chairfasts, unable to leave one's chair for some reason. Chairfolk, chair people. Chairful, a person of a particular quality that sits in a chair. Chairfuls, plural of chairful. Shareholder, one who holds the role of academic chair. Shareholders, plural of chairholder. Share, the deputy being jiao. Sharer, present participle and gerund of chair. Sharing up, present participle and gerund of chair up. Chairladies, plural of chairlady. Chairlady, chairwoman. Chairless, without a chair or chairs. Chairlessness, absence of chairs. Chairlift, a continuously moving series of open seats slung from overhead cables used to transport people, especially skiers, up the sides of mountains. Chairlifts, plural of chairlift. Chairlie, resembling or characteristic of a chair. Chairmaker, a manufacturer of chairs. Chairmaker's bulrush, a perennial herb Sconoplectus americanus native to the Americas, used as a model organism in the study of salt marsh ecology. Chairmaker's bulrushes, plural of chairmaker's bulrush. Chairmakers, plural of chairmaker. Chairmaking, the manufacture of chairs. Chairman, a person presiding over a meeting. Chairmanager, a person who temporarily holds the position of both chairman and manager of a club. Chairmanagers, plural of chairmanager. Chairman, simple past and past participle of chairman. Chairmaness, synonym of chairwoman. Chairmanesses, plural of chairmaness. Chairmaning, present participle and gerund of chairman. Chairman-like, resembling or characteristic of a chairman. Chairmanly, befitting a chairman. Chairman, simple past and past participle of chairman. Chairmaning, present participle and gerund of chairman. Chairmans, third person singular simple present indicative of chairman. Chairmanship, the office or the term of a chairman. Chairmanships, plural of chairmanship. Chairmat. Alternative spelling of chairmat. Chairmats. Plural of chairmat. Chairman. Plural of chairman. Chairness. The essence of what it means to be a chair. The qualities that make a chair what it is. Chairrobics. Any system. Plural of chairman. Chairness. The essence of what it means to be a chair. The qualities that make a chair what it is. Chairrobics. Any system of exercise in which the exerciser remains seated or uses the chair for balance, as for seniors or someone confined to a wheelchair. Chairplaying. A fairground ride, a variation on the carousel in which the chairs are suspended from the rotating top of the carousel. Chairplanes. Plural of chairplane. Chairpeople. Plural of chairperson. Chairperson. A chairman or chairwoman, someone who presides over a meeting, board, etc. Chairpersons. Plural of chairperson. Chairpersonship. The office or term of a chairperson. Chairpersonships. Plural of chairpersonship. Tas. Plural of chair. Chair up. Third person singular simple present indicative of chair up. Chair seat. Rare form of chair seat. Chair seater. Alternative form of chair seater. Chair seaters. Plural of chair seater. Chair seats. Plural of chair seat. Chairsful. Plural of chairful. Chariot. Chairpersonship. Chairhips. Plural of chairship. Chairside. Happening next to the dental chair during treatment. Chairsides. Plural of chairside. Chairward. Toward a chair. Chairwarmer. One who occupies a post or employment but does no useful work. Chairwarmers. Plural of chairwarmer. Chairway. Synonym of chairlift. Chairways. Plural of chairway. Chairwise. In the manner or orientation of a chair. Chairwoman. A female chairperson. Chairwomanship. The office or term of chairwoman. Chairwomanships. Plural of chairwomanship. Chairwoman. Plural of chairwoman. Chairwork. A technique in which the patient moves between chairs, acting as a different person in each one, so as to understand the point of view of others. Chais. Plural of chai. Des. An open, horse-drawn carriage for one or two people, usually with one horse and two wheels. Chaise and four. A chaise carriage pulled by four horses. Chaise and fours. Plural of chaise and four. Chaise longue. A reclining chair with a long seat, which can support the outstretched legs of a sitter normally with one armrest. Chaise longues. Plural of chaise longue. Chaise lounge. Synonym of chaise longue. Chaise lounges. Plural of chaise lounge. Chaise maker. A manufacturer of horse-drawn carriages. Chaise makers. Plural of chaise maker. Gaius, plural of shays. Shays and four, plural of shays and four. Chaises and fours, plural of shays and four. Chaises longs, plural of shays long. Chason, a surname. Chasons, plural of chasten. A surname. Chaitin's algorithm, a bottom-up graph coloring register allocation algorithm that uses cost/degree as its spill metric. Chaitin's constant, a real number that informally represents the probability that a randomly constructed program will halt. Chaitra, the first month of the Hindu lunar calendar. Chaits, plural of chait. Teda, a Buddhist or Jain shrine including a stupa. Tedas, plural of chaita. Chewala, alternative spelling of Chewala. Chewalas, plural of Chewala. Chewala, alternative spelling of Chewala. Chewa, a tea vendor in South Asia. Chewalas, plural of Chewala. Chewalas, plural of Chewala. Shayathom, a province of Thailand. Chayafumai, any of a class of cyclopeptide present in some bacteria. Chayafumine, plural of Chayafumine. Chadya, a South American bird, the crested screamer Channa torquata, which can be used as guard animals. Chajangmian, alternative form of Chajangmian. Chajangmian, alternative form of Jajangmyeon. Chajas, plural of Chaja. Chaditoskij, alternative spelling of T. Tchaikovsky. Chajnantor, a plateau in northern Chile, Ano de Chajnantor, the site of a millimeter/submillimeter telescope array. Shak, a musical instrument filled with seeds or grain and used as a rattle in traditional St. Lucian music. Shaks, plural of chak. Shakacha, a traditional Swahili style of music and dance. Shakalaka, a spicy African vegetable relish traditionally served with bread, pap, samp, stews, and curries. Chacana, a stepped cross motif often with a circle in the center used by the Inca and other Andean cultures. Chacanas, plural of Chacana. Shakarian, a surname from Armenian. Shakarians, plural of Shakarian. Shakavian, one of the main superdialects spoken in Croatia. Shakavians, plural of Chakavian. Shakowski, the Chakavian dialect. Shakazi, a variety of Kopel. Shahazi, alternative form of Chakazi, variety of Kopel. Shakshauka, alternative spelling of Shakshuka. Shakma, alternative form of Chakma. Shaki Takwa, alternative form of Chaki Takla. Chaki Takla, a modified stick tool used for tilling, adapted to manage a variety of soil and terrain types. Chaki Takla, alternative form of Chaki Takla. 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 Chaka, an Islamic territorial subdivision of India. Chaklas, plural of chakla. Kakli, a type of muraku that uses chickpea flour as well. Chaklis, plural of chakli. Shakma, a member of a Tibeto-Burman people of Bangladesh and northeast India. Chakmas, plural of chakma. Shano, alternative form of don't you know. Shakhabza, a Northwest Caucasian language. Shatter, alternative form of Chukar. Shakor, alternative form of Chukar. Shakors, plural of Chakor. Shatters, plural of Chakar. Shakta, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Jakpahu, a village in Navajo County, Arizona, United States. Shakrem, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Shakpur, a funnel used to produce mandala art from sand. Shakpurs, plural of Chakbor. Chakra, any of at least 7 centers of spiritual energy in or near the body, according to Ayurveda philosophy. Chakra healing, the practice of using the supposed therapeutic effects of chakras to balance and harmonize energy centers in the body and hence cure illness. Chakraborty, a surname. Chakrabortys, plural of Chakraborty. Chakradhar, name of Vishnu. Chakral, relating to a chakra or chakras. Chakram, a disc-like throwing weapon from India. Chakrams, plural of chakram. Chakrapani, name of Vishnu, bearer of the Sudarshana chakra. Chakras, plural of chakra. Chakravakam, a raga in Carnatic music. It is the 16th Melakarta raga in the 72 Melakarta raga system. Chakravala method, the use of a cyclic algorithm to solve indeterminate quadratic equations. Chakravartin, an ideal universal ruler who rules ethically and benevolently over the entire world. Chakravartins, plural of Chakravartin. Kakri, the ruling dynasty/house of Thailand from 1782 to the present. Chakrik, relating to chakras. Gyal, a male gypsy. Shala, Croton schoolary, a tree native to the Galapagos. Chalaver, a town and commune of Aude department, Occitania, France. Shalaf, a knife used by Ashkenazi Jews in Sheheta, the kosher slaughter of animals. Chala. Alternative spelling of chala. Chalas. Plural of chala. Chalamaniac. A fan of American and French actor Timothée Chalamet, born 1995. Chalamaniacs. Plural of chalamaniac. Chalaba. A male given name. Chalapa. Alternative form of chalamba. Chala. Alternative form of chalan. Chalan Beal. A large marshland in Rajshahi Division, Bangladesh. Chalance. An attitude of seriousness and earnestness. Chalan. Simple past and past participle of chalan. Chalining. Present participle and gerund of chalan. Chalant. Simple past and past participle of chalan. Chalining. Present participle and gerund of chalan. Chalans. Plural of chalan. Chalans. Not nonchalant, careful, attentive, or concerned. Cholera. Ash dieback disease. Chalea. Relaxation of a normally contracted muscle, especially a sphincter. Chalaste. Reducing stiffness, laxative. Chalatenango. A department of El Salvador. Chalav stam. Milk or other dairy product that is assumed to be kosher despite not being supervised by a mashiach. Chalav Yisrael. Milk or dairy product produced under rabbinic supervision. Chalaza. The location where the nucellus attaches to the integuments opposite the micropyle. Chalazi. Plural of chalaza. Chala. Puzzle. Of or pertaining to the chalaza. Chalazas. Plural of chalaza. Chales. Rare form of chalaza. Chalazes. Plural of chales. Chalasia. Plural of chalazian. Chalaziferous. Having or bearing chalazas. Chalazian. A cyst in the eyelid caused by inflammation of a blocked meibomian gland. Chalazians. Plural of chalazian. Chalazoderma. A rare connective tissue disorder in which the skin becomes inelastic and hangs loosely in folds. Chalazogam. Any plant that is fertilized by chalazogamy. Chalazogamic. Relating to chalazogamy. Chalazogamous. Relating to chalazogamy. Chalazogams. Plural of chalazogamy. Chalazogamy. A process of fecundation in which the pollen tube penetrates to the embryo sac through the tissue of the chalaza instead of entering through the micropyle. Chalba. Alternative form of chabat. Chalbots. Plural of chalbot. Chalca. Of chalco. Chalcan. Synonym of chalcanthum. Chalcanthite. A mineral form of copper sulfate, CuSO4. Chalcanthites. plural of chalcanthite. Chalcanthum, copper Roman 2 sulfate Cuso. Chalcedon, an ancient maritime town of Bithynia in Asia Minor in modern Turkey, almost directly opposite Byzantium. Chalcedonius, relating to or composed of Chalcedony. Chalcedonian, accepting the Christological definition dogmatized at Chalcedon. Chalcedonianism, the religious doctrine of the Chalcedonians. Chalcedonians, plural of Chalcedonian. Chalcedonic, of or pertaining to Chalcedony. Chalcedonies, plural of Chalcedony. Chalcedonite, Chalcedony. Chalcedonites, plural of Chalcedonite. Chalcedonies, obsolete form of Chalcedony. Chalcedony, a form of fine-grained quartz that is nearly transparent or has a milky translucence. It fractures conchoidally. Chalcedonyx, an agate formed of a white, opaque chalcedony alternating with a grayish translucent chalcedony. Chalcenteric, chalcenterous. Chalcenterous, having bowels of brass, tough. Chalces, the people of Chalco. Chaltese, alternative spelling of Chalces. Chalchihuidal, turquoise. Chalchihuidals, plural of Chalchihuidal. Chalchihuapa, a town in Santa Ana Department, El Salvador. Chalcid, any of many small wasps of the superfamily Chalcidoidea, most of which are parasitoids of other insects. Chalcid wasp. Chalcid. Chalcid wasps, plural of chalcid wasps. Chalcidica, plural of chalcidicum. Chalcidus, alternative form of chalcidici. Chalcidicum, in ancient Roman architecture, the vestibule or portico of a public building opening onto the forum. Chalcidid, any member of the family Chalcididae. Certain wasps. Chalcidids, plural of chalcidid. Chalcidoi, any chalcid wasp of the superfamily Chalcidoidea. Chalcidoids, plural of chalcidoi. Chalcidology, the study of chalcid wasps. Chalcids, plural of chalcid. Chalcis, a city in Euboea regional unit, Greece. Chalcitrin, a yellow pigment found in chalciporous fungi. Chalco, copper. Relatedly, also bronze or brass. Chalcolumite, a monoclinic sphenoidal mineral containing aluminum, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Chalcocite, cuprous sulfide, Cu2S, an important ore of copper. Chalcocites, plural of chalcocite. Chalcocidization, the transformation of a mineral into chalcocite. Chalcocene, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing copper, oxygen, and sulfur. Chalcogel, a metal chalcogenide aerogel. Chalcogyls, plural of chalcogyl. Chalcogen, any element of group 16 of the periodic table, oxygen, sulfur, selenium, tellurium, or polonium. Chalcogenate, a salt or ester derived from oxidation state 6 chalcogen oxyacids. Chalcogeny, any binary compound of a chalcogen with a more electropositive element. Chalcogenide glass, any of several inorganic polymers of sulfur, selenium, and tellurium that are transparent to infrared radiation and are used in optics. Chalcogenide glasses, plural of chalcogenide glass. Chalcogenides, plural of chalcogeny. Chalcogenol, a chemical compound containing a chalcogen bound to a hydrogen atom A. Chalcogenols, plural of chalcogenol. Chalcogenophosphate, the equivalent of a phosphate in which the oxygen atoms have been replaced by those of a chalcogen. Chalcogenophosphates, plural of chalcogenophosphate. Chalcogens, plural of chalcogen. Chalcograph, an artwork produced by chalcography. Chalcographer, an engraver on copper or brass. Chalcographers, plural of chalcographer. Chalcographic, of or pertaining to chalcography. Chalcographes, synonym of chalcographer. Chalcographists, plural of chalcographists. Chalcographs, plural of chalcograph. Chalcography, engraving on copper or brass. Chalcoli, a chalcogen halide compound. Chalcolides, plural of chalcohali. Chalcolite, synonym of torbernite. Chalcolytic, synonym of Neolithic. Chalcomenite, an orthorhombic spheноidal light blue mineral containing copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and selenium. Chalcomycin, a particular macrolide antibiotic. Chalconaringenin, a naringenin chalcone present in tomatoes. Chalconatronite, a monoclinic prismatic greenish-blue mineral containing carbon, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium. Chalcone, the compound 1 to redevial propanen pH equals gaf pH equals VO. Chalcones, plural of chalcone. Chalconoi, any of a group of natural phenols related to chalcone. Chalconoids, plural of chalconoid. Chalconaringenin, a yellow pigment normally present as a glycoside in carnation flowers. Chalcophenite, a trigonal rhombohedral mineral containing hydrogen, iron, manganese, oxygen, and zinc. Chalcophile, in the Goldschmidt classification, an element such as copper that forms sulfide minerals if enough sulfur is available. Chalcophiles, plural of chalcophile. Chalcophilate, having a strong affinity for sulfur. Chalcophilite, a rare secondary copper arsenate mineral occurring in the oxidized zones of some arsenic-bearing copper deposits. Chalcopyrite, a yellow mineral that is a mixed sulfide of copper and iron with the chemical formula CuFeS2. Chalcopyrites, plural of chalcopyrite. Chalcopyritic, relating to or composed of chalcopyrite. Chalcopyritization, conversion into chalcopyrite. Chalcopyritize, in a state of chalcopyritization, having been turned to chalcopyrite. Chalcopyrite, synonym of cubonite. Chalcosiderite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing copper, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and phosphorus. Chalcosis, copper poisoning. Chalcostibi, a black orthorhombic mineral composed of copper antimony disulfide. Chalcothalite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing antimony. Copper, iron, sulfur, and thallium. Chaldea, alternative form of Chaldea, historical and ancient geographic region of Western Asia in the southern portion of Babylonia in modern eastern Iraq and southwestern Iran, lying chiefly on the right bank of the Euphrates, but commonly used to refer to the whole of the Mesopotamian plain. Chaldean, alternative spelling of Chaldean. Chaldeans, plural of Chaldean. Chaldaic, of or pertaining to Chaldea. Chaldaical, Chaldaic. Chaldaics, plural of Chaldaic. Chaldaism, an idiom or peculiarity in the Chaldees dialect. Chaldaisms. Plural of Chaldaism. Chaldea, an ancient geographic region of Western Asia in the southern portion of Babylonia in modern eastern Iraq and southwestern Iran, lying chiefly on the right bank of the Euphrates, but commonly used to refer to the whole of the Mesopotamian plain. Chaldean, of or pertaining to Chaldea specifically, or ancient Babylonia in general. Chaldean Catholic Church, an Eastern Catholic particular church sui juris, which uses the Chaldean rite in full communion with the Holy See and the rest of the Catholic Church. Chaldean Neo-Aramaic, a modern Eastern Aramaic language spoken in the region between Lake Urmia in Iran and Mosul in Iraq. Chaldeans, plural of Chaldean. Chaldee, of or relating to Chaldea, the Chaldeans or Chaldean culture. Chaldees, plural of Chaldee. Chaldine, one of the moons of Jupiter. Chowder, an old Scottish dry measure equal to 16 balls. Chowders, plural of chowder. Chalduran, a plain in West Azerbaijan province, Iran, the site of a battle between the Ottoman Empire and the Safavid Empire in 1500. Chalburn, an Old English dry measure containing 4 quarters. At London, 36 bushels heaped up, or its equivalent weight, and more than twice as much at Newcastle. Now used exclusively for coal and coke. Chalburns, plural of Chaldron. Chaldea, archaic spelling of Chaldea. Chaldean, archaic form of Chaldean. Chaldeans, plural of Chaldean. Cha, a village and civil parish in the south of the Isle of Wight, England. OS grid ref SZ 4878. Ta, alternative form of Chala. Chals, plural of Chale. Chalpo, a surname. Chalpos, plural of Chalpo. Chalthin, synonym of Halatin. Chalet, an alpine style of wooden building with a sloping roof and overhanging eaves. Chalet, alternative form of chalet. Chalets, plural of chalet. Chalets, plural of chalet. Chaleur Bay, an arm of the Gulf of St. Lawrence located between Quebec and New Brunswick, Canada. Chafant, a surname. Chaffants, plural of Chaffant. Chaffut, a group of villages in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Chiltern district, known collectively as the Chaffants. Chaffant St. Giles, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Chiltern District. OS grid ref SU 9893. Chaffant St. Peter, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Chiltern District. OS grid ref TQ 0091. Shalford, a village and civil parish in Stroud District, Gloucestershire, England. OS grid ref SO 8903. Chalgrave, a civil parish and hamlet in Central Bedfordshire District, Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL 0027. Chalice, a large drinking cup, often having a stem and base and used especially for formal occasions and religious ceremonies. Chalice drum, synonym of goblet drum. Chalice drums, plural of chalice drum. Chalice, having a chalice. Chaliceful, as much as a chalice will hold. Chalice-like, resembling or characteristic of a chalice. Chalice plural of chalice. Chalicis, a layperson authorized to assist the clergy, particularly within the Episcopal or Anglican Church, in administering the Christian sacrament of Holy Communion during worship services. Specifically, chalicists offer the consecrated wine to communicants following its consecration by the celebrant. Chalicists, plural of chalices. Chalicosis, a form of pneumoconiosis affecting the lungs or bronchioles found chiefly among stonecutters. Chalicother, any of the various outtoed ungulates of the family Chalicoidae from the Eocene and Pleistocene periods which had host-like heads and ape-like bodies. Chalicothers, plural of Chalicother. Chalicoe, any mammal in the family Chalicotheridae. Chalicotheridae is plural of Chalicotheridae. Chalamy, plural of Chalamus. Chalamus, the post-copitid stage of a calligid parasite, having a frontal filament for attaching to the hosts. Chalandry, a commune in Haute-Marne Department, Grand Est, France. Chaling, a county of Zhezhou, Hunan, China. Chaladit, any sponge in the family Chaelinidae. Chaelinids, plural of chaelin. Chalitza, alternative form of Halitza. Chalk, a suburban village attached to the east side of Gravesend, Gravesham Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6773. Chalk against, to hold against or count against, to hold a grudge regarding something. Chalk and cheese. Set of things that are very different, though possibly superficially alike. Chalk and talk, the traditional method of teaching, consisting mainly of speaking and writing on a chalkboard. Chalk bag, a small pouch attached to a climber's harness, designed to filled with climbing chalk. Chalk bags, plural of chalk bag. Chalk box, chalk line. Chalk boxes, plural of chalk box. Chalk down, synonym of chalk out. Make plans, sketch. Chalk eater, one who bets on racehorses that are favorites to win. Chalk eaters, plural of chalk eater. Chalk Farm, a neighborhood in the borough of Camden, Greater London, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 2884. Chalk fish, dried sea cucumber used as a food. Chalk for cheese, a small price for a good article, a bargain. Chalk full, misspelling of chalk full. Chalk it down, to agree enthusiastically. Chalk lettuce, Dudleya pulverulenta, a succulent of California and Baja California. Chalk line, a line made on a surface by snapping a taut string or cord dusted with colored chalk. Chalk lines, plural of chalk line. Chalk maple, Acer leucoderm, a tree of the U.S. South. Chalk mixture, a preparation of chalk, cinnamon, and sugar in gum water, formerly used to treat diarrhea in infants. Chalk mixtures, plural of chalk mixture. Chalk off, to set off an area or shape with chalk. Chalk out, to draw or write down something using chalk. Chalk player, synonym of chalk eater, one who bets on racehorses that are favorites to win. Chalk players, plural of chalk player. Chalk something up to experience, to take a lesson from a bad outcome instead of grieving it. Chalk stream, a kind of clear, alkaline stream that flows through chalk hills toward the sea. Chalk streams, plural of chalk stream. Chalk talk, an informal lecture on an academic subject. Chalk talks, plural of chalk talk. Chalk up, to achieve something. Chalk up to attribute or account for something, to ascribe. Chalk-eating weasel, a bettor who regularly wagers on the favorite. Chalk-eating weasels, plural of chalk-eating weasel. Chalk white, chalky white. Chalkable, capable of being written upon in chalk. Chalk bag, alternative form of chalk bag. Chalk bags, plural of chalk bag. Chalk belt, a belt used to carry a chalk bag. Chalk belts, plural of chalk belt. Chalkboard, a slate or enamel board for writing on with chalk, a predecessor to a whiteboard. Chalkboard, simple past and past participle of chalkboard. Chalkboarding, present participle and gerund of chalkboard. Chalkboards, plural of chalkboard. Chalkbrood, a fungal disease of honey bees that gives the bodies of affected larvae a white and chalky appearance. Chalkasse, the fine white powder remaining after chalk is erased from a chalkboard. Chalked, written in or covered by chalk. Chalked against, simple past and past participle of chalk against. Chalked down, simple past and past participle of chalk down. Chalked it down, simple past and past participle of chalk it down. Chalked off, simple past and past participle of chalk off. Chalked out, simple past and past participle of chalk out. Chalk something up to experience. Simple past and past participle of chalk something up to experience. Chalked up, simple past and past participle of chalk up. Chalked up to, simple past and past participle of chalk up to. Chalken, to make or become dry or desiccated, like chalk. Chalkened, simple past and past participle of chalken. Chalkening, present participle and gerund of chalken. Chalkens, third person singular simple present indicative of chalken. Chalker, a surname from Old English. Chalkers, plural of chalker. Chalk face, a cliff or quarry exposing chalk, for example the White Cliffs of Dover. Chalk faces, plural of chalk face. Chalkfish, alternative form of chalkfish. Chalkfishes. Plural of chalkfish. Chalkhill blue, a silver blue butterfly, Polyommatus cordon, of the family Lycaenidae. Chalkhill blues, plural of Chalkhill blue. Chalkidiki, a peninsula and regional unit of Greece, part of the region of Central Macedonia. Chalky, comparative form of chalky, more chalky. Chalkiest, superlative form of chalky, most chalky. Chalky, in a chalky fashion. Chalkiness, the state of being chalky. Chalky, something chalked on a surface. Chalking against, present participle and gerund of chalk against. Chalking down, present participle and gerund of chalk down. Chalking it down, present participle and gerund of chalk it down. Chalking off, present participle and gerund of chalk off. Chalking out, present participle and gerund of chalk out. Chalking something up to experience. Present participle and gerund of chalk something up to experience. Chalking up, present participle and gerund of chalk up. Chalking up to, present participle and gerund of chalk up to. Chalkings, plural of chalking. Chalkitis, synonym of chalcosis. Chalkland, land in which the underlying geology is chalk. Chalklands, plural of chalkland. Chalkless, without chalk. Shockley, a surname from Old English. Shoppies, plural of chalkly. Chalkby, having characteristics of chalk. Chalk mark, a mark made with chalk. Chalk marks, plural of chalk mark. Chalcone, alternative form of chalcone. Chalcones, plural of chalcone. Chalcophore, any medium-sized molecule that has a high specificity for binding or chelating copper. Chalcophores, plural of chalcophore. Chalcopyrite, obsolete form of chalcopyrite. Chalcopyrites, plural of chalcopyrite. Chalcocine, chalcocite. Chalkpit, a quarry where chalk is found. Chalkpits, plural of chalkpit. Chalks, plural of chalk. Chalks against. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk against. Chalks down. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk down. Chalks it down. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk it down. Chalks off. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk off. Chalks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk out. Chalks something up to experience. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk something up to experience. Chalks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk up. Chalks up to. Third person singular simple present indicative of chalk up to. Chalkstone, a mass or piece of chalk. Chalkstones, plural of chalkstone. Chalkstony, having or resembling chalkstones. Chalk stripe, a thin stripe on fabric, like a pinstripe, but made with multiple threads for a softer, more blurred appearance. Chalk stripes, plural of chalk stripe. Chalkware, sculpted figurines usually made of painted plaster of Paris. Chalkwares, plural of chalkware. Chalkwell, a coastal suburb of Southend-on-Sea, Essex, England. OS grid ref TQ 8585. Chalk white, alternative form of chalk white. Chalky, consisting of or containing chalk. Chalky paper, a kind of paper coated with a chalky solution for security purposes to prevent removal of a postmark without damaging the stamp. Chalky papers, plural of chalky paper. Chalky percher, a species of libellula dragonfly, Diplocodes trivialis of Asia, Australia, and New Guinea. Chalky perchers, plural of chalky percher. Jala, a surname from Telugu. Chalcolite, a rare monoclinic halide mineral with the chemical formula Kpb2Cl5 that occurs as white incrustations on lava. Chalcolites, plural of chalcolite. Jala, a traditional bread eaten by Ashkenazi Jews, usually braided for the Sabbath and round for a Yom Tov. Chalice, plural of chala. Challan, an official form or other kind of document, piece of paperwork, citation, etc. Challenged, simple past and past participle of challen. Challening, present participle and gerund of challen. Challand, simple past and past participle of challen. Challening, present participle and gerund of challen. Challens, plural of challen. Chalice, plural of chala. Challengeable, alternative form of challengeable. Challenge, a confrontation, a dare. Challenge coin, a coin or medallion bearing an organization's emblem and carried by members to prove membership if challenged. Challenge coins, plural of challenge coin. Challenge exam, an examination that assesses a person's existing knowledge rather than coming at the end of a taught course. Challenge exams, plural of challenge exam. Challenge run, a playthrough of a video game with additional self-imposed rules or constraints that make the game more difficult. Challenge runs, plural of challenge run. Challenge Brownsville, a census-designated place in Yuba County, California, United States. Challengeable, able to be challenged or disputed. Challenged, lacking some physical or mental attribute or skill, used after adverbs to make politically correct adjectives. Challengee, one to whom a challenge is made. Challengees, plural of challengee. Challengeful, full of challenge. Challengeless, not challenge. Challenger, a space shuttle named after HMS Challenger 1858, destroyed on January 28, 1986, with loss of its 7-member crew. Challenger Bank, a small, recently created retail bank in the United Kingdom that competes directly with the longer-established banks, sometimes by specializing in underserved areas. Challenger Banks, plural of Challenger Bank. Challenger Deep, a deep in Mariana Trench, Pacific Ocean, a point in the Mariana Trench, known as the deepest point in the world's oceans. Challengers, plural of challenger. Challenges, plural of challenge. Challengest, second person singular simple present indicative of challenge. Challengeth, third person singular simple present indicative of challenge. Challenging, present participle and gerund of challenge. Challengingly, in a way or to an extent that challenges. Challengingness, quality or degree of each challenge. Challengings, plural of challenging. Jalles, an English surname derived from a Norman habitational name for someone from Échelle in Pas-de-Calais, France. Chalais, plural of Challies. Challoch, a hamlet near Newton Stewart, Dumfries, and Galloway Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NX 3867. Challoner, a surname originating as an occupation. Challoters, plural of Challoner. Shallows, plural of Challa. Challot, plural of Challa. Challot, plural of Challa. Challa, the site of a former railway station in Vale of White Horse District, Oxfordshire, England, which served the villages of East Challow and West Challow. OS Grid Ref SU 3590. Chalers, a surname. Chalmersian, of or relating to Thomas Chalmers 1780-1847, Scottish minister, professor of theology, and political economist. Chalmette, a census-designated place, the parish seat of St. Bernard Parish in southeastern Louisiana, United States. Chalmetian, a native or inhabitant of Chalmette, Louisiana, in the United States of America. Chalmettians, plural of Chalmettian. Charlotta, a surname. Chalon, any of a series of postage stamps whose illustration was inspired by a portrait of Queen Victoria by Alfred Edward Chalon 1780-1860, more formally known as the Chalon Heads. Chalon-sur-Saône, a commune in Saône-et-Loire department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Chalon, any of several polypeptide hormones that reversibly inhibit mitosis in the tissues that produce them. Challoner, a surname. Challones, plural of Challone. Challonne, relating to the Challones. Challons, plural of Challon. Châlons-en-Champagne, a city, the capital of Marne department, Grand Est, France, renamed from Chalon-sur-Marne in 1998. Chalon-sur-Marne, former name of Châlons-en-Champagne, France, renamed in 1998. Chalorous, warm, heated, enthusiastic. Chalot, plural of Challa. Chalot, plural of Challa. Chaloup, a launch type of boat. Chaloups, plural of chaloup. Chows, plural of chow. Chalta, the elephant apple Delinia indica tree or fruit. Chaltas, plural of chalta. Chaloup, alternative form of halakha. Chalupa, alternative form of halakha. Chalukya, an Indian dynasty that ruled between the 6th and 12th centuries. Chalumeau, a woodwind instrument which was the predecessor of the clarinet. Chalumeaus, plural of chalumeau. Chalumeau, plural of chalumeau. Chala, alternative form of Chalon. Chalons, plural of Chalon. Chalupa, a surname. Chalupes, plural of chalupa. Chalupida, a bite-sized chalupa. Chalupides, plural of chalupida. Shallots, a member of a group of Jewish immigrants to Palestine who worked in agriculture or forestry. Shallotses, plural of shallots. Shallotsum, plural of shallots. Chalotsia, alternative form of haliciat. Shallotsia, alternative form of haliciat. Chavai, Chavington, a village in Chavington with Reich Parish, Wealden District, East Sussex, England. Osgrid Revington with Reich Parish, Wealden District, East Sussex, England. Osgrid Ref TQ 5209. Chavington with Ripe. Ripe, a civil parish in Wealden District, East Sussex, England, which includes the named villages. Shalaby is Enik Hazard, an acid found in some lichens. Chalabian, of or relating to the Chalabians, plural of chalabian. Chalybate, containing dissolved salts of iron. Chalybates, plural of chalybate. Chalybius, steel blue, of the color of tempered steel. Chalabi, synonym of siderite. Chalabites, plural of chalybite. Chalipsography, steel engraving. Chao, an ethnic group living in Cambodia and Vietnam. Chama, any of several types of informal cooperative society. Chamar, alternative spelling of chamar. Chamars, plural of chamar. Chamacoco, a member of an indigenous people of Paraguay and Brazil. Chamacocos, plural of chamacoco. Shabbat, a signal sounded on a drum or trumpet inviting a parley. Chameds, plural of chame. Chamidoi, belonging or relating to the palms of the genus Chamelia. Chabelia, a small circumpolar constellation of the southern sky, imagined to resemble a chameleon, which lies south of the constellations Carina and Musca. Chameleone, any lizard of the family Chameleonidae, a chameleon. Chameleonids, plural of chameleonid. Chameleons, plural of chameleon. Chameleonte. Any lizard of the clade chameleontiforms. Chameleontids. Plural of chameleonte. Chameleontiform. Having the form of a chameleon. Chameleontiforms. Plural of chameleontiform. Pennier. Any fly of the family Tamimiidae. Pennies. Plural of chamimiate. Chamiphyte. Any low perennial plant whose buds overwinter just above soil level. Chamiphytes. Plural of chamiphyte. Chamisiphinaceous. Of or relating to the Chamisiphinaceae. Shabel. The gut. Shamels. Plural of chamel. Shabber. A member of a tribe who works in leather and shabbers. Plural of chammer. Chamartin. A municipal district in the shabbers. Plural of chammer. Chamartin. A municipal center of Madrid. Chamas. Plural of chama. Chamazoline. An aromatic chemical compound with molecular formula CH found in a variety of plants including chamomile. It is a blue-violet derivative of azulene which is biosynthesized from the sesquiterpene matricin. Chamazolines. Plural of chamazoline. Chamba district. One of the three districts in the Chamba division of the Himachal Pradesh in the Republic of India. Chamba Division, one of the administrative divisions of the Republic of India. Chambal, a river in the Indian states of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Chamber, a surname. Chamber candlestick, a small, portable candlestick suitable for carrying to the bedroom. Chamber candlesticks, plural of chamber candlestick. Chamber composer, a composer of chamber music. Chamber composers, plural of chamber composer. Chamber ensemble, a musical ensemble of modest size to play chamber music, can be more specifically named after its number from duo to nonet and slend or type as for example wood, brass, strings of instruments. Chamber ensembles, plural of chamber ensemble. Chamber gate, a gate system in a fortification, comprising two or more successive gateways linked by an easily defended passageway between two walls. Chamber gates, plural of chamber gate. Chamber horse, a spring-loaded seat designed for indoor exercise, simulating a ride on a horse. Chamber horses, plural of chamber horse. Chamber lamp, an oil lamp designed for indoor use. Chamber lamps, plural of chamber lamp. Chamber lye, urine, especially as used for domestic or agricultural purposes. Chamber music, a genre of classical music written for a small group of instruments. Chamber of Commerce, an association of businesses to promote their interests in a community. Chamber of Horrors, an exhibition which displays horrific items, such as instruments of torture, frightful crimes being committed, etc. Chamber opera, a genre of opera written to be performed with a chamber ensemble. Chamber orchestra, an orchestra of modest size to play chamber music, yet larger than the various chamber ensembles named after their number of instruments from duo to nonet. Chamber orchestras, plural of chamber orchestra. Chamber organ. A small pipe organ of a type suitable for domestic use as opposed to in a church or concert hall. Chamber organs. Plural of chamber organ. Chamber play. A play of usually 3 acts which can be performed with a small cast and practically no sets or costumes in a small space. Chamber plays. Plural of chamber play. Chamber pop. A subgenre of rock music which places increased emphasis on melody, often incorporating vocal harmonies and bowed string instruments. Particularly those used in early modern towns before the advent of the flush toilet. Chamber pots. Plural of chamber pot. Chamber work. Sex, fornication. Chamber bitter. An Asian herb of species Phyllanthus urinaria that has become a worldwide invasive weed. Chamber bitters. Plural of chamber bitter. Chambered. Having chambers. Chambered naughtily. Plural of chambered nautilus. Chambered nautilus. A marine mollusk of the family Nautilidae native to the Pacific Ocean and Indian Ocean, which has tentacles and a spiral shell with a series of air-filled chambers. Chambered nautiluses. Plural of chambered nautilus. Chamberer. A servant who attends in a chamber, a chambermaid. Chamberers. Plural of chamberer. Chamberesque. Resembling or characteristic of chamber music. Chamberful. The amount that fills a chamber. Chamberfuls. Plural of chamberful. Chambering. Present participle and gerund of chamber. Chamberings. Plural of chambering. Chamberlain. A surname. Chamberlains. A neighborhood of Conception Bay, South Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Chamberlainship. The office or post of chamberlain. Chamberlainships. Plural of chamberlainship. Chamberlain. A surname. Chamberlains. Plural of chamberlain. Chamberless. Without a chamber. Chamberlet. A little chamber. Chamberleted. Alternative form of chamberleted. Chamberlets. Plural of chamberlet. Chamberleted. Divided into little chambers. Chamber-like. Resembling chamber music. Chamberlain. A surname. Chamberlainian. Of or relating to Edward Chamberlain 1899-1967, American economist. Chamberlains. Plural of chamberlain. Chambermaid. A maid who handles the chores in a bedroom. Chambermaiding. The work of a chambermaid. Chambermaids. Plural of chambermaid. Chambermaid. One who shares a chamber or room. Chambermates. Plural of chambermate. Chamberpot. Alternative spelling of chamberpot. Chamberpots. Plural of chamberpot. Chambers. A surname. Chambers County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Lafayette, named after Henry H. Chambers. Chambers of Commerce, plural of Chamber of Commerce. Chambers of Horrors, plural of Chamber of Horrors. Chambersburg, a number of places in the United States. Chambers, plural of chambers. Chambersful, plural of chamberful. Chambersian, of or relating to William Chambers 1723-1796, Swedish architect based in London. Chambersite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing boron, chlorine, manganese, and oxygen. Chamber slide, a removable polystyrene media chamber for growing cells attached to a standard glass microscope slide. Chamber slides, plural of chamber slide. Chamber stick, a short candlestick with a pan at the base to catch dripping wax. Chamber sticks, plural of chamber stick. Chambertin, a Grand Cru Burgundy wine from part of Gevrey Chambertin, France. Chambertons, plural of Chambertin. Chamberware, toiletries that are designed for use in a bedroom, such as bowls with ewers, shaving mugs, chamber pots, soap dishes, etc. Chamberwoman, synonym of chambermaid. Chamberwomen, plural of chamberwoman. Chambéry, a city and prefecture, the capital of Savoy Department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Chambéra, Astracarium chambera, a type of palm native to the Amazon rainforest, or the wood of this tree. Chambeshi, a town in Copper Belt Province, Zambia. Chambly, a surname. Chambleys, plural of Chambly. Shameless, a surname. Chamblesses, plural of Chambless. Chamberlain, a surname. Chamberlains, plural of Chamberlain. Chambon, a surname from French. Chambons, plural of Chambon. Chambord, a commune and town in Loire-et-Cher department, Centre-Val de Loire, France. Chambranle, in architecture, the case or frame used on three sides around a chamber door, large window, or fireplace mantel, and the border decorations. Chambranles, plural of chambranle. Chambre, a soft fabric woven with a white weft and colored warp. Chambres, plural of chambre. Chamber, a surname. Chambre, of wine, brought to room temperature for the room in which it is to be served. Chambers, plural of chamber. Chambress, a woman in charge of clothing and bedding in a convent. Chambresses, plural of chamberess. Chepte, a sycophant and hanger-on or lackey. Canchigeri, sycophancy, flattery. Chamchas, plural of Chancha. Shanto, a prefecture-level city of the Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Chamak, Peruvian spider monkey, Adel's chamak. Chamak, plural of chamak. Chameleon, a small to mid-sized reptile of the family Chameleonidae and one of the best-known lizard families able to change color and project its long tongue. Chameleon mineral, a manganese salt, especially potassium permanganate. Chameleon minerals, plural of chameleon mineral. Chameleon plant, a plant of the species Haltynia cordata. Chameleon plants, plural of chameleon plant. Chameleon schema, an XML schema with no target namespace. Chameleon schemas, plural of chameleon schema. Chameleon-like, alternative form of chameleon-like. Ewane, resembling a chameleon, readily changing color or other attributes. Ewanically, in a chameleonic way. Chameleonid, misspelling of chameleonid. Chameleonize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of chameleonize. Chameleonize, simple past and past participle of chameleonize. Chameleonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chameleonize. Chameleonizing, present participle of chameleonize. Chameleonize, to change color or turn various colors, to be transformed to suit changing circumstances. Chameleonize, simple past and past participle of chameleonize. Chameleonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chameleonize. Chameleonizing, present participle and gerund of chameleonize. Chameleon-like, having the characteristics of a chameleon. Chameleons, plural of chameleon. Shamely, jasmine jasminum. Shamelies, plural of chamely. Shamot, alternative form of camlet. Shamots, plural of chamlot. Shamrophyte, any herbaceous or woody plant whose buds overwinter just above soil level. Shamrophytes, plural of chamrophyte. Shamets, alternative spelling of chamets. Shamets, food products made from leavened grain flour, which may not be consumed on Passover in Judaism. Shavor, an obtuse-angled relief or cut at an edge added for a finished appearance and to break sharp edges. Shavor, containing chamfers. Chamferer, a tool for chamfering. Chamferers, plural of chamferer. Chamfering, present participle and gerund of chamfer. Chamferings, plural of chamfering. Chamferless, without a chamfer. Chamfers, plural of chamfer. Chamfering, alternative form of chamfron. Chamfrains, plural of Chamfrang. Chamfrey. Alternative form of chamfron, protective armor for a horse's head, especially the face and ears. Chamfreens. Plural of chamfreen. Chamfret. A small gutter, a furrow or groove. Chamfrets. Plural of chamfret. Chamfron. Protective armor for a horse's head, especially the face and ears. Chambrons. Plural of chamfron. Shami. A female given name. Shamek. Of or relating to a subgroup of Malayo-Polynesian languages spoken in Aceh, Sumatra, Indonesia, and in parts of Cambodia, Thailand, Vietnam, and Hainan, China. Shamikiro. A member of an indigenous people of Peru. Chavid. Any bivalve mollusk in the family Chamidae. Chamids. Plural of chamid. Chemigrang. A spirosesquiterpene with EPAC name 1159 tetramethyl 5.5 undecane. Chemigranes. Plural of chemigrane. Chemigran. The sesquiterpene R11 methylene 377 trimethyl 5.5 undecked 2-ene. Chemigrans. Plural of chemigran. Chemigranile. A univalent radical or cation derived from chemigran. Chamisil. Dated form of Chamise American shrub. Chamise. An evergreen shrub native to California, Adenostoma fasciculatum in the botanical family Rosaceae. Chamises. Plural of chamise. Chamisha chumche tora. The Pentateuch collectively. Chamizo. An evergreen shrub, Atriplex canescens, found in the southwestern United States. Chamizos. Plural of chamizo. Chamisonoli. A sesquiterpene lactone found in Arnica chamisonis. Chamido. Alternative spelling of hamido. Chamido-Semitic. Alternative spelling of Hamido-Semitic. Chamizal. A territory along the Rio Grande, the subject of a territorial dispute between Mexico and the United States from 1864 to 1964. Chet Pemi. A particular Pashtun tribe. Shamli. A surname. Shamlis. Plural of Chamli. Chalet. Obsolete form of Camlet. Chalets. Plural of Chamlet. Chava. Alternative form of Shama. Shamas. Plural of Chama. Chamt. Simple past and past participle of cham. Chavat. Simple past and past participle of chammy. Chabang. Present participle and gerund of cham. Shabby. Alternative form of shammy. Ade. Present participle and gerund of chammy. Shamas. A surname. Jammy. A surname. Shamo. Alternative form of Jamo. Shavo. Any melon of species Cucumis milo, primarily grown in Korea, Japan, and northern China. Shamos, plural of chamo. Chamogamus, misspelling of Chasmogamus. Jamwa, a short-horned goat antelope native to mountainous terrain in southern Europe, Rupacapra rupacapra. Chamois leather, a soft suede leather, originally from the chamois but now made from sheepskin, used in cleaning and polishing. Chamois leathers, plural of chamois leather. Chamois, simple past and past participle of chamois. Chamoises, plural of chamois. Chamoising, present participle and gerund of chamois. Chamosite, alternative form of chamosite. Chamois, alternative form of chamois. Chamomile, alternative spelling of chamomile. Chamomile tea, alternative form of chamomile tea. Chamomile tea is plural of chamomile tea. Chamomiles, plural of chamomile. Chamomilla, chamomile. Chamomillas, plural of chamomilla. Chamomile, rare form of chamomile. Chamomils, plural of chamomile. Chamonix, a town in Haute-Savoie department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Chamois, a female chamorro. Chamoras, plural of chamora. Chamorro, an indigenous native islander of the Mariana Islands consisting of Guam and northern Mariana Islands of Saipan, Rota, and Tinian. Chamorro Standard Time, the time zone that encompasses Guam and the northern Mariana Islands of the United States. It is 10 hours ahead of Greenwich Mean Time, sharing the same time as Australian Eastern Standard Time. Chamorros, plural of chamorro. Si Hamoru, alternative form of chamorro ethnicity. Si Hamoris, plural of Si Hamoru. Chamosite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Chamosites, plural of chamosite. Chamositic, relating to chamosite. Chamois, a ceramic raw material with a high percentage of silica and alumina. Chamots, plural of chamot. Chamois, a type of sauce from Mexico made from pickled fruit, chili, and other ingredients. Chup, a large aquatic creature similar to the Loch Ness Monster, which supposedly lies in Lake Champlain, located on the shared borders of the American states of Vermont and New York and the Canadian province of Quebec. Champ at the bit, to bite the bit, especially when restless. Champ close, a field officially set aside for the fighting of a nightly duel or tournament, the area enclosed by the lists. Champ down on, alternative form of chomp down on to eat. Champ up, to pull upwards, for example, to pull plants out of the ground. Chepha, a collection of Cham polities in what is now Vietnam from the 2nd century through 1832. Champan Agri, former name of Bagopor. Jantha, a type of Asian tree with fragrant blossoms, Magnolia champaca. Champaca, champak, Magnolia champaca, a large evergreen tree in the Magnoliaceae family. Champacas, plural of champaca. Champacal, synonym of guayal. Champax, plural of champak. Champacycline, a cyclic octapeptide present in Streptomyces champavadii. Champada, a superior species of jackfruit. Chapadak, alternative form of Kempedak. Champades, plural of Champada. Champagne, a cultural region and former province of France, the terroir of the wine Champagne, now part of Grand Est region. Champagne breakfast, a luxurious breakfast including champagne, served as part of a special day or outing. Champagne breakfasts, plural of champagne breakfast. Champagne bucket, a bowl or bucket designed for holding ice cubes or crushed ice that is used to chill a bottle of champagne. Champagne buckets, plural of champagne bucket. Champagne cocktail, a cocktail made with sugar, Angostura bitters, champagne, and brandy, garnished with a maraschino cherry. Champagne cocktails, plural of champagne cocktail. Champagne cola, a yellow to brown sweetened carbonated beverage produced mainly in the tropics of Latin America or India with a flavor comparable to bubble gum or cream soda. Champagne colas, plural of champagne cola. Champagne confetti, fluid ejaculated during orgasm. Champagne coupe, a shallow, broad-bowled saucer-shaped stemmed glass. Champagne flute, a piece of stemware with a long stem and a tall, narrow bowl on top, designed to keep champagne desirable during its consumption by preventing heat from the drinker's hand from warming the champagne while retaining its carbonation. Champagne flutes, plural of champagne flute. Champagne girl, a waitress in a bar who serves champagne. Champagne girls, plural of champagne girl. Champagne lounge, champagne room. Champagne lounges, plural of champagne lounge. Champagne music, a light, rhythmic, melodic style of big band music associated with Lawrence Welk, 1903-1992, American accordionist and band leader. Champagne pink, a light shade of pink. Champagne powder, powdery snow. Champagne problem, the need to make a decision between alternatives that are both desirable. Champagne problems, plural of champagne problem. Champagne room, a VIP room in a strip club where a customer can purchase private time with a stripper. It is usually equipped with a ba. Champagne rooms, plural of champagne room. Champagne socialists, a person who espouses socialism and claims to adhere to its values while enjoying an extravagant lifestyle that is seen as being ostensibly in conflict with their political beliefs. Champagne socialists, plural of champagne socialists. Champagne soda, synonym of champagne cola. Champagne sodas, plural of champagne soda. Champagne stirrer, an ornamental stick, often with a branched end, placed or stirred in champagne to reduce the bubbles. Champagne stirrers, plural of champagne stirrer. Champagne tap, a bloodless sample of cerebrospinal fluid from a lumbar puncture, colloquially a spinal tap. Champagne taps, plural of champagne tap. Champagne taste on a beer billful, alternative form of champagne taste on a beer budget. Champagne taste on a beer budget, expensive desires or preferences which one lacks the finances to fulfill satisfactorily. Champagne taste on a beer pocketbook, alternative form of champagne taste on a beer budget. Champagne taste on a beer salary, alternative form of champagne taste on a beer budget. Champagne taste on a beer wallet, alternative form of champagne taste on a beer budget. Champagne tastes on a beer billful, plural of champagne taste on a beer billful. Champagne tastes on a beer budget. Plural of champagne taste on a beer budget. Champagne tastes on a beer pocketbook, plural of champagne taste on a beer pocketbook. Champagne tastes on a beer salary, plural of champagne taste on a beer salary. Champagne tastes on a beer wallet, plural of champagne taste on a beer wallet. Champagne tastes on beer budgets, plural of champagne taste on a beer budget. Champagne whisk, a small whisk-like utensil, often made of silver, specifically designed for stirring the bubbles out of champagne. Champagne whisks, plural of champagne whisk. Champagne Ardenne, a former region of France, since 2016 part of the region of Grand Est. Champagne, simple past and past participle of champagne. Champagneless, without champagne. Champagne-like, resembling or characteristic of champagne. Champagnes, plural of champagne, alternative letter case form of champagnes. Champagne, resembling or characteristic of the drink champagne. Champagning, present participle and gerund of champagne. Champagnization, the turning of wine into champagne. Champagnize, to turn wine into champagne. Champagnized, simple past and past participle of champagnize. Champagnizes, third person singular simple present indicative of champagnize. Champagnizing, present participle and gerund of champagnize. Champagne, alternative form of Champagne. Champaign, a city in Champaign County, Illinois, United States. Champaign County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Urbana. Both county and county seat were named after those in Ohio. Champaign, plural of champagne. Champagne, alternative form of champagne. Champagne, curved concave and arced or sometimes variated, especially in the phrase point champagne, an abatement consisting of a curved or sometimes horizontal stain bottom of the shield. Champak, alternative form of champak, magnolia champaka. Champaka, alternative form of champak, magnolia champaka. Champakas, plural of champaka. Champaks, plural of champak. Champtham, alternative form of sampan type of boat. Champana, alternative form of sampan type of boat. Champanas, plural of champana. Champagne, alternative form of sampan type of boat. Champagnes, plural of champagne. Chanthans, plural of champan. Champansky, imitation champagne, chiefly Russian in origin. Champart, the division of the produce of land, the right of the feudal lord. Champarts, plural of champart. Champas, plural of champa. Chup, alternative form of champ. Shantho, a surname. Shampoo, plural of champo. Chapped, simple past and past participle of champ. Champed at the bit, simple past and past participle of champ at the bit. Champed down on, simple past and past participle of champ down on. Champed up, simple past and past participle of champ up. Champion, a champion. Champions, plural of champion. Champenois, of from or relating to Champagne, wine-producing cultural region, part of the administrative region of Grand Est, France. Chabert, one who champs, bites, or chews. Champernome, is surname from? Champernone constant, a transcendental real constant, denoted by C, whose decimal expansion has important properties. Champernone word, the sequence of digits obtained by writing the Champernone constant in base 10 and juxtaposing the digits. Chambers, champagne wine. Champerties, plural of champerty. Champerter, one guilty of champerty, one who purchases a suit or the right of suing and carries it on at his or her own expense in order to obtain a share of the gain. Champerters, plural of champerter. Champertus, having the quality of champerty, being an instance of champerty. Champerty, the investing of money into a third party's lawsuit in which one has no vested interest. Chaps, plural of champ. Champetha, a form of local independent music from Colombia. Chamfreen, alternative form of chamfron, protective armor for a horse's head. Chamfreens, plural of chamfreen. Champion, synonym of champagne. Champions, plural of champion. Champi, alternative form of champy aquatic monster. Champies, Plural of champi. Champignon, Agaricus bisporus, a species of mushroom commonly used in cooking. Champignons, plural of champignon. Champigny, a commune in Marne Department, Grand Est, France. Champagne, a surname. Champines, plural of champagne. Chapping, present participle and gerund of champ. Champing at the bit, present participle and gerund of champ at the bit. Champing down on, present participle and gerund of champ down on. Champing up, present participle and gerund of champ up. Champings, plural of champing. Champion, a surname. Champion bay poison, the plant Gastrolobium oxalobioides. Champion data, the best result data among many experiments with uncontrolled variations. Champion-in-chief, alternative form of champion-in-chief. Champion-elect, one who is to be made a champion. Champion-in-chief, foremost champion, most prominent or important defender. Championed, simple past and past participle of champion. Championer, one who champions something. Championers, plural of championer. Championess, a female champion. Championesses, plural of championess. Championess, third person singular simple present indicative of champion. Championing, present participle and gerund of champion. Championings, plural of championing. Championize, to champion. Championize, simple past and past participle of champion. Championize. Championizes, third person singular simple present indicative of championize. Championizing, present participle and gerund of championize. Championless, without a champion. Champion-like, resembling or characteristic of a champion. Champions, third person singular simple present indicative of champion. Champions, Lee. The highest level European club football soccer tournament, organized by UEFA. Champions tiebreak, an extension of a tiebreak sometimes played instead of a deciding set in which the winner is the first player to reach 10 points and lead by a margin of 2. Champions tiebreaks, plural of champions tiebreak. Champions elect, plural of champion elect. Championship, the EFL Championship, the second highest division of English football. Championships, plural of championship. Champassage, a form of Indian head massage supposed to release pent-up negative energies. Champlain, a surname from French. Champlain Sea, a former sea in northeastern America around the end of the Wisconsin glaciation covering the present-day St. Lawrence and Ottawa River valleys. Champlain Valley, a north-south running valley surrounding Lake Champlain in upstate New York State, Vermont, and southern Quebec, spanning the United States and Canada, mostly lying within the U.S., separating the Adirondacks from the Green Mountains and Appalachians. Champlains, plural of Champlain. Champlain, a Frisaini in Court is the Valley Autonomous region, Italy. Champlevé, having the ground engraved or cut out in the parts to be enameled, inlaid in depressions made in the ground, said of a kind of enamel work in which depressions made in the surface are filled with enamel pastes, which are then fired. Champleves, plural of Champlevé. Champlain, a surname. Champlains, plural of Champlain. Champdes, a surname. Champy, a surname from Old French. Champis, plural of champy. Shampoo, archaic form of shampoo to press or knead the body. Shampooed, simple past and past participle of champo. Shampooing, present participle and gerund of champo. Champon, an Asian noodle dish with pork, seafood, and vegetables in a soup. Shampoo, dated form of shampoo. Shampooed, simple past and past participle of shampoo. Shampooing, present participle and gerund of shampoo. Shampoos, plural of shampoo. Champorado. Champorado is sweet chocolate rice porridge in Philippine cuisine. Champos. Third person singular simple present indicative of champo. Shampoo. A surname from French. Shampooers. Plural of shampoo. Chapua. A snack made from preserved yan mei or sometimes tamarind. Chaps. Third person singular simple present indicative of champ. Champs at the bit. Third person singular simple present indicative of champ at the bit. Champs down on. Third person singular simple present indicative of champ down on. Champs up. Third person singular simple present indicative of champ, pup. Champsodonted. Any fish in the family Champsodontidae. Champsodontids. Plural of Champsodontid. Champsosaur. Any extinct diapsid reptile of the genus Champsosaurus. Champsosaurid. Any extinct reptile in the family Champsosauridae. Champsosaurids. Plural of Champsosaur. Champsosaurs. Plural of Champsosaur. Champorado. A traditional chocolate-based atoll found in Mexico, containing panela, vanilla, anise, and cinnamon. Champorados. Plural of champorado. Chepi, a surname. Champy plate. The monocortical miniplate used in the Champy technique. Champy plates. Plural of champy plate. Champy technique. An approach to mandible fracture stabilization involving a single monocortical miniplate. Champy's line. An ideal line of osteosynthesis for mandible fractures used in the Champy technique. Chows. Plural of cham. Chatsa. alternative form of Hamsa. Kamsas, plural of Chamsa. Shamsin, alternative form of Kamsin. Shamsins, plural of Chamsin. Chameleon, archaic spelling of chameleon. Chameleons, plural of chameleon. Cham, a Chinese surname from Cantonese. Chan's megastick, a very long stick insect of the species Phobeticus chani in family Phasmatidae. Chan's megasticks, plural of Chan's megastick. Chenqiang. Alternative form of Zhanjiang. Jada. Chana Dal. Alternative spelling of Chana Dal. Chana Dal. Alternative spelling of Chana Dal. Chana Dal. An Indian dish of chickpeas cooked with onion, garlic, tomatoes, and spices. Chana Dal. Alternative spelling of Chana Dal. Chenon. Alternative spelling of Canon. Chenonite. Alternative spelling of Canaanite. Chenacher. Synonym of Bombay mix. Chenatia. A shrewd politician or, in general, a cunning person, a Machiavelli. Chanakyas. Plural of Chanakya. Chenambam. A Meitei surname from Manipuri. Chanas. Plural of Chana. Chadait. A kind of burr. Chanates. Plural of chanate. Chancopedra. A plant native to tropical coastal areas, Phyllanthus nereri, used to produce an herbal supplement. Cats. An unincorporated community in Adair County, Kentucky, United States. Chance acquaintance. A person whom one knows, often only minimally, having originally met them by chance without prior arrangement. Chance acquaintances. Plural of chance acquaintance. Chance card. A card in any of various games with instructions to be followed by a player whose token lands on a chance space, usually affording them some chance opportunity or inflicting upon them some chance misfortune. Chance cards. Plural of chance card. Chance Cove. A town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Chance on. Alternative form of chance upon. Chance one's arm. To take a risk. Chance passenger. A passenger of public transport that has a ticket but with a different schedule than the desired departure schedule. Chance the ducks. To take a risk. Chance upon. To find someone or something by chance. Chance would be a fine thing. Alternative form of chance be a fine thing. Chance be a fine thing. Synonym of no chance, fat chance, or with a somewhat more cheerful attitude. Chance medley. The killing of another in self-defense upon a sudden and unpremeditated encounter. Chance medleys. Plural of chance medley. Chanceable. Happening by chance, accidental. Chanceably. By chance. Javist. Simple past and past participle of chance. Chanced on. Simple past and past participle of chance on. Chanced one's arm. Simple past and past participle of chance one's arm. Chanced upon. Simple past and past participle of chance upon. Chanceful. Hazardous. Random. Chancefully. By chance or coincidence. Chancel. Ascertain. Chancel organ. A division of a pipe organ for accompanying a choir. Chancel organs. Plural of chancel organ. Chancel repair liabilities. Plural of chancel repair liability. Chancel repair liability. A legal requirement for certain homeowners to pay for repairs to their local church. Chancelade, a commune in the Dordogne department in Nouvelle-Aquitaine, southwestern France, where a prehistoric skeleton Chancelade man was found in 1888. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chanceless, achieved without taking chances. Chancelessness, absence of chance or a chance. Chancelleries, plural of chancellery. Chancellery, archaic spelling of chancellery. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancelleries, plural of chancellery. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellery, the rank or post of a chancellor. Chancellor, an honorific for the head of state in various German-speaking states. Chancellor of the Exchequer, the official title held by the British cabinet minister, who is responsible for all governmental, economic and financial matters, including the treasury. Chancellor's pudding, synonym of cabinet pudding. Chancelloress, a female chancellor. Chancelloresses, plural of chancelloress. Chancelleries, plural of chancellery. Chancelloy, any extinct animal in the family Chancelloidae. Chancelloids, plural of chancelloriate. Chancellorism, government by a chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellorship, the status of being a chancellor. Chancellorships, plural of chancellorship. Chancellorsville, an unincorporated community in Spotsylvania County, Virginia, United States. Chancellery, alternative spelling of chancellery. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellorship, obsolete form of chancellorship. Chancellorships, plural of chancellorship. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancellor, obsolete form of chancellor. Chancellors, plural of chancellor. Chancelleries, plural of chancellery. Chancellery, alternative form of chancellery. Chancels, plural plural of chancel. Chancey, by chance. Chance medley, alternative spelling of chance medley. Chance medleys, plural of chance medley. Chancer. A scheming opportunist. Chanceries, plural of chancery. Chancers, plural of chancer. Chancery, in England, formerly the highest court of judicature next to the Parliament, exercising jurisdiction at law, but chiefly in equity. But under the Jurisdiction Act of 1873 it became the Chancery Division of the High Court of Justice and now exercises jurisdiction only in equity. Chancery hand, either of two styles of handwriting, a written form of black letter used in France and England from about 1350, developed in the Lateran chancellery in the 13th century, or a style of cursive handwriting introduced in the 1420s by Niccolo de Niccoli, developed from Humanus minuscule, a variety of either of these styles. Chancery hands, plural of chancery hand. Chancery Standard, a London-based form of English that became widespread after the Middle English period, aided by the introduction of the printing press. Chances, plural of chance. Chances are. It is likely that. It's probable that. Chances on. Third person singular simple present indicative of chance on. Chances one's arm. Third person singular simple present indicative of chance one's arm. Chances upon. Third person singular simple present indicative of chance upon. Chances. Second person singular simple present indicative of chance. Chance taking. The act of engaging in an activity that involves risk. Chance of. Third person singular simple present indicative of chance. Chance-wise. By chance, at random. Chancey, a surname. Chances, plural of chancey. Chanchada, a style of popular Brazilian film, often including satires of Hollywood movies. Chanchadas, plural of chanchada. Chanchido, Australoheros faestus, the chameleon cichlid. Chanchidos, plural of chanchido. Chancy, comparative form of chancy, more chancy. Chancyist, superlative form of chancy, most chancy. Chancely, in a chancy manner. Chanciness, the quality of being chancy or risky, riskiness. Chanciness, plural of chanciness. Chancing, present participle and gerund of chance. Chancing on, present participle and gerund of chance on. Chancing one's arm, present participle and gerund of chance one's arm. Chancing upon. Present participle and gerund of chance upon. Chancings, plural of chancing. Chancla, a slipper or flip-flop. Chanclos, plural of chancla. Chanclada, a slipper or sandal without a heel, such as a flip-flop or mule. Chancletas, plural of chancleta. Shanko, a city in Chile. Shanko cheese, a cheese originally produced in the Cardinal Caro province and later in the town of Chanco, in Chile. Chanco cheeses, plural of Chanco cheese. Chancre, skin lesion, sometimes associated with certain contagious diseases such as syphilis. Chancre mechanic, a medic. Chancre mechanics, plural of chancre mechanic. Chancres, plural of chancre. Chancrif, form, having the form of a chancre. Chancroid, a sexually transmitted infection caused by bacteria of species Haemophilus ducreyi, characterized by painful sores on the genitalia. Chancroidal, relating to chancroid. Chancroids, plural of chancroi. Chancrus, of the nature of a chancre, affected by chancre. Chancy, an English surname from Old French. Chand, a surname from Hindi. Chanda, a surname from Hindi. Chandal, alternative. Form of Chandala. Chandala, a person involved in the disposal of corpses, traditionally a lower caste Hindu and considered untouchable. Chandalas, plural of Chandala. Chandals, plural of Chandal. Chandam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Chandanagar, a city in Hubli district, West Bengal, India. Chandas, plural of Chanda. Chandali, a town, Nagar Panchayat, and district of Uttar Pradesh, India. Chandelier, a branched, often ornate, light fixture suspended from a ceiling. Chandelier earring, a very long, ornate dangling earring, generally consisting of a tiered configuration of jewels and beads. Chandelier earrings, plural of chandelier earring. Chandelier plant, the succulent plant Kalanchoe de Lagonensis. Chandelier plants, plural of chandelier plant. Chandeliered, fitted with a chandelier. Chandelier-like, resembling or characteristic of a chandelier. Chandeliers, plural of chandelier. Chandelle, an aerobatic maneuver in which a 180 degrees turn is combined with a climb. Chandel, simple past and past participle of chandelle. Chandelles, plural of chandelle. Chandeling, present participle and gerund of chandelle. Chandar, a surname. Chandernagor, alternative form of Shantanagar. Chandernagor, alternative form of Shantanagar. Chanders, plural of Shander. Kanda, a surname. Shandid, any fish in the family Shandidae, a synonym for the Ambacidae. Shandeds, plural of Shandid. Chandigarh, a city and union territory in northern India located between Punjab and Haryana, the capital city of Haryana and Punjab. Chandler, an English surname originating as an occupation for a chandler maker or seller of candles. Chandler wobble, a small deviation in the Earth's axis of rotation relative to the solid Earth. Chandler wobbles, plural of Chandler wobble. Chandler's Ford, a large residential area and civil parish in Eastleigh Borough, Hampshire, England. OS grid ref SU 4320. Chandleries, a style of narration typical of Raymond Chandler with exaggerated and colorful similes. Chandlerest, in the style of Raymond Chandler, typically using lyrical and frequently exaggerated similes. Chandlers, a female Chandler. Chandleresses, plural of Chandleress. Chandlerian, of or relating to Alfred D. Chandler, Jr. 1918-2007, professor of business history who wrote extensively about the scale and management structures of modern corporations. Chandleries, plural of chandlery. Chandlering, betrayed of a chandler. Chandlerish, resembling the work of author Raymond Chandler in style or theme. Chandlerism, a passage of writing or dialogue that uses vivid and lyrical metaphors or similes, characteristic of the work of writer Raymond Chandler. Chandlerisms, plural of chandlerism. Chandlery, like a chandler in a petty situation. Chandlers, plural of chandler. Chandlery, the art or trade of candle making. Chandni Chowk, a neighborhood of Central Delhi District, Delhi, India. Chandanbani, alternative spelling of Chadanbani. Shandu, alternative spelling of Shandu. Chandpur, the principal city of Chandpur district. Chandpur district, one of the 11 districts in the Chittagong division of Bangladesh. Chandra, a unisex given name from Sanskrit. Chandrabindu, alternative form of Chandrabindu. Chandrabindas, plural of Chandrabindu. Chandragiri, a historical village in Andhra Pradesh. Chandakiri, an Indian male given name. Chandran, a surname. Chandrans, plural of Chandran. Chandrapur, a city and a municipal corporation in Maharashtra state, India. Chandrasekhar limit, the maximum theoretical mass of a white dwarf, approximately 1.4 solar masses. Chandrashala, a circular or horseshoe arch decorating many Indian temples and shrines. Chandrashalas, plural of Chandrashala. Chandravindu, alternative form of Chandrabindu. Chandravindus, plural of Chandravindu. Chandrayana, a vrata regulated by the moon, in which the food diminishes every day by one mouthful during the dark fortnight and similarly increases during the light fortnight. Chandrayanas, plural of Chandrayana. Chandris, plural of Chandri. Chandrika, a female given name from Sanskrit commonly used in India. Chandri, a chandlery candle store. Chands, plural of chan. Chandu, opium prepared for smoking. Shandal, alternative spelling of Shandu. Chanel, a surname from French. Chanelism, a hallmark of the fashion designer Coco Chanel. Chanelisms, plural of Chanelism. Chanels, plural of Chanel. Chenny. A surname from Anglo-Norman. Chinese, plural of Cheney. Chanfan, a type of floating mining equipment used in parts of West Africa. Chanfern, the forepart of a horse's head. Chanfrons, plural of chanfron. Chanfron, alternative form of champron protective armor for a horse's head, especially the face and ears. Chanfrons, plural of chanfron. Tev, a surname from Mandarin. Changjiai, synonym of Yangtze. Shang River, synonym of Yangtze. Shan, an ancient capital of various Chinese empires located within present-day Xi'an. Shangnan Avenue, a street in Beijing, China, which runs past the Forbidden City, Jiananhai, and other important locations. Shad, simple past and past participle of change. Tef, the Chinese goddess of the moon. Taizia, alternative form of Zhangqiao. Shan Chiakeu, alternative form of Zhangjiaku. Shai Chu, alternative form of Zhangju. Shanghai, alternative form of Shanghai. Changyue, alternative form of Changyue. Chanhwa, alternative form of Changhua. Shanga, a smokable blend of dimethyltryptamine and Maui to extend the drug experience in duration and intensity. Shantha, illicitly manufactured alcohol, moonshine. Changeable, misspelling of changeable. Chandamwe, a suburb of Mombasa, Kenya, located on the Kenya mainland. Chanvan, alternative spelling of Chang'an, former name of Xi'an, a city, the former capital of China. Shanghai, a Korean autonomous county in Beishan, Jilin, China. Shanghai, a trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing lead, niobium, and oxygen. Shanchengite, an isometric tetratoidal mineral containing bismuth, iridium, and sulfur. Shachian, a surname from Mandarin. Shachu, alternative form of Zhangyu. Chinchao, alternative spelling of Changju. Chachun, a prefecture-level city and subprovincial city, the provincial capital of Jilin, in northeastern China. Chant, a prefecture-level city of Hunan, China. Taint, to become something different. Change a word, get a third. Making very minor alterations to a song's lyrics can entitle a person to 1/3 of the royalty payments. Change agent, a consultant hired to assist with implementing changes in an organization's structure or operations. Change agents, plural of change agent. Change aversion, negative short-term reaction to changes in a product or service. Change bag. A bag consisting of two or more compartments pockets that allows for the illusion of transforming an object into another or making an item disappear. Change bags. Plural of change bag. Change course. Synonym of change tack. Change down. To change to a lower gear in a vehicle. Change hand. To turn a horse around, especially when exercising in a circle to cross the center and resume circling in the other direction. Change hands. To become the property of someone else, to be bought or sold. Change horses in midstream. Alternative form of change horses in midstream. Change horses in midstream. To change one's plan or approach when an effort is already underway or at another inopportune time. Change islands. A town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Change key. A key adapted to open only one of a set of locks, distinguished from a master key. Change keys. Plural of change key. Change like seasons. To change quickly, inevitably, and without a rationale. Change like the seasons. Alternative form of change like seasons. Change law. Alternative form of change log. Change logs. Plural of change log. Change management. The controlled implementation of required changes to some system includes version control and plan fallback. Change of air. Synonym of change of scenery. Change of clothes. A set of clothes in addition to those already worn. Change of heart. A change of one's opinion, belief, or decision. Change of innings. The 10-minute interval between one side's innings ending and the other side's beginning. Change of life. Menopause. Change of mind. A decision that rejects a previous decision in favor of something different. Change of pace. A shift from one activity to another. Change of scene. Synonym of change of scenery. Change of scenery. A movement from one location to another. Change of state. Any change of a substance from one physical state, solid, liquid, or gas, to another. Change of tack. The act of tacking, turning into the wind so the sail moves to the opposite side. Change of tack. Misspelling of change of tack. Change of tune. An alteration of one's approach, viewpoint, or attitude. Change of venue. The relocation of a trial to a locale other than that in which the case was first brought before a court. Change one's battery. To alter the direction of attacking, to take a new approach, to try to achieve an objective. Change one's mind. To decide differently than one had decided before. Change one's spots. To change one's basic nature. Change one's story. To give an account of events different from one previously recounted. Change one's tune. To reconsider, rethink. To reach a different conclusion. Change one's ways. Alternative form of mend one's ways. Change oneself. To dress in different different clothes. Change order. A description of changes to be made to a work order that describes the new work to be done and any modifications and the price to be paid for this new work. Change orders. Plural of change order. Change over. To convert to make a transition from one system to another. Change parade. A form of punishment in which recruits are tasked with performing physical exercises, changing clothes, etc. under strict time limits. Change parades. Plural of change parade. Change place. Synonym of change places. Change places. To exchange positions with another. Change purse. A small purse or pouch designed for carrying coins. Change purses. Plural of change purse. Change sides. To change one's loyalty from one team or group to an opposing one. Change sides, change signs. An acronym to help remember that when a value is moved to the opposite side of the equal sign, then the operator is changed also. Change someone's mind. To convince someone to make a choice or develop a preference differing from their previous one. Change someone's tune. Synonym of change one's tune. Change tack. To change course or heading. Change tact. Misconstruction of change tact. Change the channel. To redirect someone's attention. Change the game. To revolutionize a field of endeavor. Change the lay. To change the gait of a horse while riding. Change the record. To change the subject, to discuss something else. Change the subject. To talk about something else, especially to avoid issues that are too delicate or difficult. Change up. To throw a pitch at a much slower than expected speed. Change wheel. One of a set of wheels of different sizes and number of teeth that may be changed or substituted for one another in machinery to produce a different but definite rate of angular velocity in an axis, as in cutting screws, gear, etc. Change wheels. Plural of change wheel. Changeover. Alternative form of changeover. Changeovers. Plural of changeover. Change ringing. The act or technique of ringing the changes, that is, of making pattern sound sequences on tuned bells. Change up. A pitch thrown with the arm motion of a fastball, but which travels at a much slower velocity because it is released without the fingers adding power to the delivery. Change ups. Plural of change up. Change abilities. Plural of changeability. Changeability. The quality of being changeable. Changeableness. Changeable. Capable of being changed. Changeable hawk eagle. A bird of prey of species Nicitus suratus. Changeable hawk eagles. Plural of changeable hawk eagle. Changeable lizard. Calotes versicolor, an Asian agamid that can camouflage itself by changing color. Changeable lizards. Plural of changeable lizard. Changeableness. The condition of being changeable. Changeably. In a changeable manner. Changeabout. A switch or reversal. Changeabouts. Plural of changeabout. Changeant. having the warp and weft of different colors, giving an iridescent appearance. Change around, the changing or switching of things with each other. Change arounds, plural of change around. Changed, having undergone a change. Changed course. Simple past and past participle of change course. Changed. Down. Simple past and past participle of change down. Changed hand. Simple past and past participle of changed hand. Changed hands. Simple past and past participle of change hands. Changed horses in midstream. Simple past and past participle of change horses in midstream. Changed horses in midstream. Simple past and past participle of change horses in midstream. Changed like seasons. Simple past and past participle of change like seasons. Changed like the seasons. Simple past and past participle of change like the seasons. Changed one's battery. Simple past and past participle of change one's battery. Changed one's mind. Simple past and past participle of change one's mind. Changed one's tune. Simple past and past participle of change one's tune. Changed over. Simple past and past participle of change over. Changed places. Simple past and past participle of change places. Changed someone's mind. Simple past and past participle of changed someone's mind. Changed someone's tune. Simple past and past participle of change someone's tune. Changed tack. Simple past and past participle of change tack. Change the channel. Simple past and past participle of change the channel. Changed the game. Simple past and past participle of change the game. Changed the lay. Simple past and past participle of change the lay. Changed up. Simple past and past participle of change up. Changedale. A system of land tenure in which fields were reallotted when they went out of cultivation. Changedness. The quality of having been changed. Changeds. Second person singular simple past indicative of change. Changeful. Changing frequently, very susceptible to change. Changefully. In a changeful manner. Changefulness. Propensity to change. Changeless. A changer. Changelessly. In a changeless manner. Changelessness. The state or quality of being changeless. Changeling. In pre-modern European folklore, an infant of a magical creature that was secretly exchanged for a human infant. In British, Irish, and Scandinavian mythology, the exchanged infants were thought to be those of fairies, sprites, or trolls. In other places, they were ascribed to demons, devils, or witches. Changelings. Plural of changeling. Changelog, a log that records changes between versions as in source control. Changelogs, plural of changelog. Changemaker, one who makes a change. Changemakers, plural of changemaker. Changemaking, implementing changes. Changement, a change in the tempo or rhythm of one's actions to mislead the opponent. Changements, plural of changement. Change-out, the replacement of a part for a better one, especially during maintenance. Change-outs, plural of change-out. Changeover, a conversion or transition from one thing to another. Changeovers, plural of changeover. Changepoint, the point at which the probability distribution of a stochastic process or time series changes. Changepoints, plural of changepoint. Changer, someone or something who changes things. Changeroom, changing room, locker room. Changerooms, plural of changeroom. Changers, plural of changer. Changes, plural of change. Changes course, third person singular. Simple present indicative of change course. Changes down. Third person singular simple present indicative of change down. Changes hand. Third person singular simple present indicative of change hand. Changes hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of change hands. Changes horses in midstream. Third person singular simple present indicative of change horses in midstream. Changes horses in midstream. Third person singular simple present indicative of change horses in midstream. Changes like seasons. Third person singular simple present indicative of change like seasons. Changes like the seasons. Third person singular simple present indicative of change like the seasons. Changes of air. Plural of change of air. Changes of heart. Plural of change of heart. Changes of innings. Plural of change of innings. Changes of mind. Plural of change of mind. Changes of pace. Plural of change of pace. Changes of scene. Plural of change of scene. Changes of scenery. Plural of change of scenery. Changes of state. Plural of change of state. Changes of tack. Plural of change of tack. Changes of tune. Plural of change of tune. Changes of venue. Plural of change of venue. Changes one's battery. Third person singular simple present indicative of change one's battery. Changes one's mind. Third person singular simple present indicative of change one's mind. Changes one's tune. Third person singular simple present indicative of change one's tune. Changes over. Third person singular simple present indicative of change over. Changes places. Third person singular simple present indicative of change places. Changes someone's mind. Third person singular simple present indicative of change someone's mind. Changes someone's tune. Third person singular simple present indicative of change someone's tune. Changes tack. Third person singular simple present indicative of change tack. Changes the channel. Third person singular simple present indicative of change the channel. Changes the gang. Third person singular simple present indicative of change the game. Changes the lay. Third person singular simple present indicative of change the lay. Changes up. Third person singular simple present indicative of change up. Change set. A set of changes as in source control. Change sets. Plural of change set. Change psi. Any of several minerals discovered by the Chang series of lunar landers and Yudu series of lunar rovers. Change site Y. A mineral formed by Ca8YFPO forming colorless columnar transparent crystals found on the moon. Changes. Second person singular simple present indicative of change. Change. Third person singular simple present indicative of change. Change up. Alternative form of change up. Change ups. Plural of change up. Shenfeng. A county of Hefei and Hui, China. Shand. A county-level city of Zhejiang, Henan, China. Shandy. Alternative spelling of Jiangxi. Shanghai. A county of Dalian, Liaoning, China. Shangxingnian. A subdivision of the Permian period. Shangsu. Misspelling of Changshu. Shangyu. A county in western Taiwan. Shandy. A planning area located in the east region of Singapore. Shandin. Pronunciation spelling of changing. Shininess. Liability to change, variability. Changing. Present participle and gerund of change. Changing bag. A bag designed to protect unexposed film from light. Changing bags. Plural of changing bag. Changing course. Present participle and gerund of change course. Changing down. Present participle and gerund of change down. Changing hand. Present participle and gerund of change hand. Changing hands. Present participle and gerund of change hands. Changing horses in midstream. Present participle and gerund of change horses in midstream. Changing horses in midstream. Present participle and gerund of change horses in midstream. Changing like seasons. Present participle and gerund of change like seasons. Changing like the seasons. Present participle and gerund of change like the seasons. Changing note. Synonym of cambiata. Changing notes. Plural of changing note. Changing of the guard. a ceremony during which the soldiers or other officials guarding a major government building or state residence, especially Buckingham Palace in England, are replaced by a new shift. Changing one's battery. Present participle and gerund of change one's battery. Changing one's mind. Present participle and gerund of change one's mind. Changing one's tune. Present participle and gerund of change one's tune. Changing over. Present participle and gerund of change over. Changing pad. An impermeable pad that babies are placed on for changing their diapers. Changing pads. Plural of changing pad. Changing places. Present participle and gerund of change places. Changing room. A room, especially in a gym, sports center, school, swimming pool, etc., designed for people to change their clothes. Changing rooms. Plural of changing room. Changing someone's mind. Present participle and gerund of changed someone's mind. Changing someone's tune. Present participle and gerund of change someone's tune. Changing table. A small raised platform designed to allow a person to change an infant's diaper. Changing tables. Plural of changing table. Changing tack. Present participle and gerund of change tack. Changing the channel. Present participle and gerund of change the channel. Changing the game. Present participle and gerund of change the game. Changing the leg. Present participle and gerund of change the leg. Change him up. Present participle and gerund of change up. Changing woman. The creator of the Navajo people. Change your room. Alternative form of changing room. Change your rooms. Plural of changing room. Changingly. In a changing manner. Changingness. The state or quality of being changing. Changings. Plural of changing. Changings of the guard. Plural of changing of the guard. Shanti. A Hui Autonomous Prefecture in northern Xinjiang Autonomous Region, China. Shangjiang. A district of Jingdezhen, Jiangxi, China. Shangjin. A county of South Hamgyong Province in North Korea. Shangdiakao. Alternative form of Zhangjiaku. Shantal. A type of hoe. Shankals. Plural of chankal. Shackle. A kind of hoe digging implement. Shackles. Plural of chankal. Chanville. A district of Fuzhou, Fujian, China. A former county of Fujian, China. Chadvui. A county of Qinhuangzhou, Hebei, China. Shanglo. Alternative form of Changle. Changla. Changlan, a town in Kubang Pasu District, Kedah, Malaysia. Chanho. Alternative form of Chakma. Shainas. Plural of Changma. Channing. A district of Shanghai, China. Shandweit. a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, sodium, sulfur, and zinc. Shanpai, alternative form of Changbai. Chetbei, a district of Beijing, China. Shads, plural of Chang. Shansum, alternative spelling of Jiangsu. Shata, a prefecture-level city, the provincial capital of Hunan in south-central China. Shekshan, synonym of Cheongsam robe worn by Asian men. Chengshans, plural of Changshan. Shakshu, a district of Chongqing, China. Shakshu, a count-level city of Suzhou, Jiangxi, China. Shansun, alternative spelling of Jiangxium. Shantai, a district of Jiangsu, Fujian, China, formerly a county. Chantang, a part of the high-altitude Tibetan Plateau in western and northern Tibet extending into southeastern Ladakh, India. Shanthe, alternative form of Changd. Shangtang, alternative form of Changtang. Shangtangdi, a breed of Kashmir goat native to the high plateaus of Ladakh in northern India. Khyantse, a mountain in Tingri County, Shigatse, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Shangtu, alternative form of Changzi Yangzi. Changyue, a Colombian breakfast soup made with milk and eggs. Chandui, alternative spelling of Changui. Chandui, a style of Cuban music which originated in the early 19th century in the eastern region of Guantanamo Province, combining Spanish and African elements. Chanhua, any of the provinces of Thailand. Chanwats, plural of Changwat. Shaiwon, a city in Gyeongsang, South Korea. Shaiwu, a county of Zhejiang, Shaanxi, China. Shaanxing, a county of Hezhou, Zhejiang, China. Shaanxingdian, alternative form of Changxingian. Shenyang, a 2G autonomous county in Yicheng, Hubei, China. Dedi, a district of Jilin, China. Shaiyuan, a count-level city of Xinjiang, Henan, China. Shanghai, a prefecture-level city of Shaanxi, China. Shangzhou, a prefecture-level city in southern Jiangsu, China. Jiangxi, synonym of Jiangxi. Zhao, a Hui district in Luoyang, Henan, China. Tanya, a city, the capital of Chania Regional Unit on the island of Crete, Greece. Tanis, a female given name. Chanid, any fish in the family Chanidae which has only one living species, the milkfish. Chanids, plural of Chanid. Jenny, a female given name. Check, the large spiral shell of several species of sea conch, much used in making bangles, especially Turbinella pyrum. Ject, simple past and past participle of chank. Chankir, alternative form of Zhanjiang. Shanking, present participle and gerund of Chank. Shankings, plural of Chanking. Shankanib, the staple diet of Rikishi, a stew of meat, seafood, and vegetables. Shaks, plural of Chank. Shakti, Shiki. Shaman, a type of cloth of the 13th century. Shamans, plural of Chaman. Sheta, alternative form of Chana. Chana dal. Alternative spelling of Chana dal. Shana dal. Alternative spelling of Chana dal. Shana dal. Alternative spelling of Chana dal. Shana da how. Alternative spelling of Chana dal. Shenahun, a village in Grundy County and Will County, Illinois, United States. Genus, plural of Chana. Channel, ellipses of English Channel, a strait in Europe, separating Great Britain from France and connecting the North Sea to the Atlantic Ocean. Channel base, Cyanopsocelatus, a large red edible fish. Channel black, synonym of impingement black. Channel blacks, plural of channel black. Channel cat, alternative form of channel cat. Fish. Channel catfish, a fish of the species Ictelurus punctatus, native to eastern North America. Channel catfishes, plural of channel catfish. Channel cats, plural of channel cat. Channel changer, a television remote control. Channel changers, plural of channel changer. Channel coal, misconstruction of cannel coal. Channel country, a region of outback Australia located mostly in the state of Queensland but also in portions of South Australia, Northern Territory, and New South Wales, and having numerous intertwined rivulets. Channel drift, the gradual shift of a television network away from its original programming in order to target a broader or more profitable audience. Channel fever, the excitement on board ship as she approaches her destination with a prospect of liberty ashore. Channel flashing, a type of flashing used at roofed wall junctures and other roof-to-vertical plane intersections where an integral gutter is needed to handle runoff. Channel hop, to quickly scan the channels on a television using a remote control. Channel hopped, simple past and past participle of channel hop. Channel hopping, present participle and gerund of channel hop. Channel hops, third person singular simple present, indicative of channel hop. Channel island, a tributive form of Channel Islands. Channel Island English, the dialects of English found in the Channel Islands, including the English of Alderney, Guernsey, and Jersey. Channel Island fox, a fox of species Eurycian littoralis, native to the Channel Islands off the coast of California. Each of the 6 largest islands in the chain has its own native subspecies of fox. Channel Island foxes, plural of Channel Island fox. Channel Island milk, a type of creamy, light beige-colored milk originally from the Jersey and Guernsey breeds of cattle native to the Channel Islands. Channel Island milks, plural of Channel Island milk. Channel Islander, a native or inhabitant of the Channel Islands. Channel Islanders, plural of Channel Islander. Channel Islands, a group of islands of the Duchy of Normandy in the English Channel, Jersey, Guernsey, Alderney, Sark, Herm, Brecqhou, Lihu, Jethu, and Bahu. Channel Islands Beach, a census-designated place in Ventura County, California, United States. Channel money, money paid to sailors before completion of a voyage when reaching a port. Channel of distribution. Alternative form of distribution channel. Channel plate. An iron plate or link fastened under a channel to which a mast is secured. Channel plates, plural of channel plate. Channel stopper, a television broadcast that causes the viewer to stop flipping through channels with their remote control and watch it. Channel stoppers, plural of channel stopper. Channel stuffing, the fraudulent business practice of inflating sales figures by forcing more products through a distribution channel than the channel is capable of selling. Channel surf, alternative form of channel surf. Channel surfed, simple past and past participle of channel surf. Channel surfing, present participle and gerund of channel surf. Channel surfs, third person singular simple present indicative of channel surf. Channel tunnel, the man-made tunnel under the English Channel joining England and France. Channel-bill cuckoo, alternative form of channel-billed cuckoo. Channel-bill cuckoos, plural of channel-bill cuckoo. Channel-billed cuckoo, a large, gray cuckoo, Scythrops novahelanii of Indonesia, New Guinea, and northeastern Australia. Channel hop, alternative form of channel hop. Channel hopped, simple past and past participle of channel hop. Channel hopping, that travels across the English Channel. Channel hops, third person singular simple present indicative of channel hop. Channel Port aux Basques, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Channel surf, to watch a series of television stations for a short time each by repeated use of a remote control. Channel bill, synonym of channel-billed cuckoo. Channel bills, plural of channel bill. Channel, having channels or flutings. Channeler, a person who engages in channeling. Channelers. Plural of channeler. Channeling, present participle and gerund of channel. Channelings, plural of channeling. Channelization, alternative spelling of channelization. Channelizations, plural of channelization. Channelize, alternative form of channelize. Channelize, simple past and past participle of channelize. Channelize Third person singular simple present indicative of channelize. Channelizing, present participle and gerund of channelize. Channelization, the straightening and widening of a stream or river. Channelizations, plural of channelization. Channelize, to form a channel, especially by deepening or altering the course of a river. Channelize, simple past and past participle of channelize. Channelizer, any device or algorithm that selects a specific channel out of some input. Channelizers, plural of channelizer. Channelizes, third person singular simple present indicative of channelize. Channelizing, present participle and gerund of channelize. Channel, a surname. Channel, alternative spelling of channel. Channeler, alternative spelling of channeler. Channelers, plural of channeler. Channeling, present participle and gerund of channel. Channelings, plural of channeling. Channels, synonym of adjustable pliers. Channels, plural of channel. Channelographic, relating to channelography. Channelography, the study of the process that constrains the path of a charged particle in a crystalline solid. Channelome, the complete set of ion channels expressed in a cell tissue or organism. Channelomes, plural of channelome. Channelopathy, relating to channelopathy. Channelopathies, plural of channelopathy. Channelopathy, any inherited disease caused by a mutation in the genes that code for ion channel subunits or the proteins that regulate them. Channelopsin, an ion channelopsin. Channelopsins, plural of channelopsin. Channelrhodopsin, an opsin protein that controls phototaxis in unicellular green algae. Channelrhodopsins, plural of channelrhodopsin. Channels, plural of channel. Channels of distribution, plural of channel of distribution. Channeler, toward a channel. Channelwards, towards a channel. Channelway, a channel in a rock or glacier. Channelways, plural of channelway. Chever, a surname. Channers, plural of channer. Channery, containing channers. Channishtid, any fish in the family Channish. Channishtids, plural of Channishtid. Shaman, any member of the family Channidae of snakeheads. Channons, plural of Channon. Channing, a surname. Shannon, a surname. Shannons, plural of Channon. Shanufa, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Shanufa, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Chanukah, rare spelling of Hanukkah. Chanaclothine, a tricyclic alkaloid E2-methyl 3,4-R5-R4-methylamino 1,3,4,5 tetrahydrobenzo CD-indol 5-il prop 2N 1-al present in ergot. Chanoff, a surname. Chanos, plural of Chanoff. Chanup, an IRC channel operator. Chanups, plural of Chanup. Shenwayu, a traditional Japanese tea ceremony in which matcha is prepared and presented. Chanpon, alternative form of champon. Chanpuru, an Okinawan stir-fry dish generally of tofu combined with a vegetable, meat, or fish. Shankwo, alternative form of chank type of shell. Shankwos, plural of chankwo. Shans, plural of chan. Chans, a male given name. Shen slash fan fiction involving minor characters. Shamsley, a surname. Shamsliz, plural of Chansley. Chancellor, a surname from. Chanson, any song with French words, but more specifically a classic. Lyric-driven French song. Chanson de geste, a type of epic medieval French poem having a characteristic verse form and typically featuring historical characters. Chansonnette, alternative spelling of chansonnette. Chansonnettes, plural of chansonnette. Chansonnette, a little song. Chansonnettes, plural of chansonnette. Chansonne, a book which contains a collection of chansons. Chansonniers, plural of chansonnier. Chansons, plural of chanson. Shanspeak, internet language including slang and neologisms used on image boards also known as chans. Chas, pronunciation spelling of chance. Chat, a surname from French. Chant de coeur, the mating cry of a boar. Chant royal, a complicated that poetic for evasion of the ballad folk consisting of the 11 lines with unskeen a b b z z d d d and other line and rhyming d d d or a 7 line and voice c c d d d. Rhyming words cannot be repeated. Chant talk, the chanting style of talking used in chant therapy. Chant therapies, plural of chant therapy. Chant therapy, a form of voice therapy based on the rhythm and prosodic patterns of musical chanting. Chantable, suitable for being chanted. Cantada, a municipality of Lugo, Galicia, Spain. Canted, synonym of blackmail. Chantal, a female given name from French. Chantalite, a tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Chantant, played in a melodious and sing-song style. Chantar, a participant on the 4chan online image board and forum. Chanterelle, alternative spelling of chanterelle. Chanterelles, plural of chanterelle. Chante, a female given name. Chantekor, a breed of chicken originating in Canada. Canada, extremely cold resistant and used for egg and meat production. Chanteclers, plural of chantecler. Chante. Simple past and past participle of chant. Chantifoble, a form of medieval French literature with alternative spoken and sung passages. Chantifobles, plural of chantifoble. Chantal, a female given name from French. Chantal, a female given name from French. Chantipleur. To sing and cry at the same time. Chanteur, one who chants or sings. Chantard, having a specified kind or number of chanter. Chanterelle, a widely distributed edible mushroom Canthalus cibarius, being yellow and trumpet-shaped, or any similar mushroom of the genera Canthalus, Paleozelus or Gomphus, not all of which are edible. Chanterelles, plural of chanterelle. Chanters, plural of chanter. Chantership, the office or position of chanter, precentorship. Chanterships, plural of chantership. Chantes, second person singular simple present indicative of chant. Chanteth, third person singular simple present indicative of chant. Chanteur, a male singer, often specifically a popular or cabaret singer. Chanteurs, plural of chanteur. Chanteuse, a female singer, often specifically a popular or cabaret singer. Chanteuses, plural of chanteuse. Shanty, alternative form of shanty sailor's song. Chantyman, alternative form of shantyman. Shantyman, plural of chantyman. Shanties, plural of chanty. Chanthaburi, a province of Thailand. Chanthaburi Khmer, synonym of Western Khmer. Chanthavong, a surname from Lao. Chanthavongs, plural of Chanthavong. Chanti, a male given name from India, a common nickname in Andhra Pradesh, India. Chanticleer, a domestic rooster or cock, especially in fables and fairy tales. Chanticleer, simple past and past participle of chanticleer. Chanticleering, present participle and gerund of chanticleer. Chanticleers, plural of chanticleer. Chanty, alternative spelling of shanty song. Shanties, plural of chanty. Chantignan, a Frisiani in Court Aosta Valley, autonomous region, Italy. Chantilly's, plural of Chantilly. Chantilly, a city in Oise department, Hauts-de-France, France, formerly in Picardy. Chantilly cream, whipped cream sweetened and flavored with vanilla. Chantilly creams, plural of Chantilly cream. Chantilly lace, a delicate kind of bobbin lace known for its fine ground, outlined pattern, and abundant detail. Chantilly laces, plural of Chantilly lace. Chantilly porcelain, a French soft-paste porcelain produced between 1730 and 1800. Chantilly porcelains, plural of Chantilly porcelain. Chantilly Tiffany's, plural of Chantilly Tiffany. Chantilly Tiffany, synonym of Chantilly cat breed. Chantilly/Tiffany's, plural of Chantilly/Tiffany. Chantilly/Tiffany. Synonym of Chantilly cat breed. Chantin, pronunciation spelling of chanting. Chanting, present participle and gerund of chant. Chanting Gashok, any of the African Harsonagetus meliarchs. Chanting Gashoks, plural of chanting Gashok. Chantingly, in a chanting manner. Chantings, plural of chanting. Chantlite, a piece of wood fastened near the ends of the rafters and projecting beyond the wall to support 2 or 3 rows of tiles, so placed to prevent rainwater from trickling down the sides of the wall. Chantlates, plural of chantlate. Chantlite, resembling a chant. Chantment, enchantment. Chantments, plural of chantment. Chanteuse, a woman employed to sing in a nightclub. Chanteuses, plural of chanteuse. Chanteuse, alternative form of chanteuse. Chanteuses, plural of chanteuse. Chantor, alternative form of chanter religious sense. Chantors, plural of chantor. Chantress, a female singer or chanter. Chantresses, plural of chantress. Chantries, plural of chantry. Chantalle, a particular steroid glycoside. Chantry, an endowment for the maintenance of a priest to sing a daily mass for the souls of specified people. Chats, plural of chant. Chantu, alternative form of chantwell. Chantules, plural of chantul. Chantwell, a generally female lead singer of traditional chorizo music or of a calypso band. Chantwells, plural of chantwell. Seti, alternative spelling of shanty song. Chantaman, alternative form of shantaman. Chantamen, plural of chantaman. Shanufa, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Chanukah, rare spelling of Hanukkah. Chanukah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Shanuka, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Shanuka, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Chanukah bush, alternative spelling of Hanukkah bush. Chanukah bushes, plural of Chanukah bush. Chanukah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Shemitah, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Shenuko, alternative spelling of Hanukkah. Shanantha, a sacred tobacco pipe of the Lakota people. Shananthas, plural of Chananpa. Chanut, a city in Yosho County, Kansas, United States, named after Octo Chanut. Edit. A supreme ruler of one or more nomadic tribes of Inner Asian peoples at some point between the 4th century BCE and the 4th century CE, most notably a ruler of the Xiongnu. Tadas, plural of Chanyu. Shanzi, alternative form of Chanzi. Shanzes, plural of Chanzi. Shanzi, a three-stringed plucked lute of two and origin, like a long-necked banjo with a skin head over a heart or kidney-shaped body. Peo, a surname from Chinese. Pao, chi bai, expression of contempt or frustration. Tao fan, Chinese fried rice. Ko kang, to malinger, to skive, to shirk one's duties, particularly military duties, by feigning illness or reporting sick. Ko kenj, simple past of ko kang. Ko kenjing, present participle and gerund of ko kang. Ko kangs. Third person singular simple present indicative of Keo Kang. Keo Phraya, a major river in Thailand, flowing southwards through Bangkok and emptying into the Gulf of Thailand. Keo Phraya, giant catfish, synonym of Perun shark. Keo Phraya, giant catfishes, plural of Keo Phraya, giant catfish. Keo Ta, burnt and charred, for example, from overcooking. Keota, alternative spelling of Keota. Keotar. Alternative spelling of Keota. Keotam, a traditional Vietnamese dish of shrimp surimi grilled on a sugarcane stick. Keom, a district of Keju, eastern Guangdong, China. Keoching, alternative form of Jayaking. Keotiang, alternative form of Jayaton. Keoba, a male given name from Meitei, a transliteration of the Manipuri male given name Sa Amakran adjective Yaba. Keobai, a female given name from Meitei, a transliteration of the Manipuri female given name Sa Amakran adjective Yaba. Keabor, any of phantom midges in the family Keaboridae. Keaborids, plural of Keabord. Keaborine, belonging or pertaining to the genus Keaboris or the family Keaboridae. Teaking, alternative form of Jayaking. Keachu, alternative form of Keiju. Keashao, alternative form of Keiju. Keashaofu, synonym of Keiju City. Chaogemus, that which is born from chaos. Keo, account level city of Hefei and Anhui, China. Keona, a supposed allotrope of carbon whose existence is disputed. Keatu, alternative form of Keiju. Teoking, alternative form of Jeoking. Halite, an allotrope of carbon and extended palliane believed to form in meteorite impacts. Chaological, of or relating to chaology. Chaologies, plural of chaology. Chaologists, one who studies chaology. Chaologists, plural of chaologists. Chaology, the study of chaos and chaotic systems. Chaomancy, divination, by aerial visions, a form of aeromancy. Chaomian, alternative form of Chow Mein. Chao, a character in Virgil's Aeneid, a Trojan hero, a companion or perhaps brother of Helenus, and the eponym of Chaonia and the Chaonians. Chaoni, an Anglo-Indian cantonment. Canis, plural of Chaoni. Teyush, alternative letter case form of Teyush, obsolete spelling of Chias. Chaophilia, spurious overemphasis of or oversubscription to chaos theory and slash or its characteristic concepts. Chaophilic, that thrives in a chaotropic environment. Chaoplexity, the confluence of chaos and complexity. Chaoptin, a photoreceptor cell-specific membrane glycoprotein. Chaorder, partially chaotic and partially ordered. Chaos, initialism of congenital high airway obstruction syndrome. Chaos, in Greek mythology, the primordial state of disorder that exists before the creation of the world or the first being or deity to exist. Chaos cooking, a style of cooking that uses different types of food that are not normally eaten together to create a dish. Chaos magic, a contemporary occult and magical practice drawing heavily from the philosophy of Austin Osman Spare. Chaos magic, alternative form of chaos magic. Chaos theorist, one who studies chaos theory. Chaos theorists, plural of chaos theorists. Chaos theory, the study of iterative nonlinear systems in which arbitrarily small variations in initial conditions become magnified over time. Chaoses, plural of chaos. Chaosun, a region in eastern Guangdong, China, home of the Teochew people, historically composed of 8 counties belonging to the department of Kaiju Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter. Today it is equivalent to the 3 cities of Kaiju, Shantou, and Jian. Chaos Gamp, a battle between a deity and primordial chaos, especially in ancient Near Eastern mythology and slash or religion. Chaos Scamps, plural of chaos scamp. Chaos-like, resembling or characteristic of chaos. Chaosmos, the world viewed as a meaningless assemblage of infinite perspectives. Chaosphere, a symbol associated with chaos in certain modern forms of occultism, consisting of a sphere with 8 arrows pointing outward from its center. Chaospheres, plural of chaosphere. Chaote, filled with chaos. chaotic evil, of a character having an alignment that is chaotic, tending to disregard the laws and conventions of society and evil, doing evil acts. Chaotic good, of a character having an alignment that is chaotic, tending to disregard the laws and conventions of society and good, not doing evil acts. Chaotic map. A chaotic map is a map and evolution function that exhibits some sort of chaotic behavior. Chaotical. Chaotic. Chaotically. In a chaotic manner. Chaotician. A chaos theorist. Chaotician. Plural of chaotician. Chaoticist. One who studies chaos theory. Chaoticists. Plural of chaoticists. Chaoticities. Plural of chaoticity. Chaoticity. The condition of being chaotic. Chaoticize. To make chaotic. Chaotic. Obsolete form of chaotic. Chaoticness. The state or quality of being chaotic. Chaotics. Plural of chaotic. Chaotization. The act or process of making or becoming chaotic. Chaotizations. Plural of chaotization. Chaotize. To make or to become chaotic. Chaotize. Simple past and past participle of chaotize. Chaotolerance. The condition of being chaotolerant. Chaotolerant. That tolerates a chaotropic environment. Chaotrope. A chaotropic solute. Chaotropes. Plural of chaotrope. Chaotrophic. Misspelling of chaotropic. Chaotropic. That disrupts hydrogen bonds, especially within or between biological molecules. Chaotropically. In a chaotropic manner. Chaotropics. Plural of chaotropic. Chaotropism. The ability to disrupt hydrogen bonding, especially within or between biological molecules. Chaotropy. The disruption of hydrogen bonds by a chaotropic material. Couch. A cultivar of Vitis vinifera, a common grapevine. Kaon. Synonym of Chefchaouen. Kaoua. A historical and ethnogeographical region of Morocco. Caris. A commune of Aube department in north-central France. Chaos. Alternative letter case form of chaos. Obsolete spelling of chias. Chaos. Plural of chaos. Obsolete spelling of chias. Chaoxian. Synonym of Joseon, the Mandarin Chinese derived name. Chaoxianzo. Ethnic Koreans of Chinese nationality. Keoyang. Any of several towns, cities, and districts in China. Keoyangapterid. Any pterosaur of the family Keoyangapteridae. Keoyangapterids. Plural of Keoyangapterid. Keoyamsaurid. Any dinosaur of the family Keoyangsauridae. Keoyamsaurids. Plural of Keoyangsaurid. Kezu. A prefecture-level city in eastern Guangdong, China. Chef initialism of challenge handshake authentication protocol. Tef, a surname from Khmer. Chap chai, mixed vegetables. Chap laps, the recreational practice of driving up and down Chapel Street in Melbourne. Chap Lao Chu, a 10-story housing flat built by the Singapore Housing and Development Board HDB in the 1960s, now mostly vacated. Chap Lao Chus, plural of chap Lao Chu. Chap someone's high, to annoy someone. Get on someone's nerves. Chap hop, a parodic musical genre that blends elements of hip-hop with steampunk and traditional English stereotypes. Chap diki, alternative form of chap jaikai. Chap jaiki, alternative form of chap jaikai. Chap jaikai, a kind of illegal lottery formerly popular in Singapore, based on Chinese playing cards. Chap, abbreviation of chaplain. Jatha, a surname. Chapakura, a Chapacuran language. Chapacuran, belonging to a nearly extinct Native American language family of South America. Chapeyes, a surname. Chapelang, comprising a mixture of various elements, mostly at random. Chapandas, a player of Buzkashi. Chapandazes, plural of chapandas. Chaparajos, chap's item of clothing. Chaperjos, chap's trousers. Chaparian, a surname from Armenian. Chaparians. Plural of Chaparian. Chaparral, a region of shrubs typically dry in the summer and rainy in the winter. The coast of the Mediterranean is such a region. Chaparral bird, synonym of roadrunner. Chaparral birds, plural of chaparral bird. Chaparral cock, synonym of roadrunner. Chaparral cocks, plural of chaparral cock. Chaparral hen. The female roadrunner. Chaparral hens, plural of chaparral hen. Chaparral yucca, synonym of our Lord's candle. Chaparrals, plural of chaparral. Chapiro, a surname. Chapiros, plural of chaparro. Jathas, plural of chapa. Chapatha, alternative form of chapati. Chapatas, plural of chapata. Chapati, alternative form of chapati. Chapathas, plural of chapati. Chapati, a flat, unleavened bread from northern India and Pakistan. Chapatis, plural of chapati. Chapati, alternative form of chapati. Chapates, plural of chapati. Chapatis, plural of chapati. Chapati, archaic spelling of chapati. Potty. Chapbook. A small book, usually made from a single sheet, folded several times, containing poems, ballads, or religious tracts. Chapbooks, plural of chapbook. Chapdelaine. A surname. Chapdelaines, plural of Chapdelaine. Ked, the lower metallic cap at the end of a sword scabbard. Chate, a division of the field used in French heraldry created by drawing two lines from the center of the upper edge of the shield towards the upper bottom edges, creating a triangle with the tincture being applied to the two upper portions which the triangle divides. Chapeau, at chapeau bras. A bicorn hat designed to be compressed and carried under the arm, formerly worn on dress occasions by men in the 18th century, and later in the United States Army by general and staff officers. Chapeau, wearing a chapeau. Chapography, a piece of performance art in which the performer manipulates a piece of fabric into the shapes of various hats. Chapeaus, plural of chapeau. Chapeaux, plural of chapeau. Chapeaux bras, plural of chapeau bras. Tet, furnished with a chape or chapes. Chepe, dated form of jabe. Javek, a surname from Czech. Japex, plural of Chapek. Chapel, a surname. Chapel Allerton, a village and civil parish in Somerset, England, previously in Sedgemoor District, West Grid Ref SD 4050. Chapel and Hill Chorlton, a civil parish in Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough, Staffordshire, England, which includes the villages of Chapel Chorlton and Hill Chorlton. Chapel Arm, a town in Newfoundland, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Chapel Brampton, a village in Churchwith Chapel Brampton Parish, West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Daventry District OS Grid Ref SB 7266. Chapel Cart, synonym of Whitecapel Cart. Chapel Carts, plural of Chapel Cart. Chapel Chorlton, a small village in Chapel and Hill Chorlton Parish, Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 8137. Chapel de Fur, a kettle hat, a type of helmet. Chapel Hill, a town in North Carolina. Chapel Lawn, a small village in Clun Parish, southwest Shropshire, England OS Grid Ref SO 3176. Chapel of Ease, a chapel built in a remote part of a parish to meet the needs of those who live far from the parish church. Chapel of Rest, an undertaker's room where the body of the deceased is kept prior to burial or disposal. Chapel Lenlofrith, a town and civil parish in High Peak Borough, Derbyshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 0580. Chapel Goer, alternative form of chapel goer. Chapel goers, plural of chapel goer. Chapel Adale, a hamlet in Ingleton Parish, North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District OS Grid Ref SD 7377. Chaplain. Obsolete spelling of chaplain. Chaplains. Plural of chaplain. Chapelcross. A former nuclear power station northeast of Annan, Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NY 2169. Chapler. A member of a religious sect in the 18th and 19th centuries that questioned the legitimacy of the priesthood. Chaplers. Plural of chapler. Shapeless. Without a shape. Shapelet. A pair of straps with stirrups joined at the top and fastened to the pommel or the frame of the saddle after they have been adjusted to the convenience of the rider. Chapelets. Plural of chapelet. Chapelbour. One who regularly attends chapel. Chapelbours. Plural of chapelbour. Chapelbour. Regularly attending chapel. Chapel. A village in North Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland, south of Airdrie OS Grid Ref NS 7862. Chapelizai. A village preserved within the city of Dublin, Ireland. Chapel. A surname. Chapelanies. Plural of chapelany. Chapelany. A chapel within the jurisdiction of a church, a subordinate ecclesiastical foundation. Chapel. Simple past and past participle of chapel. Chapler. Alternative form of chapler. Chapelers. Plural of chapler. Chapelless. Without a chapel. Chapeling. Present participle and gerund of chapel. Chapels. Plural of chapel. Chapeman. A clergyman, an official from a chapel. Chapelmaster. A director of music in a chapel, the musical director of a court and/or major church's choir and/or orchestra, often also a composer. Chapelmasters. Plural of chapelmaster. Chapelman. Plural of chapelman. Chapelon. A commune of Loire Department, France. Chapelons. Plural of chapelon. Chapuis. Plural of chapui. Chapui. The district attached to a chapel, a division of a large parish which has its own district chapel. Chapels. Plural of chapel. Chapels defer. Plural of chapel defer. Chapels of ease. Plural of chapel of ease. Chapels of rest. Plural of chapel of rest. Chapotique. A town in San Miguel Department, El Salvador. Chapelson. A small village in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 6848. Chapeltown. A village in Blackburn with Darwin Borough, Lancashire, England OS Grid Ref SD 7315. Chapeward. Toward a chapel. Chapewarden. The warden of a chapel. Chapewardens. Plural of chapewarden. Chapwards, towards a chapel. Chaperon. A chaperone cytokine. Chaperokine. Plural of chaperokine. Chaperone. All the proteins called chaperones that assist in the folding of misfolded proteins in an organism and other functions. Chaperones. Plural of chaperone. Chaperone. An adult who accompanies or supervises one or more young, unmarried men or women during social occasions, usually with the specific intent of preventing some types of social or sexual interactions or illegal behavior. Chaperonage. The state of being a chaperone. Chaperonages. Plural of chaperonage. Chaperone. An older person who accompanies other younger people to ensure the propriety of their behavior, often an older woman accompanying a young woman. Chaperone. Accompanied by a chaperone. Chaperoneless. Without a chaperone. Chaperones. Plural of chaperone. Chaperoneship. State or position of chaperone. Chaperonic. Relating to a chaperone protein. Chaperonin. Any of a class of chaperone proteins. Chaperoning. Present participle and gerund of chaperone. Chaperonings. Plural of chaperoning. Chaperonins. Plural of chaperonin. Chaperoneless. Alternative form of chaperoneless. Chaperonopathies. Plural of chaperonopathy. Chaperonopathy. Any disease associated with a faulty chaperone protein. Chaperones. Plural of chaperone. Chaperoneship. Dated form of chaperoneship. Capes. Plural of chape. Chapes. A female chap, a woman. Chapesses. Plural of chapes. Chapette. A female chap, a woman. Chapettes. Plural of chapette. Chapfallen. Crestfallen, dejected. Chaphimap-parvovirus. Any parvovirus of the genus Chaphimap-parvovirus. Chaphimap-parvoviruses. Plural of Chaphimap-parvovirus. Chapin. A surname. Athens. Plural of chapin. Chapiter. Obsolete form of chapter. Chapiters. Plural of chapiter. Chapiter. Obsolete form of chapter. Chapiter. Plural of chapiter. Jefta. A type of hat worn by 19th century Polish cavalry, consisting of a high, four-pointed cap with regimental insignia on the front and now associated with Polish independence and nationalism. Chapkin. Alternative form of chapkin. Chapkins. Plural of chapkin. Chaptas. Plural of chapka. Chaplain. A Surname. Chaplaincies, plural of chaplaincy. Chaplaincy, the role or position of a chaplain. Chaplain, obsolete spelling of chaplain. Chaplains, plural of chaplain. Chaplainries, plural of chaplainry. Chaplainry, a chaplaincy. Chaplains, plural of chaplain. Chaplainship, the office or business of a chaplain. Chaplain. Chaplainships, plural of chaplainship. Chapel syndrome, a rare genetic disorder of the immune system caused by mutations of the complement regulator CD55 gene and characterized by severe protein-losing enteropathy leading to hypoproteinemia. Chapless, having no lower jaw, fleshless. Chaplet, a garland or circlet for the head. Chapleted, adorned with or having a chaplet. Chaplets, plural of chaplet. Chapli, an Indian kind of sandal or slipper. Chapli kebab, alternative form of chapli kebab. Chapli kebabs, plural of chapli kebab. Chapli kebab, a Mughlai-influenced Pashtun-style minced kebab, usually made from ground beef, mutton, or chicken with various spices in the shape of a patty. Chapli kebabs, plural of chapli kebab. Chaplain. A surname originating as an occupation. Chaplias. Chapli kebabs, plural of chapli kebab. Chaplain, a surname originating as an occupation. Chaplias, reminiscent of Sir Charles Spencer Charlie Chaplin 1889–1977, English comic actor and film director of the silent film era. Chapling, a surname. Chaplings, plural of chapling. Chaplinian, of or relating to Charlie Chaplin 1889–1977, English comedy film actor and director. Chaplains, plural of chaplain. Chapleys, plural of chapley. Chapline, a rural settlement in Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, Ukraine. Chaplain, an English surname originating as an occupation for a merchant. Chapman code, any of a series of three-letter codes, often abbreviations for candies and similar administrative units of the British Isles, used especially in the field of genealogy. Chapman codes. Plural of Chapman code. Chapman stick, a form of electric guitar resembling a wide fretboard with 8, 10, or 12 strings. Chapman sticks, plural of Chapman stick. Chapman's antrike, a passerine bird of the antbird family Thamnophilus zarumi. Chapman's antrikes, plural of Chapman's antrike. Chapman's zebra, Equus quagga chapmani. A subspecies of the plains zebra. Chapman-Robbins bound, a lower bound on the variance of estimators of a deterministic parameter, a generalization of the Cramér-Rao bound. It is both tighter and more widely applicable, but usually harder to compute. Chapman-Robbins bounds, plural of Chapman-Robbins bound. Chapman hood, the activity activity or business of a Chapman merchant, peddler, trading, bargaining. Chaponite, a rare nesosilicate mineral, an iron antimony silicate closely related to bismutopherite. Chaponites, plural of chaponite. Chapmanship, the state, quality. Condition or role of a Chapman dealer, bargainer, tradesman. Chapmanslade, a village and civil parish in western Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 8247. Chaplain, plural of Chapman. Chapeau, chapati food. Chapeau, alternative form of japu. Chapeaus, plural of chapo. Chatha, a painful disease characterized by subcutaneous nodules. Chapel, a type of footwear used in India, Mauritius, and Pakistan, similar to a sandal. Chapels, plural of chapel. Chappaqua, a hamlet in Westchester County, New York. Chappaquiddick, ellipsis of Chappaquiddick Island, an island of Dukes County, Massachusetts, United States, east of Martha's Vineyard. Chappaquiddick Island, an island of Dukes County, Massachusetts, United States, east of Martha's Vineyard. Chappor, a thatched roof. Chaparral, archaic spelling of chaparral. Chaparrals, plural of chaparral. Chaparral, archaic spelling of chaparral. Chaparrals, plural of chaparral. Chapars, plural of chapar. Chaparvovirus, murine chaparvovirus or similar parvoviruses. Chaparvoviruses, plural of chaparvovirus. Chapati, alternative spelling of chapati. Chapatis, plural of chapati. Chap, a piece typically of leather fitted to the crossbit of European swords of the later medieval period, attested mainly in art of uncertain purpose. Chap code, the telegraphic code used with the Chap system. Chap system, a system of telegraphy consisting of a large pivoted beam, the regulator with an arm at each end, the indicators which pivoted around the regulator on one extremity. Chapped, dry and flaky due to excessive evaporation of water from its surface. Chapelle, a surname. Chapelier, a surname. Chapeliers, plural of chapelier. Chapel, a small city, the county seat of Dual County, Nebraska, United States. Chapelain, obsolete form of chaplain. Chapelains, plural of chapelain. Chapelle, a surname. Chapelles, plural of chapelle. Chapelles, plural of chapel. Chapelles, plural of chapelle. Gaps, plural of chap. Chapas, alternative spelling of chapis. Chapases, plural of chapas. Chapet, alternative form of chapat. Chapets, plural of chapet. Chate, alternative spelling of chappy. Chappas, plural of chappy. Chatte, present participle and gerund of chap. Chappish, like a chap, mannish, blokey. Chavism, a fashion movement or aesthetic inspired by British men's culture and clothing from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, especially as promoted in the lifestyle magazine The Chap. Chappas, relating to chapism. Chappists, plural of chappis. Chapel, a surname. Chapels, plural of chapel. Chapley, alternative form of chapley. Chapleys, plural of chapley. Chapeau, diminutive of chap. Man. Chapeaus, plural of chapeau. Chapuis absorption, the absorption of electromagnetic radiation by ozone, especially noticeable in the ozone layer. Clipping of Chappaquiddick Island, an island of Dukes County, Massachusetts, United States, east of Martha's Vineyard. Chaprassi, an official of some kind, especially an important attendant or messenger in the household of an Indian landowner. Chaprassis, plural of chaprassi. Chaprassi, alternative form of chaprassi. Chaprassi, alternative form of chaprassi. Chaprasses, plural of chaprassi. Chaprasses, plural of chaprassi. Chaprassi, alternative form of chaprassi. Chapri, a South Asian person, usually of lower class background, who tries to copy modern fashion trends. Chapras, plural of chapri. CHAPS, acronym of Clearinghouse Automated Payment System, a method of same-day banking transfer. CHAPS, plural of chap. CHAPS, plural of chap. Chapstick, synonym of lip balm. Chapstick lesbian, a lesbian who exhibits some butch traits, short hair, men's clothing, etc., without wholly fitting the masculine butch stereotype. Chapstick lesbians, plural of chapstick lesbian. Chapsticks, plural of chapstick. Chapt, abbreviation of chapter. Chaptalization, alternative spelling of chaptalization. Chaptalize, alternative form of chaptalize. Chaptalize, simple past and past participle of chaptalize. Chaptalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chaptalize. Chaptalizing, present participle and gerund of chaptalize. Chaptalization, the addition of sugar to grape juice in the fermentation of wine, usually done if the grapes are thought to lack enough natural sugars for the desired alcohol content. Chaptalize, to add sugar to grape juice during the fermentation of wine, usually to increase the alcohol content. Chaptalize, simple past and past participle of chaptalize. Chaptalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of chaptalize. Chaptalizing, present participle and gerund of chaptalize. Chapter, one of the main sections into which the text of a book is divided. Chapter 11. Ellipsis of Chapter 11 Bankruptcy. Chapter 7. A type of bankruptcy code that governs the process of liquidation under the bankruptcy laws of the United States, conferring protection from creditors. Chapter and verse. The chapter number and verse number within a particular book that locate a quotation from the Bible. Chapter book. An illustrated storybook intended for intermediate readers, generally aged from 7 to 10. Chapter books, plural of chapter book. Chapter house, a building attached to a cathedral, church, or monastery and used as a meeting place. Chapter houses, plural of chapter house. Chapter of accident, the unforeseen course of events. Chapter out, to be expelled from the U.S. Army. Chapter house, alternative spelling of chapter house. Chapter houses, plural of chapter house. Chapter, simple past and past participle of chapter. Chaptered out, simple past and past participle of chapter out. Chapterful, as much as fills a chapter. Chapterfuls, plural of chapterful. Chapter house, alternative spelling of chapter house. Chapter houses, plural of chapter house. Chaptering, present participle and gerund of chapter. Chaptering out, present participle and gerund of chapter out. Chapter-like, resembling or characteristic of a chapter section of a book. Chapter play, a film serial formerly shown in installments in theaters in conjunction with a feature film. Chapter plays, plural of chapter play. Chapters, plural of chapter. Chapters of accidents, plural of chapter of accidents. Chapters out, third person singular simple present indicative of chapter out. Chapters full, plural of chapter full. Chapter-wise, by chapter, one chapter at a time. Chapter, obsolete form of chapter. Chaptral, an impost. Chaptrals, plural of chaptral. Chapters, plural of chapter. Chapsome, how catch him slash or slash them. Tapu, alternative form of japu. Chapulin, a grasshopper toasted on a comal eaten in Mexico, mainly in Oaxaca State. Chaput, a surname. Chaputs, plural of chaput. Chapwoman, a woman who buys and sells, a female trader. Chapwomen, plural of chapwoman. Ta, a form of Chinese opera. Chakwitakwa, alternative form of Chakitakwa. Chakwitakwa, alternative form of Chakitakwa. Chakwitakwa, alternative form of Chakitakwa. Chakwatakwa, alternative form of Chakitakwa. Chakwatakwa, alternative form of Chakitakla. Chakwatakwa. Alternative form of Chakitakla. Char. A nickname for Charlotte. Shaikyu. Alternative form of Charquatio. Shaikyu. Alternative form of Charquatio. Charquatio. A Southeast Asian noodle dish made from flat rice noodles, soy sauce, chili, prawns, and other common stir-fry ingredients. Char siu. Alternative form of char siu. Char siu. A style of preparation of barbecued pork in Cantonese cuisine, typically using honey and spices. Char siu bao. A Cantonese stuffed steamed baizi with char siu pork filling. Char siu baos. Plural of char siu bao. Char up. To incinerate something by charring. Charabanc. Obsolete form of charabanc. Charabanc. Obsolete form of charabanc. Charabancs. Plural of charabanc. Char grill. Alternative form of char grill. Char grilled. Simple past and past participle of char grill. Char grilling. Present participle and gerund of char grill. Char grills. Third person singular simple present indicative of char grill. Charwoman. Alternative form of charwoman. Charwomen. Plural of charwoman. Shira. A surname. Charabanc. A horse-drawn and then later motorized omnibus with open sides and often no roof. Charabans. Simple past and past participle of charabanc. Charabancer. One who travels by charabanc. Charabancers. Plural of charabancer. Charabancing. Present participle and gerund of charabanc. Charabancs. Plural of charabanc. Charaban. Synonym of charaban. Charation. Any green alga of the family Characeae. Charations. Plural of charation. Charajas. Belonging to the family Characeae of green algae. Characid. Any fish in the family Characidae. Characids. Plural of characid. Characiform. Any fish of the order Characiforms. Characiforms. Plural of characiform. Characin. Any of many diverse fish of the order Characiforms related to the carp and catfish entity including the tetra, which were formerly all included in the family Characidae. Characins. Plural of characin. Characoi. Synonym of characid. Characoids. Plural of characoi. Caret. A letter or character. Character. A being involved in the action of a story, a persona. Character actor. A supporting actor who specializes in playing eccentric or unusual roles. Character actors, plural of character actor. Character actress, a female character actor. Character actresses, plural of character actress. Character amnesia, a phenomenon whereby experienced speakers of some East Asian languages forget how to write Chinese characters previously well known to them. Character arc, the transformation or inner journey of a character over the course of a story. Character arcs, plural of character arc. Character assassination, a malicious discourse designed to damage the reputation of someone. Character assassinations, plural of character assassination. Character beat, the elucidation of a character's motivation in regards to a specific action or reaction. Character cell, the imaginary rectangle that delineates the boundaries of a text character. Character cells, plural of character cell. Character class, one of a number of predetermined groups into which characters in role-playing games are grouped based on the focus of their skills. Character classes, plural of character class. Character density, a measure of the number of characters that are represented in a specified unit of text stream. Character disorder, an enduring psychological problem linked not to specific symptoms but to pervasive internal conflicts or derailments of normal childhood development. Character disorders, plural of character disorder. Character encoding, a well-defined correspondence between text characters and the numeric values used to represent them. Character encodings, plural of character encoding. Character generator, a digital machine for superimposing text onto a video. Character generators, plural of character generator. Character man, a male character actor. Character map, a software-based list of characters and sometimes their code points for searching and copying. Character maps, plural of character map. Character man, plural of character man. Character neuroses, plural of character neurosis. Character neurosis, a type of psychological disturbance where enduring personality traits or behavioral patterns become maladaptive, leading to emotional distress and interpersonal difficulties. Character part, a supporting part played by a character actor. Character parts, plural of character part. Character piece, a musical composition that expresses a specific mood or non-musical idea. Character pieces, plural of character piece. Character reference, a statement concerning the character of a person, typically for submission during a job application or court proceeding. Character references, plural of character reference. Character set, the set of characters encoded by a given character encoding. Character sets, plural of character set. Character shoe, a heeled leather shoe usually with one or more straps across the instep to secure it to the foot. Character shoes, plural of character shoe. Character theory, the branch of abstract algebra dealing with the group characters. Character trait, an attribute of someone's personality. Character traits, plural of character trait. Character user interface, command line interface. Character user interfaces, plural of character user interface. Character witness, a witness called to provide evidence with respect to the reputation, conduct, or moral standing of a party. Character witnesses, plural of character witness. Character base, capable of displaying only text characters or having a text-based user interface. Character building, improving a person's character by developing personality traits such as resilience or responsibility. Character forming, synonym of character building. Character, simple past and past participle of character. Characterful, full of character. Characterful, in a characterful way. Characterhood, the state of being a character. Characteries, plural of charactery. Charactery, present participle and gerund of character. Characteriological, of or relating to characteriology. Characteriologically, in a characteriological manner. Characteriologist, one who studies characteriology. Characteriologists, plural of characteriologists. Characteriology, synonym of characterology. Characterizability, alternative spelling of characterizability. Characterizable, alternative spelling of characterizable. Characterization, alternative form of characterization. Characterizations, plural of characterization. Characterize, non-Oxford British English standard spelling of characterize. Characterize, simple past and past participle of characterize. Characterizer, alternative form of characterizer. Characterizers, plural of characterizer. Characterizes, third person singular simple present indicative of characterize. Characterizing, present participle and gerund of character.